Recorded books and one-click digital present Ghosts of War by Brad Taylor. Narrated by Henry Strozier and Rich Orlow.
Never strike a king unless you are sure you shall kill him. Ralph Waldo Emerson. No one starts a war, or rather no one in his senses ought to do so, without first being clear in his mind what he intends to achieve by that war and how he intends to conduct it. Karl von Clausewitz. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War IV will be fought with sticks and stones. Albert Einstein. Chapter 1. The Old Town. Fredrikstad, Norway. 4 months ago. The Range Rover made the turn onto the final road, a long stretch of gravel ending in what looked like a moat surrounding a fortressed town. In front of the water, 2 men in uniform stood next to a fire barrel, compact assault rifles slung over their shoulders, hands hovering above the barrel to ward off the chill. The driver slowed instinctively. The passenger said, "Keep going. Don't give them any reason to suspect anything." The driver huffed slightly, strangely giddy at the turn his life had taken. Suspect, right. I'm sure they won't wonder why an American in a business suit is traveling with an Arab wearing ratty jeans, or why I'm sweating like a whore in church in the middle of winter. The American continued at reduced speed, using the melted snow on the roadway as an excuse, doing whatever he could to slow the inevitable showdown. The Arab said, "Easy, very, very easy. You get us through this and you're free. Remember that." Okay. What do you want me to say? Should I tell them who I am? The American prayed the man with the gun would say yes, because he was sure there was a massive manhunt for him involving security agencies from at least 2 countries. The Arab said, "No, of course not. We are tourists like everyone else coming down this road." The Arab caught the disappointment on the driver's face and smiled. "Remember, only one of us inside this vehicle is afraid to die." The American nodded, wiping the sweat off his upper lip. He pulled into the checkpoint and lowered the window. One officer approached while the other began a sweep of the undercarriage with a mirror on a shaft. The American gave a nervous smile and waited. The policeman said something in Norwegian. The American said, "I'm sorry, English?" With a heavy accent, the policeman said, "Business here?" "We're just visiting. We wanted to see the fortifications of the old town, maybe go to the museum." "Okay, but the museum is closed." The American knew that. What was going on in the museum was the primary reason the man to his right held a gun. He felt nauseated and overwhelmed. Beads of perspiration rolled down his face despite the freezing air, a direct result of being squeezed between 2 armed men, one using subterfuge, and the other standing out in the cold precisely to penetrate the charade. He had nothing to do with either, but that would matter little when the bullets began to fly. He stammered, Can we just see the old town, then? Surely the square isn't closed." The officer studied him for a moment, then said, "Car registration, please." The American felt the panic blossom. He had no idea if the vehicle even had valid registration, or where it would be stored. But the Arab did. Right hand held low, hiding the pistol. He used his left to dig through the glove box, pulling out a leatherette envelope and passing it through the window. The policeman took it, saying to the American, "Are you all right?" He wiped his upper lip again and said, "Yes, fine. A bit of a cold, I think." The policeman said nothing, studying the forms inside the envelope. Still looking down, he said, "What is your name?" The American knew whatever he said, it wouldn't match the forms the policeman held. The Arab knew it as well. The American stammered for an answer and caught movement in his peripheral vision. His brain recognized the nightmare a millisecond before the pistol went off right next to his face. The explosion consuming the inside of the vehicle, splitting his eardrums apart. The policeman's head snapped back, blood spouting out, and his body crumpled. The American screamed, crouching down and covering his head. The Arab turned to find the other policeman. He was outside the passenger window, frantically attempting to bring his rifle to bear. The mirror dropped to his feet. The Arab fired through the window, shattering the glass and hitting the policeman in the chest, the bullet sending up a small puff of goose down from his jacket, belying the destruction wrought beneath. The policeman whirled in a half-circle, then fell to the ground, crawling toward a ditch and clawing at the rifle on his back. The Arab exited the vehicle and stalked over to him, putting a boot into his back, pinning him in place. He yanked the man's head up by the hair, placed the barrel of his gun against the back of the policeman's skull, and pulled the trigger. A plug of gore exited the man's open mouth and stained the snow underneath. The American sagged against his seat, the absolute violence destroying any vestige of hope he might have had for self-defense. The Arab calmly returned to the car, walking around to the driver's side. He said, "Get in the passenger seat." The American did so, numb. The Arab slid behind the wheel and rolled up the window. He locked the doors, then began digging beneath the driver's seat. He pulled out a small box the size of a cigarette pack with a thin wire snaking back under the seat. He flipped a switch on the box and a small light turned green. The American said, "What is that thing?" The Arab bared his teeth and said, "Your ticket to paradise." He put the rover into gear and drove across the small moat, entering the ancient fortress. For all his fear and naivete, the American was not a stupid man. He knew what the little container represented. The Arab's intentions had become painfully clear. This isn't a hostage situation. They never wanted me. He was riding in a homemade cruise missile, a mobile bomb directed by a thinking, breathing human being. And he was going to die. None of the power of his position would alter that. The vehicle made a left turn as soon as it crossed the moat. The Arab, with one hand on the wheel and one holding the weapon, aimed at the American. As if he could do anything now. He was close to catatonic, rocking forward and back in the passenger seat, begging for a miracle. The vehicle picked up speed, racing down the asphalt lane, the brick and stone buildings constructed centuries ago a blur outside the window. The American heard the Arab curse and opened his eyes. He saw the Arab staring into the rearview mirror. The American rotated around and caught sight of a man on a motorcycle right behind them. A rider on a BMW, closing in on the bumper, no helmet, long hair blowing in the wind. A man the American thought he recognized, but that would be impossible. Even so, he began to hope. The driver began chanting in Arabic, stoically reciting something over and over. A brick wall, protection for a courtyard built long ago, appeared outside the passenger window. The museum. They reached the end of the lane, and the Arab whipped the Range Rover around the turn, tracking the brick wall. The American saw the entrance to the museum about 200 meters ahead, a gaggle of men in suits walking to cars parked outside. And another BMW motorcycle headed right toward them. The bike raced by the entrance, security men shouting as it passed, brandishing weapons way too late. The motorcycle grew larger, playing an insane game of chicken. To their left was an ancient berm, to the right, the brick wall of the museum. There was no way to avoid each other. The Arab dropped the weapon and put both hands on the wheel, then floored the accelerator. The American shrieked, jamming his foot against a non-existent brake pedal in the passenger well. The motorcycle kept coming. the rider helmetless, his jaw clenched and teeth bared. And the American recognized him as well, but couldn't believe it. There was no way that man was here. They closed within 50 feet, and the biker yanked his handlebars, diving off as the motorcycle went into a slide, spraying gravel as it sliced into the ground. The Arab screamed, jerking the wheel and slamming the vehicle into the berm. The world tumbled into a kaleidoscope of images. Sky, tearing metal, ground, shattered glass. The American slammed into the door, then the roof, coming to rest upside down on the seat of the Range Rover. The vehicle sliding to a stop on the passenger side. He heard nothing but the ticking of the engine. The Arab to his right began to stir, slowly rising up and searching for the box. And the American realized he had seconds to alter his destiny. He slapped his hands on the man's wrist, and the Arab punched him straight in the mouth, knocking him back. He rose up, the siren call of self-preservation pushing him forward, and he heard multiple cracks, the Arab's face popping open, as if someone had driven in fish hooks and then ripped them out. The Arab toppled over in the seat, the box held in his hands. The American sat still for a moment, stunned, the steam rising from the engine. One wheel still grinding as it rotated freely. He looked out the windshield and saw his savior, the man from the rear motorcycle, a huge grin on his face, holding a smoking gun. The American sagged against the seat, unbelieving. After 2 hours of hell, he was alive. He floundered in the seat for a second, getting his feet underneath him. Then began the climb toward the driver's door above him, a smile plastered on his face. He jerked the door handle, found it unable to open, but the window above him was shattered and clear. He clawed his way over the body of the Arab, struggling to escape through the sliver of daylight, hearing shouting from the front. He looked through the stars in the windshield and saw his savior screaming at him to stop. Confused, he simply grinned and continued on. The man shouted again, now frantically waving his arms. The American paused, wondering what was causing the concern. He looked down and saw his foot on the small box, an innocuous thing held in the hand of the dead Arab. He lifted his foot, and the box fell out, a long, long drop to the other side of the vehicle. The last thing he experienced in his mortal life was a flash of light. No heat, although his body was consumed by fire a millisecond later. Chapter 2. Washington, D.C., present day. Colonel Kurt Hale held his badge against the access panel and was granted entry with a chirp and a green light. The drop bar in front of him silently rose. He put the car in gear, rolling downward into the garage, the darkness forcing him to remove his sunglasses. He swung around the deck, pulling into a spot labeled CEO, sitting right next to a small atrium housing an elevator. Adjacent to the glass doors was another smart card reader and a simple brass placard proclaiming Blaisdell Consulting, looking like 100 other such power signs littering the lobbying consulting landscape of Washington, D.C. What was beyond the elevators was anything but a lobbying firm, unless the chosen form of persuasion was a flashbang or an assault rifle. Kurt killed the engine and said, "Probably should enjoy this. My next parking spot won't come with a label." Removing his tie in the passenger seat, George Wolfe said, "Oh, come on, it wasn't that bad. You want this to be realistic, maybe we should invest taxpayer dollars for some fake stockholders to scream for your head." A quiet man with a whimsical sense of humor, George had lived a lie his entire professional life. His business cards said Chief Operations Officer, which fit into the Blaisdell Consulting charade, and was a title that rolled off his tongue more comfortably than his real one: Deputy Commander, Project Prometheus. Because nobody spoke the true name out loud. Kurt shook his head and said, "No, this was different. It's been 4 months and the task force hasn't conducted a single operation. Even if they don't come right out and say it, mentally they're shutting down. Guy George scared the piss out of them, and they'll use the upcoming election to pull the trigger on us." "What if Hannister wins?" Kurt scoffed and said, "Well, that would be something, but only in an alternate universe. He's getting obliterated in the polls on just about everything, even his personality. Did you see that hit piece from Politico asking if people could tell the difference between him and a wax figure of himself at Madame Tussauds? He's cooked, and with him, so are we." George opened the door and said, "Well, they have a point. He is about as exciting as a ball of yarn." A little melancholy leaking out, Kurt said, "This place was just hitting its stride. What a waste. Fucking Guy George." Halfway out the door, George Wolfe sat back down, seeing the strain the last few years had brought his friend. Having walked the tightrope of clandestine operations, eschewing the very oversight rules he had once championed, George saw that Kurt felt responsible for the debacle they were now in. Before, it had always been for the greater good. Now Kurt Hale could no longer make that claim. George said, "Hey, cut that out right now. Guy wasn't your fault. You did what you could. At the end of the day, he was right. The real heat came because of that asshat Billings. You tried to save him, tried to do the right thing, and it's going to cost us. But it isn't a done deal yet." Kurt tapped his hands on the steering wheel and said, "I hope you're right, because I don't think I can go shine a seat in the Pentagon for real. Pretending to do it is bad enough." He turned and looked at his longtime friend and ally. "What will you do? I mean, if worst comes to worst." "Go back to the CIA, I guess, although I burned most of my bridges there. Probably end up as a reports officer in one of the new mission centers looking at climate change." Kurt laughed and said, "Well, at least they know where we stand." George pushed open the door a second time and said, "That's true. Nobody on the Oversight Council can say you play politics, even if that briefing may have been one of your last. Project Prometheus was decidedly unique, operating outside the normal intelligence community and defense establishments, which is to say, it operated outside the view of just about anyone in the United States government who usually oversaw such activity. A polite way of saying it was an illegal organization, albeit one sanctioned by the President of the United States. But it wasn't completely autonomous. A panel of 13 individuals, each hand-picked by the President from both the government and the private sector, approved all phases of operations. They required quarterly briefings on all activity, and Kurt and George had just come from one such update. One that had been less about counterterrorism operations and more about damage control. It had been brief and brutal, but Kurt Hale, for all his tactical acumen at special operations, understood the reasons why. 4 months ago, a task force operator named Guy George had gone rogue, applying his lethal skills on a personal vendetta and killing 3 members of the government of Qatar. The officials had provided financial support to the nascent growth of the Islamic State in Afghanistan, and part of that support had caused the death of his brother. And Guy's unilateral response had precipitated the death of the United States Secretary of State, Jonathan Billings. It was a killing that had been splashed throughout the world stage, with the subsequent investigation one would expect. All that would have been fine and good, except Kurt Hale had launched a task force team to prevent the killing without sanction, and the fallout was threatening to expose the extra-legal force, along with a possible jail cell for every member of the Oversight Council. Kurt had tried to start the meeting off by asking for authority to continue surveillance of a suspected financier in Mali, and had learned how naively optimistic he had been. The president himself, Peyton Warren, had cut him off, saying, "Kurt, come on. We're nowhere near ready to continue with operations. Get to the heart of this meeting. What's the state of play with the motorcycle rentals in Norway?" Kurt had absorbed the rebuke and saw that everyone in the room was hanging on the answer, afraid for the skin they had in the game. "Sir, there's been no change from the last update, and honestly, there won't be a change. The bikes were rented under aliases with credit cards that end in a P.O. box in Sacramento, California. We had 4 cutouts before that. There is no way to find a link between who rented the bikes and who was riding them." Alexander Palmer, the president's national security advisor, said, "Yeah, but that in itself looks strange. It looks like an intelligence operation, which is something the task force said would never happen." Kurt said, "Whoa, wait. We can ensure we get out clean before an operation. But that statement is predicated on our operational footprint. A slow burn to build the infrastructure and accomplish the mission. This was a hostage rescue, something we don't do. Secretary Billings put his own life in danger, and I had the assets to attempt saving his life." He paused a beat and saw his words were having no effect. Exasperated, he said, "It didn't work out, and now you want to accuse me of not preparing? Maybe I should have just sat on the sidelines, let the suicide bomber destroy the peace talks. At least then I wouldn't be having this conversation while letting other terrorists go free." Chapter 3. President Warren held up his hand and said, Okay, calm down. Nobody's faulting the effort, but the fallout is something different. We've officially entered the silly season of a presidential election, and the questions arising from Billings' death are almost overpowering. I can only shrug so long before it looks like I'm hiding something. Left unsaid was that the shrug was tainting his vice president, Philip Hannister, the man who'd recently picked up the proverbial election staff and was running for the president's seat. Forget about the opposition. He was now getting hammered by his own party as ineffectual and/or a liar. Kurt said, "Sir, it's the best we can do. There's no way to crack what happened. No way the task force will be exposed. But those questions are going to remain. All we can do is shrug, deny. Hell, ask them to look. They won't find anything." Palmer shook his head at the pat answer and said, "What about the diplomatic security guys, the ones protecting Billings? They saw task force activity." Kurt was incredulous. "You're asking me to explain that? I don't own them. You do. Who's the next sec state? Who's the acting now? Read them on and start getting control of your own house." And in the facial expressions of the council, he saw how far the fear had seeped, how little power he actually held. President Warren said, "I've got a man I'm thinking of. Woman, actually, but I'm not reading her on to Project Prometheus. The last 2 nominees got hammered hard enough at the confirmation hearings until they quit. And honestly, I'm not that confident on this one. I don't see the need to expand the circle at this stage. Anyway, by the time she gets through the confirmation process, if she gets through, it won't matter." "Won't matter? Why?" The answer was clear, even as he asked it. The president was saying, "We're shutting this experiment down." Kurt tried one more time. "Sir, what happened in Norway shouldn't stop us from continuing. We have a couple of targets that pose a clear and present danger to U.S. interests. I'm just asking for alpha authority, asking to explore." The president said, "No, I'm not even putting it to a vote. Jonathan Billings' death has caused a firestorm, and like it or not, your attempt to prevent it is wrapped up in that. If we're exposed, it'll be catastrophic. You're still on stand down. Sir, did you see the reports of Russian ex-KGB trying to sell uranium to terrorists in Moldova? This is not the time to stop task force activities. If anything, we become more necessary. Palmer scoffed and said, "Come on. The FBI caught them. We found them through traditional channels. The world is returning to level, where traditional means matter more than task force efforts. We didn't have the task force during the Cold War. We did okay." Kurt chose his words carefully, not wanting to antagonize a council member. Maybe not. The FBI broke up a one-time plot, but the shitheads were then put into the host country justice system, ex-KGB. How hard do you think that was? They're going to be released in months if they're not out already, and we got no intelligence from it. Let me hunt those guys, and we'll do some real good. Kurt waited on someone from the Oversight Council to back him up, but no one did, preferring to stare at their hands or the tabletop. The silence stretched out for a beat and was broken by President Warren. "You may have a point, but at this stage, we just can't risk it. Too many people are curious and looking into our activities. They haven't found anything yet, but they might, and I can't give them another thread to start chasing. What happens if something goes wrong on the next operation?" "Sir, it won't." "And you can promise that? You did, in fact, recruit and train Guy George, did you not?" Kurt had no answer to that, because there was none. The unit, which had begun as an idea in a presidential candidate's head, had come full circle. President Warren no longer believed. After an uncomfortable silence, Kurt said, "Sir, whatever Guy did, at the end of the day, he was right. Secretary Billings is dead because he was stupid, not because Guy George was wrong. Let's not forget that had he not done what he did, the peace meetings would have been destroyed, and Billings would still be dead. The only reason the task force could react was because of Guy." The words held no sway, and Kurt quit trying, spending the rest of the meeting answering multiple questions about the death of Secretary Billings and the status of various cover organizations that might be exposed. After the meeting, he'd walk down the granite steps of the old executive office building in the shadow of the White House, feeling like he'd failed his men. Driving back to their office, he'd all but mentally given up. But now, entering Blaisdell Consulting, he felt a newborn drive for the unit he'd helped create, a gnawing desire to save it from destruction. He exited the car, seeing that George had already keyed entry and was holding open the door. George said, "Hurry up. I don't want to explain an alarm because I was acting like a gentleman." Kurt slid through the door, walked across the atrium, and pushed the elevator button. When George reached him, he said, "The hardest thing is going to be telling the men. I have a team waiting on an X-Ord for a simple bugging operation, and I have to tell them no. They aren't stupid. They're going to understand something's not right." George barked a laugh and said, "Huh, if you mean Johnny's team, I'm sure his stint in Jamaica isn't going to cause any angst. All that means is he gets another day of poolside fun. I was thinking about Pike. The active duty guys can take care of themselves, but Pike and Jennifer deserve an answer with enough time to prepare. If the Oversight Council turns off the tap, everyone else can go back to where they came from. Pike and Jennifer are going to be hung out to dry." The elevator doors opened, and George said, "You going to tell him today?" I hope to. He's up here doing some sort of business development for his company. I asked if we could meet, but I don't know if I'm going to make it now. Too much crap going on. George keyed the access panel, then pressed the button for the third floor. He said, I wouldn't worry about Pike landing on his feet. He'll figure something out, if it's even necessary. They rode in silence for a moment, then Kurt said, You remember all that studying we both did on the Office of Strategic Services? Not wanting to repeat any mistakes they made when we stood up to the task force? Yeah. Don't you think it's ironic that in the end, we're going to end up just like them, disbanded and thrown to the wolves because the threat is deemed not worthy? The car came to a halt and the elevator doors opened. George exited and said, We aren't there yet. There's a lot of time before the election, and something may happen to alter any calculations of our worth. Kurt simply nodded, exiting the elevator. George caught his arm, made sure nobody else was in the hallway, then said, You believe that, right? Of course I do. I just don't know if it will matter in the end. Politics trumps security every time. George left the doors close behind him and said, Until security drives the politics. Remember, there are a lot of assholes out there who need killing, and only one organization designed to do that. Chapter 4. The sun was still above the horizon, fighting to remain, but had started its inexorable dip, the Black Sea below the helicopter reflecting its light, lending a spectacular flare of orange and red hues to the imposing grandeur of the palace perched on the cliff above it. The helicopter went feet dry and swept inland, directly over the top of what could only be described as a work of architectural excess, a massive, ostentatious structure of granite and stone that sprawled over 160 acres. From the air, it looked like something created from the botched memories of Marie Antoinette and the Mad Hatter, or from a man who was fervently attempting to reconstruct the power of czars of old. Springing out of the thick woods on the Russian coast, the building had an opulence that reflected an earlier time, when money and power were meant to be displayed. The Augusta Westland AW-139 crested the eastern facade, flew over the top of a courtyard large enough to host the World Cup, then zeroed in on 4 helipads 500 meters away. Sitting in his leather seat, the chill fading from the untouched glass of vodka in his hand, Simon Migunov took one look at the mansion and realized whom they were going to meet. He had never been to the Black Sea estate, but of course he'd heard about it. Everyone in Russia had. But only a select few were allowed to actually visit, and for a good reason. It was where any decisions were made that fell outside of the official records of Russian history, which was a misleading distinction, as the true history of modern Russia was precisely decided here, outside of any official organ, at a place that not even the Russian press would admit existed, even though it could be seen from satellites as clearly as the Great Wall of China. Any sordid event that threatened to sully the rarefied air of the State Duma was discussed and decided here, under the canopy of a mansion that itself had been built using pilfered and hidden funds from the state. The stone construct, in fact, was the perfect embodiment of modern Russia. The thought was unsettling to Simon, as were the 2 security men at the back of the helicopter, looking bored even as their jackets bulged with potential death. Simon glanced at his boss, peer, friend, and nodded at the courtyard below. Viktor Markelov smiled and said, I told you it was important. You said nothing of the sort. You said we were negotiating natural gas extensions with the Baltic states. Victor flashed yellow teeth, then downed yet another shot of vodka. He said, "The Baltic states are on the menu, but their representatives won't be here. They aren't necessary for this conversation." Viktor Markelov was the vice president of external business development for a Russian conglomerate called Gazprom, the largest oil company on Earth, which, while impressive, didn't really do the organization justice. It was actually the largest company, oil or otherwise, on the planet. A quasi-state-run entity, it controlled the massive amount of natural gas flowing out of Russia, and in so doing, was a hammer used in Russian foreign policy. To put it bluntly, Gazprom was a weapon, an enormous beast that couldn't really be compared to any other corporation on Earth, unless one turned to fiction, where it looked more like something James Bond would fight, with Blofeld at the helm. Part profit-driven corporation, part state-run politics, part mafia-controlled interests, its whole was something that couldn't be adequately described. But Simon knew it could certainly be leveraged. Simon represented the seedier mafia side. Victor was on the corporate side, the money side. Noticeably absent in the posh helicopter was anything resembling the state. That, Simon concluded, resided in the mansion by the sea. The helicopter settled onto the second pad to the left, the others empty. The only thing visible a small caravan of black Mercedes, the chosen vehicle of the elite. As the engines wound down, Simon said, "Have you been here before?" "No. This is my first time." Simon flicked his head to the rear toward the armed men and said, "We must be careful. This meeting may be about more than gas." Simon's tendency toward such vigilance was born from direct experience. A Russian Jew, when the Soviet Union disintegrated, he had been barely cresting 20 years old, scraping a living out of petty crime on the streets, but with a wily intelligence and a knack for survival. The wall fell, and Simon had plied his trade in the chaotic free fall of the Soviet state, becoming a powerhouse working for an oligarch, using whatever levers he could to crush anyone who opposed him. Eventually, he had become the powerful head of an ever-expanding organized crime syndicate, working hand in glove with the new democracy of the Russian Federation. Then, as if on a whim, he'd been arrested by those same men. He'd spent a hellish year in a Moscow prison, when his agenda no longer fit the desires of the state. 12 months later, with no reason given, he'd been released. He'd learned much during that time, the most important thing being that the state was fickle and could turn from provider to punisher at any moment. He was now back on top with Gazprom, doing enough underhanded business to end up on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. But he understood his entire life was lived on a brittle shelf of ice. The man they were to meet inside the mansion had almost had Simon executed once, and Simon felt an irrational terror that he had voluntarily given himself over for a second attempt. Victor smiled at the concern on Simon's face and said, "We have nothing to fear. I told you this would be a surprise. We're about to step into history. We were invited here because of what we have done with Gazprom. You for your inroads into the true power of the states, and me for my official expansion. We'll seize the day. Seize what is offered tonight." Simon glanced again to the rear, where the security men were, and said, "Careful what you seek, Victor. I have seen what catching the tiger brings." Victor slapped his leg and said, "Nobody cares about your prison time. That was the old days, when the oligarchs ruled Russia. This is a new age where we rule. Gazprom is the single biggest weapon Russia has. We execute using our power. Our power, not Russia's. Simon was amazed that Victor actually thought his position brought him leverage. But then again, he'd been burned once by the same hubris. Victor unbuckled his seatbelt, and the three nameless aides to his left did the same. Simon sat for a moment, reflecting, letting them exit first. In his youth, he'd worked as a dealer in an unauthorized poker den, carving a living out of the concrete and steel of a new Moscow and hiding his Jewish past. The men in the games would just as soon cut your throat as look at you, and he'd learned something significant from the manager who'd allowed him to deal the cards. If you couldn't recognize the sucker at the table, more than likely it was you. He exited the aircraft behind Victor's entourage and in front of the security, taking a seat in a Mercedes limo next to a guy with a bulging neck, wearing a suit that didn't quite fit. After a short drive, they pulled into the courtyard they'd flown over and entered the fantasy land that was modern Russia, if one were in a position to appreciate it. They walked through two gigantic wooden doors into an atrium that looked like a caricature of opulence, something from a Hollywood movie set, as if someone were trying too hard to show off their wealth. The only thing missing was a naked woman and a midget giraffe from a vodka commercial. They climbed a granite stairwell wide enough for two cars to drive up abreast, the clack of their heels the only noise bouncing in the hall. Simon's trepidation increased with each step. They reached the top and entered a hall with a dining table the size of the landing deck of an aircraft carrier, the far end set for 6. The security men motioned for them to sit, then retreated to the walls behind them. They did so, staring uncomfortably, no words spoken. After a brief interlude, another entourage entered, 4 men striding as if they were late for a meeting, breaking the plane of the room with a purpose. Behind them was the man, the President of Russia, Vladimir Putin. It was only the second time Simon had met him, and the first hadn't ended very well. Chapter 5. At Putin's entrance, the only thought that stabbed through Simon's brain was, "This is it. I'm dead." He had no reason to think that, other than the memories of a year in a Moscow prison at the whims of a man who did whatever he wanted with the lives under his control. But it was enough. While Simon and the others from the helicopter tried to compete for who could jump to attention the fastest, the men of the president's party stopped at an unoccupied chair like a rehearsed parade, the president at the head of the table. He took a slow look around the room, then said, "Thank you for coming here with such little notice." Victor said, "By all means, Mr. President, we serve at your pleasure." Victor glanced at Simon with a smile on his face. Simon wanted to smash it off. He now understood who the sucker was at this meeting, but he had no idea why he'd been chosen. He'd learned his lesson, learned not to cross the path of the Russian government. Or he thought he had. What had he done? He had several operations in play that could have drawn unwanted attention, but each would have taken no more than a whispered word, and he would have quit, stopped completely. What had he done to draw the ire of the President of Russia? The President said, "I'm glad you feel that way. Tonight, we will do a lesson in trust, something I have found valuable. A way to learn, no matter what we do individually, we do so as part of a greater system." "Yes?" Simon nodded weakly. Victor said, Yes, by all means." Putin said, "But first, a toast." As if by magic, a man appeared with a bottle of vodka, poured a shot for each man, then set the bottle on the table. Putin raised his glass and said, "We live in a complicated world, do we not? And yet sometimes we make it more complicated than it needs to be. A bear in the woods does not hesitate searching for a decision. He either attacks or runs. Simple. So let us become like the bear, to simplicity in all things." Simon raised his glass and said, "To simplicity," then downed the vodka in one gulp, wondering what hidden meaning was within the toast. No sooner had he set his glass on the table than the waiter began filling it again, a Russian tradition. When the waiter had completed his rounds, Putin raised his glass again and said, "But the bear fights alone, and we do not. The wolf is a better analogy. When they attack, they do so because they can trust the member to their left and right. Trust that they will do what is right for the pack. We do the same, do we not?" He glanced around the room and said, "To trust." They downed their second glass, and the security men came forward, each carrying plastic zip ties. Putin said, "Trust is the cornerstone of our existence. Without it, Russia would have been lost long ago. I need you to trust in this test." The security man began cinching Simon's wrists to the wooden arms of the ornate dinner chair. Simon offered no resistance, noticing they took care to place the ties over the cuffs of his jacket. When they were done, the security men stepped back again. Simon saw that everyone from the helicopter was cinched like him. President Putin spoke again. "I trust you men to work for the interest of the Russian Federation. I give you that trust." Simon felt sweat gather underneath his arms. He glanced at Victor and saw the man grinning stupidly. Putin continued, "I see that Ukraine has stated that they will no longer buy natural gas from Gazprom, that unless we lower our prices, they will turn to the European Union for their energy needs. And now Lithuania and Estonia are rumbling the same way." Victor flexed his hands and said, "Sir, they always say that. They have no choice but to use us. Nobody in the EU can compete with us. They had no choice before, but they have been diligently working on a gas line, something you failed to stop. Something I trusted you to stop. Even Belarus is talking to the West now." For the first time, Simon saw Victor react, realizing he had skin in the game. He said, "Sir, yes, they are trying to wean themselves, but they cannot. We own all their energy needs. If we were to turn off the gas, they would freeze. Belarus would go bankrupt without our help, and they know it." He glanced around the room for support, finding none. His voice cracking, he said, "Sir, we ruled them with Gazprom. We ruled them." The president walked around the table, tapping the wood and saying, "Yes, today that is true. But tomorrow is a different story, because of you. Isn't that correct, Simon?" Simon jerked upright at his name, unsure of what to say. His role in Gazprom ended at feeding the organized crime beast. He had no control over who or what did anything on the world energy markets. But he also knew his life hung in the balance. He said, "Sir, perhaps you are correct." Victor's eyes flew open, looking at Simon in shock. And Simon saw the cards in his hand for the first time, realizing he was not the sucker in the room. Putin said, "I know I am." The security men sprang forward. slapping a swath of clear plastic cling wrap over the face of each Gazprom executive, and pulling their heads backward, the plastic covering the mouths and noses of the men. Everyone except Simon. They wrapped the heads until the plastic shrouded each man like a modern-day mummy. Simon sat still, watching the men writhe and fight, their hands locked to the chairs. Putin said, "It's a shame, really, so many Gazprom men having a heart attack at the same time. Or perhaps it will be a leak of carbon monoxide in a hotel. Either way, there will be repercussions, investigations of Gazprom chemical uses." And Simon realized why they'd used the flex cuffs over the suit sleeves. No bruising. Simon sat in a surreal silence, surrounded by the opulence of gold and granite, watching the men to his left and right die horribly, while the president of Russia clinically studied the suffocation. Eventually, the men ceased moving. At a simple flick of Putin's wrist, the security man began dragging them away. His hands still locked to his chair, Simon waited. Putin said, "Simplicity, as I said before. Firing them or arresting them on charges would have left them licking their wounds, looking to return the favor in the future. Do you agree?" Simon caught the trap before he spoke. If he said yes, he was agreeing to his own death because he had been spared once before. If he said no, he was doing the same thing. Putin didn't wait for an answer. He asked, "Do you believe in Russia?" "Of course I do. I have proven that over and over again." "I know. You have been placed in prison for crossing me, incorrectly, as it turned out. I regret that. Do you harbor any ill will because of it?" Simon had no illusions of what had happened to him. He had been doing the bidding of the state, and when his actions had been deemed a risk because of the man in front of him, he had been hammered. The Russian system wasn't built on guilt or innocence, but on who was more powerful. But he was not stupid enough to say that now, with his hands locked to a chair, and 4 of the most powerful people in Russia now dead. He said, "Of course not, sir. On the contrary, I appreciate the state realizing I was innocent." Putin picked up a butter knife from the table and played with it, saying, "You know it was I who released you?" "Yes, of course I do." Putin pointed the knife at the retreating corpses and said, "You understand why I did that? Understand the threat they represented?" Unsure of what to say, Simon retreated. "If you thought it was necessary, I'm sure it was." Putin said, "I mentioned the wolf because I respect its dedication, respect its loyalty to the pack. Do you?" Sweat building, Simon, unsure of what turn the conversation had taken, said, "Yes, of course." "Do you know the Night Wolves?" "The biker gang? What do they have to do with anything?" He didn't voice that, instead simply saying, "Yes, I do. I have business with them on a frequent basis. They are what is pure with our own society." Putin said, "We live in dangerous times. NATO is encroaching on our terrain every day. They cause one after the other of our former allies to join them. They fight us in Syria and prepare secretly for the demise of the Russian Federation here in Europe. You heard me mention Belarus. Have you any contacts there?" Simon fought to keep up with the turns of the conversation. "Yes, naturally I have some elements there, but not in the government." Putin smiled and said, "The government is precisely my concern. The people of Belarus are a part of Russia, and yet the government continually makes overtures to the West. The Baltic states are letting NATO put military capability on our doorstep, and Belarus prevents us from building our own bases, despite the wishes of the people. The people are Russian, a part of Mother Russia, just like Crimea. Yet the government of Belarus denounced our intervention into that area. They are vacillating cowards. Simon was growing more and more confused by the discussion. He had nothing at all to do with the geopolitics of the Russian Federation. He knew, of course, of the discussions of a union between Belarus and Russia, an ongoing struggle to join the two entities into one that had been executed in fits and starts since the demise of the old Soviet Union. But he certainly didn't understand the intricacies. Putin leaned across the table, and Simon felt the full force of his commitment. I cannot let Belarus fall into the hands of the West. They agree to treaties with us, then break them. Agree to cooperative engagement with an outstretched hand, then clench the hand into a fist, spurning us. We can no longer wait for the government to do what is right. Now is the time to strike. NATO and the United States are stretched thin by Syria and the rest of the Middle East. China is testing them in the Pacific, and ISIS threatens them at home. They have no tolerance for further foreign entanglements, especially with a country such as Belarus. In Ukraine, I saw what they would do given the chance, and the answer is very little. Like in Crimea, the people of Belarus will welcome us. All I need is a reason to go in. Simon nodded, finally realizing where the conversation was headed. Putin said, You, dear Simon, will give me that reason, just as you did once before.
Chapter 6. Jennifer came back to the table carrying a couple of rum and cokes and a bottle of Corona. She handed the beer to Knuckles and gave me a plastic Solo cup, saying, Great choice, nothing like getting fired in a dive bar. Jennifer and I had come up to D.C. from Charleston because of a strange request from a couple of Israelis we knew. Although saying it was a strange request was redundant, like saying, come to a complete stop, because every damn request from those two was strange. Of course, I couldn't come to the nation's capital without grabbing a beer with Knuckles. That would have been sacrilegious. Kurt Hale had heard Jennifer and I were in town and had asked for a meeting, and I knew it was because of the current hand-wringing about the task force. Usually we ended up in a coffee house somewhere in D.C., but this was a special situation, and with it came a special destination. A place called the Rhino Bar on the main drag of M Street in Georgetown. A wing bar with chipped tables, rickety metal stools, and rowdy patrons. My kind of place. But this time I could blame Knuckles. He'd picked it. He said, What's wrong with this establishment? It's in the heart of Georgetown. There are rich folk all over the place. It's not like I took you to the slums. Jennifer held up her plastic cup and said, A, they can't afford real glassware. B, the floor sticks to my shoes when I walk. C, they don't even have Bacardi. It's some rot-gut rum. I said, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And anyway, we didn't have a choice. Aaron doesn't want to cross Rock Creek. According to him, it's some sort of no-man's land border, and he's forbidden from entering D.C. proper. Here apparently is okay. This is still D.C. Didn't you tell him that? I took a sip and said, Of course I did. Well, I told Shoshana. But there's no reasoning with her. To them, this is not Washington, D.C. Maybe someone should email the Mossad a link to Google Maps. Aaron and Shoshana were operatives formerly employed by a Mossad project called Samson, something they referred to as a Special Operations Team, but it bore little resemblance to what we Americans called SOF, because its entire range of operations encompassed killing someone. Put bluntly, they were a hit team. Born out of the heritage of the Israeli Wrath of God operations in the 70s, they'd run around the world smoking anyone who was trying to harm Israeli interests. They'd left the services of the Mossad a couple of years ago and set up their own private intelligence business. A cutout, really, because in truth, most of their money came straight from a black budget in the Knesset for operations that were deemed too sensitive even for the Mossad. Not unlike the company Jennifer and I ran, only our money was from a different black budget. We'd first crossed paths on an operation in Istanbul a few years ago, when I tried to kill Shoshana. Later, in Amman, Jordan, on a different mission, she tried to return the favor. Since then, we'd become fast friends, and had quasi-sort of started working together on occasion. In this case, Aaron had contacted me out of the blue, saying he might have a business proposition, and requested a meeting in Washington, D.C., but out of the capital. Since we were doing nothing with the stand-down of the task force, and it gave me a chance to drink a beer with Knuckles, I'd agreed. There was no telling what the meeting would be about, but we could always just say no. Kurt's request, on the other hand, was a complete blank, but it would be good to see him as well. Jennifer said, "So, Knuckles, why does Kurt want to see us? We haven't been operational since we got back from Norway. Is there finally movement with the Oversight Council?" Currently checking out the co-eds walking down M Street, Knuckles didn't hear the question. Jennifer followed his gaze and rolled her eyes. So the choice of bars becomes painfully clear. Knuckles was a fashion plate, long-haired, male model-looking guy with a hippie vibe that women found irresistible. For some reason, they always looked at me as a Neanderthal, failing to see that, as a Navy SEAL, he was exactly the same. Jennifer said, "Knuckles, hello?" He whipped his head back, a little embarrassed, and said, "What?" "I said I can see why you picked this place. Would you like a napkin for the drool? Why don't you just go out on the sidewalk and say hello instead of playing Peeping Tom? We'll wait." Jennifer, on the other hand, had always seen right through him, just like she had with me, when she recognized that, past my craggy exterior, I was all warm and fuzzy inside, which is why we were together. Okay, that's not exactly true. I don't have a craggy exterior. Knuckles said, "Believe it or not, I'm off the market. I'm seeing someone." Jennifer perked up, sensing a potential conversation about something other than guns or four-wheel drive vehicles. She arched an eyebrow and said, "Really? Who would that be?" He slid a finger in the condensation from his beer bottle and made a trail on the table, clearly not wanting to talk. That got my attention. I said, "Well, who is it? You haven't mentioned anyone the last 4 months." He said, "It's Carly." "Carly?" I said, "Carly Ramirez? How? She's in Greece." He sighed and said, "She's not. She got reassigned right after our operation there. Her career took a hit when the thing with Guy George blew up. She got in a little trouble because of it. She's back at headquarters. She called and one thing led to another." Jennifer and I said nothing, processing the information, and Knuckles took it as an indictment. He said, "It's not what you think. We didn't plan it or anything." Carly Ramirez was a CIA case officer who had dated Knuckles' best friend, a man with the call sign Decoy. He'd been killed in Istanbul on the same operation on which I'd met the Israelis, and through a confluence of events, Carly had ended up helping us try to stop Guy George in Greece 4 months ago. Intimately involved in the debacle that had caused the stand-down of the task force, she'd apparently been jerked back home to protect our cover, and now Knuckles believed we thought he was sleeping around on his best friend. Which was sort of nutty, but I could see that he felt some guilt. Jennifer said, "Hey, we're not judging. I was just surprised. Decoy would approve, you know that." Jennifer had been standing next to Decoy when he'd taken a round to the head and had killed the man who'd done it, so her words held some weight. Knuckles smiled, and I decided to dig into him a little bit. He'd been a stickler against fraternization in the ranks, and it had taken him quite a few missions before he'd grudgingly agreed that my relationship with Jennifer hadn't harmed our operations. The last I'd heard, Kurt Hale was looking to recruit Carly into the task force fold, and turnabout is fair play for all the grief he'd given me. I said, "Screw what Decoy thinks. How on earth can you date someone you work with, you damn hypocrite?" Knuckles laughed and said, "She's still CIA. The task force is on complete manpower hold. No new members. We even canceled the next assessment and selection. Kurt Hale never offered her an invitation. So you can stow all the fraternization crap. We're just taking it slow and easy. Nothing permanent, but honestly, I was afraid to tell you." I immediately forgot about his love life, zeroing in on his other statements. "What do you mean they canceled A&S? Why?" "I don't know, but honestly, I'm worried. I think the task force is coming to an end. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Kurt's going to tell us. Guy George scared the hell out of them, and with the election coming up, I think they're afraid to do anything. When the new administration comes in, I think we're gone." In my heart, I'd known the same thing, but just didn't want to face it. We operated outside the U.S. Constitution, and sooner or later, such a unit either mutates into something dangerous or is expunged, or both. Since we hadn't mutated quite yet, I just assumed we'd continue on as soon as everyone quit worrying about Guy George, but apparently others thought we'd already become too great a risk. Our actions in Norway hadn't been exactly clean, and so the powers that be were worried about their collective asses. The easiest way to salvage that was to cut the task force away. As if to punctuate the thought, my phone vibrated with a text. "Pike, how long are you in town? I can't make it out today." I said, "Speak of the devil, Kurt just canceled the meeting." I texted back, "Not sure. Depends on what happens at my other meeting. With Knuckles now, what's up?" I didn't like the response. "Let's just say you might want to look hard at that business proposition. I'll have no work for you for a while." I replied, "A while or forever?" Knuckles told me about A&S. I got the little bubble on my phone and waited for the reply. At least it had some vote of confidence, as it came in all caps. "A while, not forever. Talk soon." I showed the phone to Jennifer, then passed it to Knuckles, saying, "What's that mean for you guys?" Knuckles was still on active duty with the Navy. Sheep-dipped at some do-nothing job on the Navy rolls, while he actually acted as my second-in-command for our team. The other operators were also either active-duty military or CIA. Jennifer and I were unique in that we were civilians with a civilian company. He said, "For now, nothing. We're just sitting around twiddling our thumbs. We aren't even allowed to conduct exercises to keep our skills up. Long term, I guess we'll all just go back to where we came from. Although, the thought of going back to Big Navy makes my skin crawl. I'd end up on staff at Warcom wearing a uniform." Jennifer held up her phone and said, "Just got a text from Shoshana. They're on M. Should be here in a couple of minutes." I nodded and said to Knuckles, "How much more time do you have until 20? "A couple more years. At least I'm getting a paycheck. What are you guys going to do?" I said, "Hey, Grolier Recovery Services still exists. The Oversight Council can't shut that down. We'll just take our show on the road until they pull their heads out of their asses and let us start operating again." He laughed and said, "Real archaeological work? Without the task force paycheck, you'll starve within a year." Grolier Recovery Services was the company Jennifer and I had founded after I'd left active duty. Ostensibly, we facilitated archaeological expeditions around the globe, not by doing the actual digging, that was up to whoever hired us, but by providing liaison with the U.S. Embassy, site security, and facilitation with the host nation. Honestly, Knuckles had a point. We'd done only a few contracts where the customer was an actual, real research entity, and one of those had simply been a billionaire who wanted to play Indiana Jones. Most of our money came through the task force, using our business as a cover to penetrate denied areas and put some terrorist's head on a stake. Jennifer stood, and I saw Aaron Bergman enter the bar. looking around for us. She waved, and I said, "That was the past. I think GRS might be on the verge of a banner year."
Chapter 7. The dim lighting providing barely enough illumination to see his boss, Mikael Yolson said, "You don't seem yourself. Did everything go okay with the meeting?" The music was overpowering, forcing Mikael to speak above a whisper. But that cacophony was precisely why this meeting place had been chosen. There was no way any listening devices would be able to parse what was said on the small balcony. Well, that was one reason the place had been chosen. The young girls dancing below, all struggling to catch the attention of one of the men in the rarefied air above them, were the other reason. Even so, Mikael took care to use a language rarely heard around Moscow. Speaking Yiddish like Mikael, Simon said, "No, it most decidedly did not go as well as expected." President Putin had stuck to the Russian tradition that once a bottle was opened, it had to be emptied. And in between shots of vodka, Simon had learned his tasking and the help he would have from the Russian state to ensure success. What was left on the table, besides the empty bottle, was what his fate would be once the mission was complete. Simon had flown back to Moscow in the executive helicopter alone, save the pilots. The empty cabin seeming much larger with the absence of the Gazprom staff. It was a brutal reminder of how thin the line was between life and death in modern-day Russia, how little of it he controlled, even with his vast empire. The boss of a criminal enterprise that stretched from Moscow to New York to the Levant, he could order the death of just about anyone. And yet his own life was forfeit to a megalomaniac in charge of Russia. And that was the crux. If he were ever to be free, truly free, he would have to deal with Vladimir Putin. And if his last tasking by Putin was any indication, he would have to do so now, before the president began sweeping away the evidence like he had before. Simon was sure he wouldn't be lucky enough for even a jail cell when the event was completed. A waiter stuck his head into the small balcony, a look of surprise on his face when he saw both men, mistaking Mikael for a bodyguard. He couldn't be blamed for the confusion, as Mikael was fit, with jet-black hair and black eyes that were constantly scanning, his hands resting near his open jacket. He could have been a bodyguard, and would most certainly act like one if any trouble appeared, but that was not his duty. In contrast, Simon was pasty and bordering on corpulent, his jowls flowing out over the collar of his suit, looking vaguely like Alfred Hitchcock, which is to say he fit the template of the men occupying the adjacent balconies, and yet he knew why the waiter stared. The nightclub was reserved strictly as a playground for the billionaire oligarchs who dotted the landscape of Russia. To prevent drunken shootouts that had occurred in the past, the hired help waited outside, while the barons, the women called them Forbes, sat inside and drank the night away, picking and choosing who they would take home, the security provided by the nightclub by mutual agreement. Simon pulled a wad of money out of his pocket and waved the waiter over, saying, "This is Mikhail, my associate. I will have some more men visiting who do not fit the profile of the others here. Sergio has their names at the door, and there will be no trouble." He handed a note to the waiter, who saw the denomination and smiled, nodding his head and retreating. Reverting back to Yiddish, Simon said, "If only our business was to find a mistress, life would be much easier." Mikael smiled and said, "No, it wouldn't." He waved a hand to the floor of women all vying to be called up to one of the balconies. "Once they get their claws in you, it's demand, demand, demand. Apartments, cars, vacations. Better to just find a whore for the night." Simon said nothing, drawing on a cigarette. Mikhail waited a beat, then said, Will your meeting upset what we have planned in Poland? No, not at all, but it might upset my ability to spend the proceeds. Mikhail didn't respond, and Simon crushed the embers of his cigarette, then laid everything bare. Putin wishes to take over Belarus. He has engaged me to do so. He wants to attack his Su-27 squadron in Baranovichi. Mikhail looked astounded, his mouth hanging open. When he found his voice, he said, "Take over? You mean the country? I thought Russia was building a base at Babruisk." "They're trying to. Belarus is still dragging their feet, and one of the sticking points is that Russia wants to use a large contingent of infantry to protect the base. Belarus, of course, sees that contingent in a different light. They see nothing but a Russian threat, and so they maintain that they can protect their own terrain." "So Putin is going to attack his own people?" "Yes. There is a squadron of aircraft in Baranovichi. He wants me to destroy some planes, kill people, generally cause havoc, then leave evidence of provocateurs behind. Chechens allied with the Islamic State. He'll proclaim it his right to defend what's his, and then he'll roll in with everything he's got over the protest of the Belarusian government, using his forces to protect the other air base in Babruisk and the 2 Navy radar relays. When he's done, he'll have effectively boxed in Minsk. From there, he'll own the country. Truthfully, he has the support of enough of the population to make it happen. It'll be a bloodless coup. Well, bloodless except for the men he wants me to kill to make it happen." Mikhail said, "Putin's a shit, but I can't believe he'd want you to actually kill his own soldiers. Are you sure you aren't reading into what he wanted?" Simon let a smile slip out, tainted with sadness. "Do you remember the apartment bombings in 1999, when Vladimir Putin was a newly appointed prime minister?" Simon waited while Mikhail searched his memory, saying, "You were still working intelligence in Israel, but it made a splash on the world stage." Mikhail nodded, the story coming back to him. He said, "Yes, Chechen terrorists killed hundreds of people in 3 apartment complexes, which led to the Second Chechen War and the destruction of Grozny." "Mostly true. It did lead to the Second Chechen War, and also to the election of one Vladimir Putin to the presidency the first time. But it wasn't Chechens. It was the Russian FSB, all for the express purpose of starting a war." Mikhail scoffed and said, Yeah, we heard those stories in Israel, but there was no proof of that, just conspiracy theories." Simon took a sip of his drink and said, "I am the proof. One of the bombs didn't go off because FSB men were arrested trying to plant it. They claimed it was an unrelated exercise. I know differently. I was involved in the planning and execution of the operation." Mikhail said nothing, absorbing the information. Simon said, "Can you get me back into Israel with your connections?" "No. Not now. It was all I could do to get you out the last time. The Shin Bet has you at the top of their list. Christ, you're on the top 10 of the American FBI. Even if the Shin Bet wanted to leave you alone, you'd be arrested by pressure from the United States. We're going to have a hard enough time keeping your name off what we get in Poland when it's sold. They smell you on it, and nobody will touch it." Simon sagged back against his chair, then said, "That's what I expected, which leaves only one option. Putin has to go." "What are you talking about?" "Just do the job. Who cares about Belarus?" Simon leaned forward, his eyes burning. The last time I did the job, I went to jail for a year of hell. The others, the ones closest, like I am now, were killed. And Putin's only become bolder. Christ, I just saw him kill 4 executives of Gazprom because they weren't selling enough gas. I do this, and I'm dead. There's nowhere I can hide. He'll start cleaning up immediately, even as his tanks are rolling into Belarus. Wait, I'm still a little confused. We're businessmen. How are you supposed to execute a coup in Belarus? Who are the foot soldiers? FSB agents? Simon barked a mirthless laugh. No, Putin's smarter this time around. There won't be any FSB men arrested at an inopportune time. He's using the same men we deal with for our protection network. The Night Wolves. You've got to be kidding. Those nutcases? That's insane. He gives them a match, and they'll turn it into a bonfire. At least he can control the FSB. The Night Wolves were ostensibly nothing more than a motorcycle gang. But while its roots began with a Harley-Davidson, its DNA had become much more. Springing forth during the perestroika days of the old Soviet Union, it had started as a small group of men clinging to the identity of Russia beyond the constructs of the USSR. Since then, it had grown to over 5,000 members with an ultra-nationalist bent that saw enemies of Russia in every corner, a paranoid group with the strength to enforce their will. In one respect, the club was different from the so-called one-percenters of American biker gangs, such as the Hells Angels or the Mongols, in that it had embraced a nationalist identity fully in lockstep with President Putin. Far from being chased and hunted by the law enforcement of Russia, it was encouraged to the point that it had become a quasi-state arm and was used to crush any potential protests in Red Square, with the culmination of President Putin himself riding in a Night Wolves rally. Wrapping themselves in the Orthodox Church and having a rabid belief in Russian superiority, the group had achieved a mythical status as the final protectors of Russian sovereignty. Under whispers of state control, they had actively participated in the annexation of Crimea, providing its members as volunteers driven to return the peninsula to the Russian homeland. 3 had officially been killed in the fighting and had been hailed as heroes. The titular head of the Night Wolves was a man known as the Surgeon, either because he had once been a doctor, or because, as the myths held, he was good with a knife. Neither could be proven to any degree, but both were just as likely to be true. Simon said, "Yes, you're right. The Night Wolves are uncontrollable, and that's exactly what I'm counting on. I'm going to give them Putin's mission and Putin's support, but I'm going to spur them on for something greater." "What do you mean?" Simon said, "There's only one way Putin will be removed. Only one way he'll cease to be a threat to me, and that's if he oversteps his bounds as president." The waiter entered the room, leaned over, and said, "Your other guests are here. Please show them up." When the waiter had left, Simon said, "I'm going to need your help as well." "Doing what?" "Starting World War III.
Chapter 8. Aaron entered the bar by himself, letting the door close behind him. He stood for a moment, then caught Jennifer's wave. He started to come our way, and I wondered what was happening to his satanic partner. Okay, that was a little mean. Truth be told, although I'd never admit it to anyone but Jennifer, I was sort of sweet on her. Knuckles said, "Should I go?" I said, "Not unless you want to. I've got no reason for you not to hear what he has to say. Aaron might have a different opinion, but you might as well finish your beer." Jennifer hugged Aaron and said, "Where's Shoshana?" He flicked his head to the street and said, "Window shopping. looking at some bag worth much less than they are charging. I said, "She actually shops? For useless shit like Jennifer?" I didn't mean for it to come out that way, but it did. Jennifer gave me her disapproving teacher glare, and I was starting to backpedal when the door opened again. The little angel of death herself entered, carrying a new purse the size of a small duffel bag, and I saw Jennifer break into a smile, which was something I still had to wrap my head around. They were so far apart, it was like night and day, but for some reason they connected. A tall, waifish woman of about 5'9", with black hair cut in a page boy, Shoshana was all sinew and muscle, like a snake, with no womanly curves. In contrast, Jennifer looked like something from a California surfing calendar, with a shape to match. Gray eyes, dirty blonde hair, held in a ponytail. She routinely turned heads wherever she went. Next to her, Shoshana looked like she had stepped out of a Charles Dickens novel, and the contrast didn't stop with outward appearances. Jennifer had a moral compass that was black and white, unerringly telling her the limits of what she was willing to do to accomplish our mission. Shoshana's compass was broken, beyond repair. She would do whatever was necessary, no matter who was harmed in the process. At least, that's what I thought. Jennifer seemed to feel differently, and believed I was selling Shoshana short. And maybe I was, but it was only because I saw myself when I looked into her eyes. But given Jennifer's unbending sense of right and wrong, if she believed it, it might be true. That compass had proven true with me once upon a time. I just didn't want to test the theory, because on the last mission where I'd done so, Shoshana had threatened to kill me, even if we were friends. I had to admit, though, I missed her. She glided over to the table in her predatory way, taking in the entire room without appearing to, looking for threats. She hugged Jennifer, even as she was eyeing the bartender, still assessing her environment. It made me wish I'd have planned for Knuckles to leap out of the rafters. Of course, that might have ended up with him dead, so I guess that wouldn't have been too funny. She let go of Jennifer and said, "Nephilim, you look good. A little fatter than last time. Jennifer must be feeding you well." What the hell? Her face revealed nothing but innocence. Over her shoulder, Jennifer glared at me, telling me not to go off, so I didn't. While the statement wasn't accurate, I wasn't even sure it was an insult in her eyes. Lord knows I couldn't get her to quit using my given name, even when she knew I hated it. She seemed to think it was some talisman of good luck. Aaron was grinning at the jab, but remained silent, knowing that he had no control over his little assassin. He never did, until push came to shove, and then she followed him into hell simply because he asked. I smiled and held out my arms, saying, "You want to test the fat man, Carrie?" Which is what I called her to return the favor. On our last mission together, my team had taken to using Carrie as a call sign for her, because she was something straight out of a Stephen King novel, down to some scary ESP-type ability she seemed to possess. It was supposed to be an insult, but she took it as a compliment. She hesitated for a moment, and I could feel her reading me, penetrating me. It was always disconcerting, but I was getting used to it. Then she hugged me harder than necessary, surprising me, squeezing and resting her head on my shoulder. She said, "I missed you and Jennifer." I said, "Yeah, I bet you missed Jennifer. Always wanting what you can't have." Jennifer believed Shoshana was a lesbian, but I wasn't convinced. Either way, Shoshana routinely tried to aggravate me by hitting on her. Jennifer took the flirting in suffering silence, like a family pet caught between two small children fighting over who gets to throw the ball. Shoshana laughed and said, "You didn't hear? I'm married." She held out her left hand, and I'll be damned if it didn't have a ring on it. I said, "Seriously? Who's the lucky person?" "Aaron, of course. Who else?" Aaron looked embarrassed and said, "It's for the business proposition I wanted to talk to you about. We're working as a husband and wife team." Shoshana beamed and winked, saying, "Yeah, it's only for the mission." I swear, those two were the most complicated couple on the entire planet. And that was including Jennifer and me. Aaron loved her with his entire being, and she loved him back. But it would never be physical. At least according to Jennifer. With the wink, I was wondering if Jennifer wasn't off base. But with Aaron's embarrassment, whatever was happening was still a mystery, even to him. Only Shoshana knew, and she wasn't telling. Because she was a psycho. Knuckles downed the rest of his beer, shook Aaron's hand, then said to me, "Well, I'm out of here. I'll tell Kurt we talked." Shoshana looked him in the eyes, then said to Aaron, "He can listen. Maybe he can help us too." Knuckles said, "Oh no, you guys can do whatever you want, but I've got enough work to keep me busy." Shoshana flicked her eyes from him to me to Jennifer, then settled back on Aaron. She said, "That's not true." Knuckles' mouth fell open, and Shoshana said, "I don't mind him coming. We might need him." Knuckles looked at me in amazement, and I said, Wait, what the hell are we talking about?" Shoshana started to say something else, and Aaron held up his hand. She closed her mouth and took a step back from Knuckles. That never, ever happened. I said, Well, looks like you've learned some discipline." Shoshana settled her eyes on me and said, "I've always had discipline, but it never involved you. We've never needed you before, you and Jennifer. We need you now, and Aaron is afraid you'll refuse if I aggravate you. So, I promise not to do so until you agree. Then, I get to do what I want." I looked at Aaron and said, "What is she talking about?" "Like I said, we have a business proposition. It doesn't require your skill, it only requires your company." "What's that mean?" "Have you ever heard about the fabled Nazi gold train in Poland? The one that's supposedly buried in a secret tunnel." Chapter 9. Of all the things I had thought Aaron might say, this had not been even remotely in the ballpark. I said, "Did you say ghost train?" "No, actually I haven't. Have you heard about Area 51? Jennifer and I have been there. They don't really have any aliens." Jennifer said, "I've heard about it. I thought it was a hoax. Some guys said they used ground-penetrating radar to locate the train, but the government says they're frauds and there is no train." Leave it up to Jennifer to have a clue what the Israelis were talking about. She was constantly reading National Geographic and other more obscure anthropological and archaeological magazines, and seemed to be tracking all attempts by modern man to penetrate the past. If it had anything to do with history, she almost always knew exactly what that history was. But this was a bit much. She saw my expression and said, "He's talking about something real. Not just pulling your chain for a smart-ass response." Shoshana nodded and said, "It's real all right. And they found it, no hoax. The government just wants the treasure hunters to go away, because they've already emptied the contents." Jennifer said, "What? They can't do that in secret. The train probably held millions of dollars of property belonging to someone else." Shoshana's eyes glowed, and she said, "Exactly. It also held something more valuable to us." I held up my hands and said, Wait, damn it. Someone explain all this to me." Jennifer looked at Aaron, and he gave her permission to lecture me. "Okay, it's really pretty simple. You know about the horrific roundup of the Jews in Eastern Europe, right? How the Nazis hunted them, and then sent them to the concentration camps?" I said, Yeah, I know the history of World War II. You can speed it up." "Well, when they boarded the cattle cars, they lost everything they had, from famous artwork owned by the richest Jewish citizens to the meager wedding rings of the poorest. Everything valuable was taken, and as the Jews were taken from each city, their valuables were loaded onto trains and shipped west to Germany. Some of the trains were captured. For instance, one famous train in Hungary in 1945, with 44 cars loaded floor to ceiling with gold products. while others were known to exist but have never been found. I said, and someone thinks they've located one of these missing trains buried underground? Why would the Nazis do that? Jennifer looked at Aaron and said, "You guys clearly know more than me on this train. Want me to continue?" Shoshana said, "Oh yes, please do. It's not often we get to feel superior to Pike." Knuckles snickered and I said, "Like you know about this. I'm not the one they're trying to hire, but given your lack of knowledge, I'd be suspect of paying you anything." Aaron said, "Jennifer?" Jennifer patted my hand and said, "Okay, knuckle dragger, you do know about the fighting in Eastern Europe, right?" Now on more comfortable ground, I said, "Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can hold my own there. Warsaw Uprising, Stalingrad. What do you want to know? Project Riza?" Now I was getting aggravated. I had no idea what that was. Shoshana grinned, which didn't help my mood. Jennifer smiled at me, knowing it would diffuse my anger, which it did. I noticed Shoshana staring intently at the small exchange, as if she were studying a couple of lizards in a jar. Jennifer said, "That wasn't a fair question. Riza wasn't a fight. It was a system of tunnels built into the mountains in what's now western Poland. In World War II, it was German territory. Anyway, to make a long story short, Hitler was building a gigantic complex. Riza in German means giant, for reasons unknown and debated to this day. Some say it was a final command complex for the Führer. Others that it was for building next-generation weapons, a sort of Hydra-like complex straight out of the Avengers, except it was real, and a lot of it is still unknown." I took that in and said, "So this complex might be hiding the missing trains?" "Well, that's what the treasure hunters say. They claim they found one of the trains in a previously unknown tunnel that had collapsed. They even had radar images to prove it." She turned to Aaron and said, "But the last I heard, the government explored and found nothing." Aaron said, "That's because they don't want a riot over claims, like happened with that Hungarian train you mentioned. They found it, but it wasn't 44 cars loaded with gold. It was one car, and it held a couple of cases of gold products, mostly candlesticks and that sort of thing, some artwork, and something special to us." I said, "What?" "There might be a very, very old Torah from a synagogue in Płońsk, Poland, David Ben-Gurion's birthplace." Even I understood the significance of that. Ben-Gurion was the father of Israel. It would be like finding a Bible owned by George Washington. He continued, "If it's the right Torah, it will be over 400 years old. Scratch that. Make it a Bible that had been passed down for generations until it reached Washington's hands." Aaron said, "It is something the state of Israel would very much like to confirm, but they can't do so openly. Officially, they don't know it exists, which is where you come in. Us, we're not Jewish. No, you're not. But you are the owners of Grolier Recovery Services, a facilitation company for archaeological work. And Poland would never let in a group of Israelis to look at the Torah. They'd be petrified we'd raise an alarm and cause trouble over the entire find. But they don't have an issue with a husband and wife team from the United States, who happen to be experts on ancient Jewish texts, especially when they're being escorted by such an esteemed company. You did, after all, find a pyramid in the Guatemalan jungle." I brushed off the blatant flattery, saying, "And this husband and wife team would be you and Carrie here?" Shoshana nodded and said, "Yes. We just want to use your cover to make us legitimate. Get us over there to take a look." "How do you guys even know all this?" "Let's just say that certain elements of our government have determined all this, and that the Polish government is trying to ascertain what they found. They've made discreet inquiries to various universities asking for help in determining the provenance of some of the artwork, and we managed to interject ourselves into the flow for the Torah." Meaning some idiot in Poland had actually contacted an expert in Israel, and they, in turn, had reported back to the Mossad. "So all we do is fly over there with you, look important, then fly home? Basically, yes. That's it. Look, Poland's intentions aren't evil. They're just trying to do the right thing without a firestorm. Take it slow and easy. We'll take a look at the Torah and report what we find. Israel doesn't want to cause a fight without reason, but if it's real, they will get it back. Sounded simple, but one part of the whole scheme was blank. Jennifer caught the same problem, asking, "But who's going to do that, determine if it's real? None of us have that ability." Aaron said, "We have tracked down survivors from that synagogue. The Torah has identifying marks, and we have Shoshana." I said, "Shoshana?" She nodded and said, "All I need to do is touch it, I'll know." Part of me wanted to roll my eyes at the magic mumbo-jumbo, but a deeper primordial part believed. I don't know how, but Shoshana had a weird freakish ability to read intent from a person simply by studying them. I'd seen her do it, and it was real. I couldn't see how it extended to inanimate objects, but hey, it was their dime. Who was I to question? I looked at Jennifer and she shrugged, saying, "We're not doing anything in Charleston." I said, "Knuckles, you want to take some leave, earn a little money?" Aaron seemed unfazed by the suggestion, which should have sent my radar up, but I figured he was just willing to do anything to get our commitment. After all, he wasn't footing the bill. Knuckles said, "Nope, you guys go ahead, I'm staying right here. Flying for 18 hours just to look at an old scroll isn't my idea of fun." He stood up, flipped some bills onto the table, and said, "Call me if it turns into high adventure." I grinned and said, "Will do." He walked out saying, "I'll let Kurt know you found at least a week's worth of employment." To Aaron, I said, "When would we need to fly?" "Well, I've taken the liberty of using your company name and address already. The Polish Antiquities Department is expecting us in 2 days." It took a second to find my voice, unsure if I should be flattered or aggravated. I finally said, "You're kidding me. You were that sure we'd sign on?" Aaron grinned and said, "I wasn't, but Shoshana was, and I've learned to trust her instincts." Bouncing up and down on the balls of her feet, looking more like a kid waiting on ice cream than the lethal killer she was, Shoshana said, "So you'll do it?" I looked at Jennifer and said, "You mean spend a week with you and Aaron acting like a married couple? How on earth could I miss that shit show?" Shoshana beamed, for some reason taking it as a compliment. She said, "I've been studying you and Jennifer. I'm getting really good at it. I just can't decide if I want to be the pure one that suffers through, like Jennifer, or like you." I said, "The pillar against the wind, the protector of all that's sacred?" She scrunched up her face and said, "No, no. Is that how you see yourself? Get real. I mean, the cranky asshole of the relationship." Jennifer and Aaron both started laughing. Aaron said, "I only told her not to aggravate you until you agreed." Shoshana leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. I ignored her, waving for the check, saying, "You don't need any practice at being the cranky asshole."
Chapter 10. The Russian girls continued dancing below. Inside the alcove, the dim light failed to hide Mikhail's shocked expression at Simon's statement. Simon said, "Yes, you heard me correctly. We need to alter the balance of power. Running and hiding won't do me any good. Putin will find me wherever I go. Just as he did with Alexander Litvinenko. But unlike Alexander, I have no intention of dying of radiation poisoning in a London hospital. I will die of old age in Moscow." Mikhail said, "I can't help you with this. I understand your plight, but that is not mine, at least not yet. We have had good business together, but you are asking me to commit suicide. No, I'm not. The world is sick of Vladimir Putin. He charges around like a bear in the woods from Syria to the Ukraine, and he's made the West afraid with his actions. They are on a tripwire after Crimea." Mikhail grimaced and said, "There is an old adage. If you shoot at the king, make sure you hit him. If you bury him, make sure he's dead. That is not us. We cannot take on the president of the Russian Federation. We can't. But there is an undercurrent of unease in Moscow. Men who are worried about Putin's global escapades, men of power. These men will do anything to retain what they have, even if that means removing Vladimir Putin and his entrenched circle. But they need to be convinced that such action is in their best interests. And how do we do that? We will provoke the West, destabilize the already fragile lines of war. If it appears that Putin took it upon himself to initiate hostilities for political gain, he will not be allowed to remain in control, especially if NATO is on the verge of crushing the entire Russian Federation. He is a powerful man, but not a god, and he will be sacrificed when it's deemed expedient, just like he is planning to do with me. NATO and the oligarchs in Moscow will accomplish our goals for us. All we need to do is light the fuse." Still not convinced, Mikhail had started to reply when there was a knock on the door to their little alcove. Simone held up a finger and said, "I believe that's our book of matches." The door cracked open, and Simone saw the same waiter stick his head in, saying, "Sir, the men you have on the list are here, but they refuse to put on—" That was as far as he got before he was shoved rudely out of the way. Two men pushed past him, both looking decidedly different than the rest of the patrons in their $1,000 suits. One had a full beard, the other an unkempt goatee. Wearing jeans and jackboots, both sported leather vests adorned with a multitude of patches, the back of each vest taken up by a large depiction of a howling wolf's head, flame coming from the neck, as if it had been launched from a cannon. The lead man said, "Simone, the weasel here has an issue with our colors." Simone rolled his eyes and stood up, waving another bill. He pointed to a couch and said, "Sit," to the waiter. "It's okay. They won't cause any trouble." The waiter took the money, hesitated for a fraction of a second, as if contemplating forcing the issue, then decided discretion was the better part of valor, and silently left the room. Simone waited until the door had closed again, then turned and said, "What did I tell you about the dress code? Why do you insist on making a scene, being remembered?" The leader held up his hands and said, "Honestly, I just thought you were recommending. I didn't know wearing a coat and tie was a rule." Simone sat down, pointed at the other man, and said, "Who is this?" "Oleg. He is the one with the skill you asked for." Simone nodded and said, "Mikhail, meet Kirill Zarkov, the leader of our little cell of night wolves." Mikhail stuck out his hand and said, Yes, of course. We've spoken over chat and text, but never met." Kirill shook the hand, thinking, then said, "Mikhail, you're the man who turned us on to that little opportunity in Volgograd. Is that right?" Mikhail nodded, and Simone said, "Which brings us to why you're here. Opportunity, but not for profit, for the motherland. The president has a special mission, and has asked for you to carry it out." The words had an effect on the two men. Kirill said, "Like he did in Crimea?" "Exactly." "Are you prepared to fight for Russia?" Kirill became agitated, slapping his hand on the table hard enough to make Simone wonder how much vodka he'd had in the last hour. "Of course. President Putin has had his hands tied too long. He's trying to make us what we should be. And he's stopped by weaklings in our own government. It turns my stomach. We've suffered one indignity after another at the hands of the West. What is it you wish us to do?" Simon saw Mikhail roll his eyes, and he snaked his hand under the table, tapping Mikhail's knee as a reminder. He slid one glare Mikhail's way, then told the men the broad strokes of what was expected of them. After he was done, he said, "Do you have any qualms about that?" "No. I think it's perfect. We'll do our part. You might end up killing Russian soldiers. It's not necessary if you can blow up aircraft instead. But it might happen." Kirill said, "I'm not sure why that matters. We're prepared to give our lives for Mother Russia. So are they. Who cares who pulls the trigger, if the end result is for the greater good?" Simon saw Mikhail squeeze his eyes shut, as if he were warding off a headache, and leaned forward to block Kirill's view, sliding a cell phone across the table. He said, "Okay, then. The President himself will provide Russian uniforms to penetrate the base. You did as I asked, and your men have all served, correct?" "Yes. Of course, it's hard to find someone in Russia who hasn't served." "That's not what I meant. I meant you've served beyond the minimum conscription. You have people who can act like they know what's happening in the military, not some asshole who spent 2 years stealing from his command and never even learned to put on his uniform correctly. You'll have to bluff those same people at the gate." Kirill said, "We can. Marcel has many veterans. We know how to act like we're still in the military. You provide the uniforms and it will be no problem. That's not the final issue. We escape as Russians, and we still have blame to give. What about the Chechen artifacts? How will we do that?" Simon was surprised at the forethought, believing that the Night Wolves would not understand the totality of the attack, and that he would have to spoon-feed the solution. He was pleased. "The President will post the attack on some of their social media sites. They will claim credit even if they don't want to. You will also get certain weapons to leave at the scene. These weapons will have biometric traces on them from known Chechen terrorists on the loose. It will be enough to drown out any protests of innocence." Kirill took that end and said, "Okay. All that makes sense. But it doesn't explain why you wanted Oleg, the Buk radar operator." Simon knew he was now brushing up against treason, stepping out into the void. He took a breath, glanced at Mikhail, then said, "This mission isn't the only one, which is why you must get in and out without casualties or compromise. There will be another one. When you are through with Belarus, you will travel back to Ukraine. Remember the shoot-down of MH17, the civilian aircraft?" For the first time, Kirill looked uneasy. He said, "Yes, but that wasn't us. That was Ukraine." Simon waved his hand and said, "Whatever happened before, this time it will be you. Your team will take over a Buk M1 currently in Crimea. After Russia has secured our airfields in Belarus, you will destroy a NATO warplane. The ones that are always buzzing about to show us how strong NATO is." Oleg's eyes widened, and he said, "There is a ceasefire in eastern Ukraine. The President himself agreed to it. If we shoot, we will cause a war." Simon turned on the heat as if he were a missionary burning with the gospel, the truth fighting to escape. An ability he'd learned to mimic fairly well in prison, when every proclamation had to evince true fever. "Exactly. That is exactly right. They will come to fight, but it won't be because of Russian provocation. They will simply make it so in their own minds. The president needs to be able to plausibly deny he did this, but he wants a fight. NATO is too weak to secure the Baltic states. And if they provoke a response because of one misguided missile fire, he is more than willing to take them up on it. It will be self-defense. Alyak remained silent. Kirill slowly nodded and said, "That is genius. Pure genius. We will regain all our lost lands." Simon sagged back in his chair, relieved. Precisely. And with troops already in Belarus, it will be a short hop to success. But you must travel in secret. Nobody can know Russia was involved. From this moment on, outside your team, you cannot even talk to your Nightwolves brothers. Nobody. Is that understood? Simon could tell both Alyak and Kirill were caught up in the secrecy and scope of the plan, reveling in being chosen. He repeated, "Understood?" In unison they said, "Yes, of course." He said, "Russia cannot have any connection to either attack. Because of this, Mikhail here will provide you with Israeli passports." Mikhail snapped his head up, and Kirill said, "Israeli? That's crazy. Why? We can get into Belarus as Russians, and Ukraine is no problem." "One, because I just told you, no Russian connection whatsoever. Two, because it might not end with those operations. We need to guarantee a strike from NATO, and this might not be enough. Yes, you can get into Belarus, but you can't get in anywhere else as Russians. Poland, Slovakia, you name it. They all suspect the Federation. Other countries don't have our love of the motherland and require a visa for Russians. But none do so for Israel." Feeling Mikhail's glare, Simon glanced at him and said, "You can do this, correct?" Mikhail gritted out, "Yes. Give me a few days." Simon smiled and said, "Then it's settled." He poured a shot of vodka for all in the balcony and raised his high. "To Mother Russia, may she keep us in her embrace forever." Alyak and Kirill repeated the toast and slammed the vodka home. Mikhail left his on the table.
Chapter 11. The hotel was small, no more than 10 rooms, but clean. Built to look like an extension of Kashan's castle next door. It hadn't held up nearly as well, with the modern attempts at stonework starting to crumble. I didn't really care one way or the other. It had a bed, and I was smoked. We'd spent one night in D.C., then flown out the following afternoon. With a layover in Paris, we'd made it to Warsaw by 11 a.m. local time, having spent all night in the air. I'd arrived tired and cranky, because apparently, while our business was sorely needed, it wasn't needed enough to get us first-class tickets, and I'd been saddled with a middle seat next to a hyperactive child. And our trip wasn't over when we landed, as we still had 4 hours to the Polish border area where the castle was located. Aaron had reserved 2 rental cars, and off we went, driving through the Polish countryside. I made Jennifer do the driving, because she needed the experience working in a foreign environment. Future operations might depend on that knowledge, and I was tired and cranky. I pushed my carry-on to the corner of the room and flopped on the queen-size bed, saying, "Man, I might take a nap while they coordinate." Jennifer put her carry-on next to mine and said, "Don't think you'll have the time. Aaron seemed anxious to get this started." "Yeah, but he doesn't know where to go to find his point of contact, and nobody speaks English. He'll be a while, trust me. It'll take Shoshana 30 minutes just to get those trunks to their room." "I was going to ask you about that. Why do you suppose Aaron and Shoshana brought such large suitcases? When Jennifer and I had flown to D.C., we'd packed for 5 days at Aaron's request, and all that fit into a couple of rollerboards. Aaron and Shoshana, on the other hand, had brought suitcases large enough to allow a permanent change of station. Eyes closed, I said, I don't know. They did have to come from Israel, so maybe they'd been on the road for a while. Shoshana's was heavy. I picked it up off the belt at baggage claim, and it's got to be close to overweight. What do you think is in there? I opened my eyes and said, What are you asking? Maybe it's shoes, shampoo, makeup, and a hairdryer. She is a female, after all. Jennifer slapped my thigh and said, Shoshana, you think she's packing like a real housewife from Beverly Hills? Come on. She slid in next to me and said, Scoot over. I slid over to the right, allowing her room on the bed, and propped a pillow behind my head. I said, Who can figure out what those two are up to? Maybe they came from a hit straight into this mission. Poking through a brochure, Jennifer said, I hope we get to tour the castle after we do whatever it is we're supposed to do. I chuckled and said, Maybe we'll get a discount on admission. Kishange Castle had been built in the 13th century, and as such, Jennifer had immediately become interested in reading its history. It had changed hands many, many times and was finally confiscated by the Nazis in 1941. From there, it became the heart of Project Riese, with some speculating that it was to be the final headquarters for Adolf Hitler. The ghost train had been found in a tunnel in the nearby Sova Mountains, but the plunder had been brought here, to Kishange, because it already had a formidable security presence to protect the castle and museum, and its distance away from any town or city facilitated the secrecy the Poles wanted to preserve. Jennifer said, Let's go look at it now, while Aaron is tied up with the museum staff. I don't want this to end up like every other task force operation, where I'm always left hanging. We used our company as a cover to facilitate counter-terrorist operations, much like we were doing today, which usually involves some plausible, concrete archaeological find around the globe, and Jennifer always studied up, becoming excited about seeing the site. Unfortunately, about 9 times out of 10, Jennifer ended up doing far more meat-eating commando operations than plant-eating archaeological work. I said, This isn't a task force operation. We'll get to see the castle, I promise. In the meantime, I'm taking a nap. I closed my eyes again, and, as if on cue, heard a knock on the door. I muttered, Shit. Jennifer sat up and said, It's open. Shoshana came in, took one look at me and said, Wake up, Sleeping Beauty. Time to earn your pay. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and said, No way did Aaron wade through the Polish red tape that fast. Shoshana smiled and said, Correct. You are the waiter. Bring your business credentials and don't forget your passports. Jennifer dug into her bag. I rubbed the sand out of my eyes. She stood up, holding our documents, and I said, Okay, Carrie, let's go earn some money. She looked at Jennifer and said, He doesn't travel well, does he? Jennifer opened the door and said, He would be much more amenable if we were allowed to survey the castle afterward, for our business. Shoshana gave a weird little grin and said, Oh, I think that's going to happen, then walked through the door. Jennifer looked at me with a, What the hell does that mean expression. I just shrugged. We walked up the cobblestone path that intersected the castle courtyard, the landscaping looking remarkably like that of the Overlook Hotel in The Shining. In front of us, the castle loomed over the courtyard, built onto the side of a mountain with sheer walls dropping 200 feet down. I have to admit it was a little impressive. Shoshana led us through the front doors, past the tourism ticket booths, and into the castle gift shop. She ignored the lady behind the counter and walked to the rear to a room packed full of furniture for sale. I'm not kidding. It was like an antique flea market, with wooden desks, chairs, and bookshelves all for sale, as if the average tourist would stop in the gift shop and say, Wow, I like that 2,000-pound oak table. I'll take it. At the far end, next to a desk with an inkwell and quill on it to show it was worthy of the antique title, Aaron stood next to a man in a security uniform. Aaron saw us enter and smiled, waving us forward. Chapter 12. After introductions, I turned the business explanation over to Jennifer. She gave a little canned speech on our company, complete with a history lesson of the castle to showcase our knowledge. The man looked at our documents and our passports, then nodded his head, apparently suitably impressed. He asked a couple of questions about security and Grolier Recovery's history on maintaining non-disclosure, and Jennifer named a few digs we'd been on that had never made the news, assuring him of our discretion. Satisfied, he turned to Shoshana, and Aaron introduced her as his wife, the supposed expert. He shook her hand, but asked no questions, making me wonder if Aaron hadn't already laid that groundwork with a fake diploma from a fake Hebrew school. Bona fides complete, the man spoke in heavily accented English. "You may call me Natzik. I am in charge of security for the find, and as you can understand, I may let you look at the Torah within, but nothing else. Agreed?" Aaron said, "Of course, we were invited here by the Polish government for that express purpose. Where is Dr. Kowalski?" "He is waiting for us right now. Please follow me." He led us out of the flea market and into a large marble hallway. We wound back around the ticket booths, Jennifer looking longingly at the carpeted stairs leading upward to the castle proper. We entered another hallway, this one looking more modern, with offices on the left and an incongruous bank of steel elevators on the right. It was clearly off the beaten tourism tracks. Natzik stopped next to an ancient oaken door that was only about 6 feet high, made back when men weren't nearly as tall as they are now. He knocked on the door, and we breathlessly waited. Well, everyone but me waited breathlessly. I wanted a beer. It opened, and a skinny man of about 25 poked his head out. I saw Shoshana draw up, staring intently at him, then glance at Aaron. The man was only in the doorway for a split second before another man appeared, this one grizzled and old. He said, "I'm Dr. Kowalski. You must be Aaron." Aaron said yes and shook his hand. We did the circus of introductions, and then were led into a small office with low ceilings. In the middle were 2 oaken chests, closed. In front of them was a table with a scroll sitting on it, the Torah. I watched the guy Shoshana had pinged on, but he seemed to be nothing but paid security, and had sauntered to the back of the room, reclining in a chair, bored with the proceedings. I looked at Shoshana, and she was still feeling something from him. She didn't show it outwardly, but she was on fire, I could tell. They went through a dance of putting on cotton gloves, talking about the Torah, and then Shoshana inspected it, looking for the markings they had learned. I watched closely. As soon as she touched it, it was over. She glanced at Aaron and simply nodded, then proceeded to recite a bunch of memorized things about old shit, Torah markings, and the synagogue in Poinsk, ending with, "There's no way to tell completely, of course, without a comprehensive examination, but we can help with that as well." Dr. Kowalski said, "This is the examination. Can you not conclusively prove it's from the synagogue in Poinsk? Is it not the one we thought?" Shoshana surprised me, as I would have expected her to just rip his head off at the sharp tone, then walk out. Instead, she sounded exactly like an expert. "Sir, it fits everything we know about the Torah in question. It is definitely centuries old, and it matches the description in its sheepskin and markings. But there's really no way to know without bringing it to the people who actually used it, and those people are only in Israel. As I said, I can facilitate that, and maintain discretion. No one will know it came from the gold train, and nobody will question when it returns here. They'll think it's from a museum." Dr. Kowalski sighed and said, "I thought as much. Unfortunately, I'm not authorized for such a move now. I'll take your information and get back to you." Aaron tried one last time. "Surely a simple trip with the Torah would do no harm. I'm positive I could arrange the travel free of charge." Kowalski nodded and said, Yes, that would be the easy thing. But then we'd be traveling out every other day with paintings, candlesticks, and rings. We wanted to do the opposite and have each confirmed here, where we have control. I cannot risk a firestorm because of rabid idiots on the internet. I'm sorry, but I promise I'll take your recommendation higher." The doctor shook his head and grinned, saying, "Truthfully, the government doesn't know what to do. They want no blood splashed on them because of the find. They wish it had remained hidden forever." Aaron nodded sagely and said, "I completely understand. I'm grateful you allowed us to see it and wish you the best in its disposition. Rest assured, you have our discretion." Kowalski smiled and said, "Exactly why I asked for you. There is nothing better than working with academics who are outside the political spectrum. When can I expect your report?" 2 days at most. You'll have it before we leave." He held his arm out and said, "Come, let me pay for your meal. Talk about other things." We left without another word, Shoshana taking one last glance into the room, staring at the milquetoast in the corner. We ate at the restaurant adjacent to the castle, getting some typical Polish fare, which suited me fine. What I didn't like was what had just happened. Something had occurred, and I wasn't sure what it was. We spent the entire lunch talking about the bloody history of the castle, with Jennifer leading the way, and by the end of it, all I wanted was to ask some questions of the Israelis in private. We paid the bill and walked back to the hotel, Jennifer talking about the Torah with Aaron, and Shoshana weirdly walking right next to me, rubbing up against my body and glancing into my eyes every 30 seconds. I knew it wasn't because she was itching to tell me a good joke. I stopped and said, "Okay, you two, what's up?" Shoshana said, "Nothing. Aaron and I are going to Wrocław. This took much less time than we thought, and we have a nicer hotel there about an hour away." I said, "This hotel's fine and I'm sick of traveling." "We can't plan in this hotel, too close to the castle, and it might be monitored." I glanced at Jennifer and said, "What on earth are you talking about?" Aaron said, "Our flight isn't for 2 days. I'll pay for you to leave tomorrow, if that's what you'd like. Or you could stay in Wrocław with us." I stopped, knowing this was the end game. I said, "I'm not looking forward to jumping right back on a plane, but it depends on what you have planned." Jennifer looked from me to Aaron, not saying a word. Shoshana said, "You aren't that stupid." I said, "Apparently I am. What is it you want?" I knew the answer even before I asked for it. Knew that mission success was much more than utilizing our cover organization. They wanted our skill. Aaron glanced at Shoshana and she nodded. He said, "We're going to steal that Torah, and we could use your help."
Chapter 13. Mikhail popped an olive into his mouth and said, "Some team of Jewish experts came to the castle today and looked at the Torah." "From Israel?" asked Simon. "I thought your contact said that would never happen." "No, some husband and wife team from America, facilitated by a company called Grolier Recovery Services. I checked them out and they're legit. They've done stuff like this before, but the team recommended sending the Torah to Israel for confirmation. You know, if that happens, they'll keep it." Simon said, "The Poles know that as well. They won't let it happen. They'd better not. That Torah is my payment. I already have a buyer in Vienna. I'll reimburse you from my stake if that happens, from the rest of the gold we obtain. Even so, we should move the operation up. Do it tomorrow. Are we ready?" "Can we do that?" "Yes. The team is here in Warsaw and the plan is set. It'll be easy. We roll up to the northern face of the castle, right at the base. There is a road that leads to an underground loading zone. We meet our men, get the uniforms, get in an elevator, ride up and secure the trunks. We load them, move back down, and leave. Outside of removing the other 2 hired men, we'll avoid the entire security apparatus. It's not going to get any better if we wait. Simone took a sip of wine and said, "And you trust this inside man?" "No, of course not. But I trust the men I brought from Israel." "You'll get your gold, that I know. If we wait until after your crazy plan in Belarus, I can't predict the outcome." Mikhail fished another olive from the bowl, and Simone remained quiet for a moment. When he spoke again, it was from a different perspective. "Do you have any qualms about stealing from the deceased of the Holocaust? Does that bring you any pause?" Mikhail waited a beat, then said, "I have no connection to the Holocaust. My family moved to Israel in 1919. I'm 4th generation. The people who own the goods in that train are long gone. Whoever ends up with it will be stealing it, I'm sure. It'll happen in a courtroom or with me. No, I have no qualms." He took a sip of his whiskey and said, "But you ask as if you do. Your family felt the death, felt the pain. Are you having second thoughts?" Simon raised his glass and said, "I would, but if the camps taught anyone anything, it's that survival is based on the ability to manipulate your surroundings, to make your own destiny. My grandfather survived the camps by sheer will and cunning. No, I don't have any qualms. But I never served in Israeli intelligence. I've been fighting my entire life for survival. I'm a de facto Israeli citizen, but I feel no connection to the country. It only allows me to pursue my business." "Then we are agreed." Simone set the glass down and said, "Why did you leave the Mossad? I've dealt with them before, and they are all true believers. What caused you to fall from grace?" Mikhail chuckled and said, "Why does anyone leave any intelligence organization? What causes most falls from grace?" "A woman? You couldn't keep your dick in your pants?" Mikhail's glare became harsh, and he said, "Yes, it was a woman, but not because of sex, because she was a traitor. Nobody would listen to me, and it ended badly. She was moved within the building, and I was moved out." He relaxed and said, "Make no mistake, before being true believers, the Mossad is a bureaucracy. I was a true believer. The bureaucracy won." He ate another olive and said, "And now I apply those skills for you." Simon said, "Good enough, but I worry about your commitment. If you're willing to turn on your country, why should I think you won't turn on me?" Mikhail scoffed and said, "I have never turned on Israel. Nothing I have done has affected them. It's only enriched me." He jabbed his small fork toward Simon's face and said, "You are the last man who should be accusing me of turning on my country." Simon laughed and said, "Yes, I suppose you're right. Survival for self will always supersede anything else, but truthfully, I don't think of Putin as being a part of my country. I love Russia, but not from the bottom of a pit with a bucket to shit in. I don't expect you to understand, only obey." Mikhail nodded and said, "Fair enough. So we trust one another about as far as we can throw one another. You provide me what I want, and I do the same." Simon glanced at him and said, "Mikhail, I would never turn on you. You and I are of the same build, with the same goals. but you didn't appreciate me leveraging you for passports for the Night Wolves. And that causes concern. I don't like being played. I don't like you throwing me into your little plan for World War III without asking. But I got the passports, did I not? Yes, you did. And Kirill is on the way. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's smart to do our mission in Poland earlier. Mikhail downed the last of his whiskey and said, "No doubt. That gold train plunder will be inaccessible after Kirill lights the fuse."
Chapter 14. We were sitting in a pub called Whiskey in a Jar, forced to drink nothing but Coca-Cola because of the potential mission parameters. I said, "You made a decision? I mean, if Aaron comes back with what we asked for?" Jennifer fiddled with her straw and said, "No, on the surface it seems like the right thing to do, I suppose. But I don't know about working for the Israeli government. I mean, is that even legal? I feel like a mercenary." "It's not about the money, you know that. I could care less about the cash." She looked into my eyes and said, "There are more forms of payment than just money. Do you crave the excitement of the mission, using the purpose as a cloak to allow you to operate?" I chuckled because she knew me too well. I said, "I honestly don't know. But you're in the same boat, except you're more worried about breaking trust with Shoshana than the purpose of the mission." Earlier, standing inside the courtyard to Kashan's castle, I immediately told Aaron there was no way we were helping him, meaning the state of Israel, steal an artifact from another sovereign country, especially not as Americans. I said I was sorry, but that was just the way of it. Shoshana looked at me with a touch of sadness, then turned to Jennifer, asking her the same question, imploring her as a way to get to me. Jennifer was torn by the look, and glanced at me for support. I shook my head, telling her no. Aaron said, "Don't decide here. Let's go to Wrocław, and let me lay out what we know. At least let me show you the plan so you can make an informed decision." We drove the hour to Wrocław in our separate cars, mostly in silence. Pulling into the parking garage for the Sofitel Hotel on the outskirts of the Wrocław Old City Square, Jennifer said, "Separate cars, large suitcases, reservations for hotels in 2 different cities." The cryptic talk from Shoshana. They were planning this all along. I pulled into the first available spot and said, "That thought has crossed my mind, and it pisses me off." We met in Aaron and Shoshana's room, to find Shoshana's suitcase open and displaying a selection of thin nylon ladders and assorted climbing gear. On the bed was a historical blueprint of Kashan's castle. Standing behind the bed was Shoshana, looking contrite. I shook my head and opened my mouth to speak, but Shoshana cut me off, saying, "Yes, we tricked you, but not completely. Don't tell us no out of revenge." I said, "Revenge? Jesus, you are a piece of work. How about I say no because it's stupid, like you knew I would have in Washington, D.C. Aaron said, "Wait, we didn't completely trick you. We did need your company for the mission, and I really had hoped to convince him to send the Torah on his own volition, but he declined. That truly would have been the better way." Jennifer said, "He didn't decline. He said he had to send it up to his boss. Why don't you just wait for the no instead of jumping into a theft?" Shoshana said, "The Torah isn't going to be there much longer. None of the things recovered are. Someone is going to steal it, and the Torah will be lost forever." "How do you know that?" asked Jennifer. "And why didn't you say something like this to begin with? Why all the lying?" Aaron said, "We didn't know. I swear we didn't know." And I realized what had happened. The man in the room, the one Shoshana zeroed in on. I turned to her and said, "You saw something in him." She nodded, the earlier fire coming out of her eyes. "Yes, I did. He's working with someone. He had an aura coming off of him like a pile of rotten meat. He's planning to steal the trunks. I heard the words and held up my hands, sick of the mental magic crap. Come on, there's no possible way you can read that intent in someone. I'm sure he's probably a bad guy, but maybe he's stealing from the petty cash drawer at the ticket booth. Shoshana slitted her eyes at me, saying nothing. Aaron said, "Look, I don't expect you to believe, but I do. And I'm breaking into that castle tonight. I could really use your help, both yours and Jennifer's." I pointed at the climbing gear and said, "You need Jennifer to establish an anchor outside?" "Yes." In a past life, Jennifer had been a gymnast, and had actually trained with Cirque du Soleil. She could climb up anything short of plate glass, and even that would be doable if she were given a little help. "And you need me—" I let the question trail off. Shoshana said, "Why does anyone need you, Nephilim? Why would we ask for your particular skills?" I was disgusted at the question, because I knew, and it didn't make me happy, to break some heads. She smiled and said, "Yes, your abilities are formidable in that sense, but that's not why. You bring with you the ability to succeed no matter how bad things have become. You bring something we cannot. I cannot describe it, but it's real." I looked to see if she was just blowing smoke up my ass, but she appeared completely sincere. I said, "That's not me. You're remembering Tirana. When Aaron and I saved your life, it wasn't me, it was luck, period. Luck doesn't follow a person. I've been in fights when luck went the other way, when people died, when you would have died." She looked me in the eyes, boring in, reading me. I could actually feel it. She said, "Nephilim, we need you tonight. I can't explain it other than to say I need you. Aaron doesn't agree. He thinks we can do this on our own, but I won't do it without you." She looked at Jennifer and said, "You and Coco. I don't know why, but it's critical." I paused, not sure how to respond. It was pretty compelling, even if it was a little crazy. I finally got out, Okay, I hear you, but what if we get caught, get arrested? You'll have Israeli help. Jennifer and I will be hung out to dry. I can't risk that. Imagine the headlines. Grolier Recovery Services arrested for breaking into ancient castle to steal Holocaust gold. Apart from spending some time in a Polish jail, we'd never work again. Aaron said, "I can fix that. If I can assure you that you will not, as you say, be hung out to dry, will you do it?" I said, like I would trust that word. "Your government will hang me out as soon as I'm not viable." With steel I had never heard from her, Shoshana said, "You're wrong." Jennifer raised her head at the statement, sensing a shift in the conversation. I remained silent. Shoshana looked at Aaron, then at me. She shifted toward me, sliding in a way that made me wary. She came close and looked me in the eye. I tensed, and she said, "If I say you will be protected, you will. Even if it means my life. Listen to Aaron. He does not lie. I know it. I follow him because of it. Do not sell us short." Shoshana snaked her hand into Jennifer's and squeezed without looking into her face. Jennifer felt the touch, and I saw the conflict on her face. Her wanting to do what was asked. Aaron simply looked at me, knowing how much weight the words held, understanding there was nothing he could say that would mean as much. I shook my head and sliced through the emotion. "We aren't doing shit until I see what brilliant plan you've come up with." Aaron smiled, the tension cut, and said, "It really is brilliant in its simplicity." And he stood over the blueprints and laid it out. In the end, there wasn't much to it. If everything went right, we'd be in and out without issue. The only problem was if something went wrong, but I dealt with that before. I asked some questions about cameras and other surveillance, and Jennifer asked some about the facade of the building, but all in all, there really weren't a lot of moving parts. I told him Jennifer and I needed to discuss the proposal, and that he needed to bring some assurances we'd be taken care of if the worst happened. Then we left the room. Jennifer and I wandered the old square looking for a restaurant or cafe to stop and talk in. That's when I saw the sign for Whiskey in a Jar, the perfect place. Well, Jennifer would have rather found some old Wrocław bakery, but I texted the location to Aaron, short-circuiting her ability to say no. We were on our second plate of fries, and the Cokes were growing warm, because apparently ice is a rarity in Europe, and we still hadn't made up our minds. Jennifer rubbed my arm across the table and said, "Maybe we do the job for them. It's not that hard, really, and it would mean a lot to Shoshana." I said, "She's fucking crazy. You want to risk our lives for that?" Jennifer said, "No, of course not, but she's not crazy. We've done several operations with her, and she's always right, scary right. I think we should." I said, "You sure?" "Well, you'd get some high adventure out of the trip. Make that flight worthwhile. But only if we get the support from Aaron." Before I could answer, Shoshana came into the bar, squinting her eyes in the gloom. Aaron followed close behind. I said, "Looks like we're about to find out." I waved and they came over, Shoshana beaming like she was a cat with a cornered mouse. Aaron said, "Well?" I said, "Well, what? I'm the one waiting on an answer." "You are in. We have a lawyer in Warsaw, one with highly placed connections. You'll be covered and shuffled out without drama, provided we don't do any permanent harm to anyone." I simply nodded. He repeated the question. "Well?" I looked at Jennifer one final time. Shoshana went from me to her, then started bouncing on her toes, a smile on her face. "They say yes." I rolled my eyes and said, "Can you turn that crap off for 1 minute and at least let us be the ones to say it? Just for formality's sake?" She ceased moving and made a concerted effort to stop the grin, looking for all the world like a child. Nobody said a word. Shoshana leaned over and kissed me on the cheek, saying, "Thank you." Jennifer smiled at that. She said, "Yes, we will do it."
Chapter 15. The car drove by the front gate at a steady pace, like a tractor dragging a plow. It neither slowed when the harsh lights of the gate came in view, nor sped up once it was back in the darkness. It did nothing to give anyone concern that reconnaissance was in the works. Not that the guards would have believed it, no matter what the car did. The driver could have parked out front and pulled out a video camera, and the men manning the gate would have remained listlessly behind their drop bar and chain link. They couldn't be faulted for that. They were, after all, on a military base in the heart of the last dictatorship in Europe, the 61st Fighter Air Base, Baranovichi, Belarus. In a country nearly impossible to enter as a tourist, with a secret police still enamored of the legacy of the Stasi and the KGB, Belarus was a dinosaur, an aging relic of the Cold War where "let me see your papers" wasn't a satirical comment, but a daily occurrence. It would be preposterous for anyone to believe one could attack a military base in the heart of the state without substantial help from those same forces. Unless one had help from forces that were just as good and just as vicious. Kirill Zarkov said, "Misha, keep going another mile. The turnout will be on the left." Misha said, "Same old Belarus. I bet those weapons aren't even loaded." From the back, Alyek said, "Yes, getting in will be easy, but we still need to get out." Kirill said, "We'll drive right through that gate in the chaos." "What if they lock it down?" "They'll be looking for Chechen insurgents, not Russian officers." Alyek remained silent. The headlights hit the gravel turnout, and Misha pulled into it, finding a rutted dirt road. He bounced down the track for about 70 meters until he was hidden in the wood line, then stopped. He flashed his lights and received 2 small blinks from a flashlight 30 meters away. He pulled forward, getting off the track far enough to allow another vehicle to pass. Kirill exited and met the man with the flashlight, standing next to a Belarusian army lorry. They shook hands, and Kirill said, "Dmitri, really good to see you. I was worried you'd have issues. Any trouble?" "No. Minsk is no different than Moscow. Weapons and uniforms were right where they were supposed to be." "You sure you weren't identified, followed?" "Would I be sitting out here in the woods if I had been? The Israeli passport was a genius idea. 2 days of shopping, and they quit looking at us." Kirill nodded. "Good enough. The special weapons are here as well?" "Yeah. 2 AK-74s in cloth bags. A note on them says not to touch them." "What's that all about?" "They were collected off a battlefield in Dagestan. They have the fingerprints of a Chechen warlord." He smiled in the dark and said, "The FSB has been keeping them for a special occasion." The other 2 men from the car came forward. Alyek shook Dmitri's hand and said, "Where's Alik?" Dmitri hooked a thumb at the lorry and said, "Changing. Getting promoted by about 10 ranks from what he was when he was booted from the army." Kirill laughed and said, "Everyone, do the same. Guard shift is in 1 hour. We need to be through the gate before then. I want to attack during the change, when there's confusion on who's in charge of what." 30 minutes later, they were all dressed as Russian Air Force officers. Kirill, the ranking man, as a major, the rest captains and lieutenants. It might have been more imposing and thus easier to penetrate, pretending to be a higher rank, but there was only a single Russian Su-27 squadron here, and that meant very few high-ranking members of the Russian military. Someone of that rank would be remembered, and questions would flow afterward. Captains and lieutenants were a dime a dozen. Kirill gave the command to load, and they bounced down the lane, passing the car they'd used for reconnaissance, Dmitri driving with Kirill in the passenger seat. The other men were in the back, weapons under a blanket. They hit the blacktop and began retracing their steps. They saw the glow of vapor lights in the distance, like a small stadium in the woods, and Kirill tensed up. He said, "Remember, you defer to me. I don't want to see your temper tonight. I outrank you. I'll do the talking." Dmitri nodded and said, "I understand, but if they give us any shit, I'm killing them." Kirill laughed and said, "It won't come to that. Remember your time in the military? Would you have given a shit about a couple of drunk officers showing up?" The full glare of the vapor lights hit the windshield as they came around the bend. Dmitri said, "I'd have killed them too." He pulled the truck straight up to the drop bar, as if he belonged, which Kirill knew was half the battle. Act like you're confused, and you'll get a strong response. Act like you're in charge, and people will let you be in charge. He knew no soldier wanted trouble from his commander for being a jerk at the gate, especially to Russian officers on a Belarusian base. A guard popped out of the small shack next to the drop bar and came forward, his AK-47 slung over his shoulder, a flashlight in his hands. Kirill leaned over and presented his Russian credentials outside the window, as if he'd done it 100 times in the past. The guard took one look at the uniforms, and that was it. He didn't even bother to turn on his light to see the identification. He waved behind them, and the drop bar rose. Dmitri muttered, "Well, that was easy." Chapter 16. His statement was belied a mere 5 minutes later, as they took a wrong turn and ended up on the main post, with Belarusian airmen working the midnight shift looking at the lorry curiously. They drove around a traffic circle and back out, headed the way they had come. Kirill cursed and said, "Where the hell is the airfield? We need to find the Russians." Dmitri said, "We'll have to stop and ask." "Are you fucking crazy? Ask where our squadron is at 2 in the morning? Dmitri saw a vehicle coming towards them and said, "Yes, we're drunk Russians. Nothing new." He leaned out and, acting like he was inebriated, asked directions to the cantonment area for the Su-27 squadron. The man in the car laughed at the predicament and gave them instructions. In short order, they were driving parallel to the flight line, the runway to the right, and a distant glow in front. As it got closer, they saw open bay hangars with the dual-fin Su-27s inside. Sleek killers posted to Belarus as a hedge against the West. Kirill said, "There you go. That's the target." Dmitri said, "We got another checkpoint." Kirill refocused to the front of the vehicle and saw a barricade of orange cones manned by a single Russian. Kirill said, "Shit. Get ready. We might not bluff our way through this one." They pulled up, and a Russian airman came forward, clearly confused at the Belarusian truck. He saw Dmitri's uniform and, in a semi-joking manner, said, "Why is a lieutenant driving a truck?" Kirill wasted no time, leaning over and shooting the man in the face with a Makarov PM pistol, the gunshot shattering the night. He watched the body drop, then shouted, "Let's go." The lorry jumped forward, flattening the cones, and racing down the sliver of blacktop to the hangars. The men in the back began shouting questions, wondering what had happened. Kirill separated the canvas behind the cab and said, "Get the RPGs ready. We're attacking now." Dmitri pulled onto a pad adjacent to the hangars and killed the engine. Nobody from the Russian side of the base reacted. Time slowed back down. Kirill opened the door and jumped down, saying, "Misha, Alek, let's go." He heard them scrambling over the gate at the back, then saw them run around. Two holding RPGs and AKMs, and one with the bags of AK-74s. Alek tossed Kirill an AKM, then readied his RPG, looking at him for instructions. Dmitri came around the cab, taking another AKM, and waiting on Kirill for a command. Kirill was astounded that nobody had reacted. He had expected to have to fight his way in and then blast his way out. The silence was deafening. He said, "Dmitri, take the far side security. I'll hold the near. Misha and Alek shoot the first aircraft, then the second. Destroy them both. Alek, scatter the weapons next to the maintenance bay." Dmitri scampered to the other side of the hangar, disappearing into the darkness. Misha and Alek looked at Kirill, and he said, "Well, do it." They took a knee, aimed their RPGs, and let them fly. It was surreal, like a practice range, the men kneeling just outside the lights of the hangar, the birds sitting stoically waiting for the punishment. The rockets sputtered out, streaking toward the twin tail fins of the jet, then impacted in an explosion of metal, followed by the ignition of the fuel, turning the hangar into an inferno. The men whooped and yelled like kids at a fireworks display, then reloaded. Kirill said, "The next! Hit the next!" He noticed Alek and said, "What are you waiting for? Get rid of those weapons. Be sure not to touch any metal." Alek turned to go, and they heard Dmitri's weapon fire on full automatic. He shouted something, and Kirill said, "Go! Go!" To the two grenadiers he said, "Shoot! Blow up the next one." They slid the rod of the grenade home, then took a knee. Kirill saw Dmitri bouncing back, still firing on full automatic. The grenadiers released their deadly missiles, and the second aircraft was engulfed in flames. Kirill said, "Shoot it again," then raced over to Dmitri, crouched behind an aircraft tractor, seeing three shadows in the distance firing at them, none appearing too intent on pressing the assault. Kirill slid in next to Dmitri and grabbed his shoulder, saying, "Come on, let's go." "They saw me. I was in the light." Kirill paused, then said, "You sure?" "Yes, I know it. They were shouting at me in Russian, calling me by my rank." Kirill turned and shouted, "Alik, over here." Alik scuttled over to them, the RPG launcher awkwardly banging against his knees. Kirill said, "I need a grenade on them, before others come, and they can tell them what they've seen." Alik glanced across the tarmac, seeing the 3 Russians crouched behind a row of barrels, occasionally cracking rounds their way, none coming close to them. He said, "They aren't hitting anything. We got the aircraft." "They've seen Dmitri in his uniform." Alik started to say something, then closed his mouth. Kirill said, "Kill them." "They're Russian." "Yeah, so?" Alik said nothing more, simply loaded another rocket. He sighted, then let it fly. The rocket-propelled grenade struck the center of the stack of barrels, the explosion shredding the 3 soldiers. Dmitri shouted, "Yeah!" Kirill said, "Let's get the fuck out of here." They sprinted back to the lorry. Oleg and Misha on the outside, nervously holding AKMs. Kirill said, "Did you drop the weapons?" "Yes, near the maintenance bay." Kirill nodded and said, "Everyone load up. Dmitri, you drive." They started to move when a truck with an open bed came flying around the corner, bouncing into the light of the flames, revealing it was loaded with Russian and Belarus security. Oleg shouted, "Shit," and turned to fire. Kirill knocked the gun down and shouted in Russian, "There! They're getting away! Across the tarmac!" The vehicle skidded to a stop next to them, and a captain jumped out, waving a pistol. He saw the flaming inferno, then took in the uniforms. He said, "What the hell happened?" "Chechens. Chechens blew the shit out of everything. They killed the man at the gate and then started shooting rockets. They escaped that way. They're on foot. You can catch them." The captain shouted at his men, then said, "Sir, can you secure this area? Make sure none of them are still here?" Kirill nodded, and the vehicle raced off, men hanging on with gun barrels bristling, looking for an enemy that didn't exist. 10 minutes later, the lorry was at the front gate. There was double the manpower from before, but no cohesive control. The men ran back and forth as if the movement alone were progress. Kirill grabbed one and talked to him, spreading more rumors. And then they were through, gaining their freedom simply by speaking Russian.
Chapter 17. I felt someone lightly tap my thigh, then heard Shoshana whisper, "It's time." I shook the sleep out of my head and saw Jennifer slipping a backpack over her shoulders, now wearing skin-tight black lycra leggings and an Under Armour top, courtesy of the Israelis. Surprisingly, it fit her perfectly, as if they knew who would be wearing it. I stood up and saw rain running down the window. I said, "That's not a good omen." Aaron, wearing jeans and running shoes, handed me a little headlamp and a leather sap filled with small lead shot. He said, "It was threatening to come since we drove up, but it's just a drizzle." The sky had been overcast on the nighttime return, making the narrow blacktop leading to the castle bitterly dark. This time we traveled in a single vehicle, Shoshana behind the wheel, Aaron in the passenger seat. Jennifer and I were in the back, now part of their team, which made me wonder when I'd crossed the border into lunacy. Through the trees, I'd seen the glow of lights and said, "You're sure it's not going to look strange for a car to pull up this late at night?" Aaron showed me the parking pass we both received earlier in the day. "Not when we have a room. We park, go upstairs, and act like we're simply going to bed." "You didn't check out?" Shoshana said, "Why would we do that when we fully intended to come back?" I shook my head at the subterfuge, and Jennifer grinned. The parking area for the hotel was a little cramped shelf overlooking the valley, the castle protected, requiring us to wind down a steep, potholed road running parallel to a stone wall. After bouncing around hard enough to cause the headlights to jostle like a drunken man waving a flashlight, we'd pulled off the road to the left entering a small courtyard packed with about 7 cars, all parked without any semblance of order. Aaron said, "Another reason to come in later. We won't get blocked in by someone." I said, "Yeah, that would suck for the getaway." We exited the car and Aaron had led us to the stone wall. As I crossed the road, I saw it ran low around the side of the mountain, ending at what looked like an arched tunnel under the castle, a single light bulb over the top illuminating the entrance. Aaron leaned over the wall and said, "That's our access path." He'd told us earlier that we'd be walking to the castle, and I could see a footpath paralleling the road, but lower on the slope, with benches every 100 feet or so for a walker to take a rest and gaze out into the valley. I followed it as far as I could in the darkness, but couldn't see where it came out next to the bottom of the castle. Aaron pointed and said, "That's why we need you, Jennifer. The office is on the 1st floor, ground level where we came in. But we'll start the climb 2 floors below that. And you'll have to go 1 floor higher, because there aren't any external windows to access on that floor." The castle was vaguely illuminated with a scattering of outdoor lights, and I could make out the ancient stone of the walls. Jennifer studied her potential path in the dim light and said, "I can do that." Shoshana smiled and said, "That was never a question." I said, "Let's get some sleep, we might need it." We'd returned to the room, and I'd tried to nap. But it seemed we'd only been in the room for about 15 minutes before Shoshana had tapped my thigh. I looked at the window again and said, "Coco, you sure you can make that climb freehand with the rain?" She cinched the pack down and pointed to a window on the other side of the room. She said, "It looks like it's coming south to north, and it's only a drizzle. I'll bet the walls on the north are dry." Aaron said, "She's only going about 4 floors. And what if the window's locked? She'll have to go higher." "It's not, I told you. The window was built centuries ago. Nobody thought it needed a lock. At any rate, if it is, she comes down because the window height is the length of the ladder we had made." I said, "You had the ladder made for that window?" He looked embarrassed and said, "Well, yes. When we first started studying how to access the castle, we didn't know where the Torah was located, but that didn't mean we couldn't plan entry." Shoshana handed me some thin gloves and a black balaclava and said, "Now we know where it's located." I took the items and she said, "No fingerprints, no pictures." I said, "I thought there weren't any cameras. You said they used roving guards." Aaron said, "That's true, but remember, we can't terminate anyone. You meet someone, they'd better be able to remember it tomorrow." I muttered, "Just great." And Shoshana said, "Don't worry, I've got a good feeling about this. You're my lucky charm." I said, "That instills so much confidence in me." Aaron turned out the lights, then opened the door. Jennifer grinned and said, "Showtime." I have to admit her confidence was infectious, making me smile as well. Aaron said, "I do appreciate this. We'll most definitely owe you one." I exited onto the wooden balcony and said, "Believe me, I plan on collecting." We slipped down the walkway to a narrow stairwell, keeping to the shadows and circling away from the bar in front. It was close to 2 in the morning, but no way did we want to run into some inebriated patron coming back to his room. We went through the parking lot, and I saw that none of the cars had moved, all still jammed together like a drunk valet had parked them. We reached the road and sprinted over it one by one. As I crossed, I glanced toward the castle and saw a black van nose out, illuminated at the edge of the tunnel. Aaron was already lowering Shoshana over the side, letting her drop the 7 feet to the path. I crouched against the wall and said, "There's a new vehicle. Someone's shown up since we arrived." Jennifer came across, crouching next to me. Aaron glanced toward the castle and said, "Did you see movement?" "No. Headlights are off, but it's definitely there." Shoshana hissed from the far side, wanting to know what the holdup was. I looked at Aaron, then tapped Jennifer, getting her up on the wall. I leaned over, holding her hands, and she walked down 3 feet, looked up at me, and nodded. I let her go. I turned back to Aaron to find him staring intently down the road. He came back to me and said, "What is your gut saying?" "It's trouble." "You want to abort?" I flashed my teeth and said, "And spend another night with your sociopath? No, we can handle trouble. I think it means we'll have more active patrolling than we thought, even if it's a cleaning crew. We just need to be on our toes." Aaron took that in, then slowly nodded. He said, "I appreciate the honest answer. This was your chance to quit." I hoisted myself on the wall, looked down to determine the drop, then said, "I've never quit anything in my entire life, and Lord knows I would rather face some stormtroopers who can't shoot than your damn wife." Before he could answer, I let go. Aaron landed softly 5 seconds later. He said, "Okay, everyone knows their positions. Jennifer first. Get the anchor in. Me next, then Shoshana. Pike last." We'd all talked about this endlessly, but I understood he was reaffirming the fact that it was his op. He was in charge. I nodded, and we took up a slow jog down the path, the drizzle settling on us until we broke past the castle itself. True to Jennifer's prediction, it was dry, the stone blocking the weather. We ran by the tunnel, the van right above us, then reached the back of the castle, with Aaron stopping at a modern drainage pipe running from the face of stone and down into the valley. We took a knee and Jennifer tested the pipe. Shoshana said, "Told you this is a cakewalk. You have your own ladder for the first 2 floors. Jennifer glanced up at the pipe and the ensuing climb, then looked at me. I said, "Too late now, unless you can't do it." She grinned and said, "You know I can do it, last chance to back out." I fist bumped her and said, "Then let's go." Before I could stop her, she leaned in and kissed me on the cheek, saying, "See you at the top." She leapt up on the pipe, scrambling like a monkey in a zoo. In seconds, she was 2 floors up and began climbing using the rock of the castle. Satisfied, I returned my eyes to the team, seeing Shoshana staring intently at me. I said, "What?" "You never would have let her show affection like that before." "So, what's your point?" "I'm just studying, trying to decide what part of the relationship I want to be." I looked at Aaron and he rolled his eyes, the patient uncle with the kid who wouldn't quit annoying him. I said, "The husband and wife mission is over. Nobody cares what your marital status is anymore." The nylon ladder rolled down, slapping on the stone right between us. Shoshana said, "I'm not talking about the mission, I'm talking about life." I looked at Aaron again, and he pretended to be engrossed in testing the strength of the ladder, studiously ignoring the conversation. He found it strong and began climbing. I took the bottom rung and pulled it taut, giving him a solid platform instead of a swinging mess, and getting me away from the conversation with Shoshana, just like he'd done. The ladder quit shaking, and I glanced up, seeing it empty. I said, "Your turn, Carrie." She grinned and said, "You have no idea what to do with Coco. You're just like Aaron." She said it like she'd discovered something profound about the human condition. I said, "Get on the fucking ladder. Why do you always do this right before a firefight?" She pulled herself up on the rungs and said, "I appreciate you helping. It means a lot to me and Aaron. I just wanted to say that in case this goes bad." Incredulously, I looked up at her and said, "I thought you said this was going to be easy." She started climbing after I drew the ladder taut and said, "No, I said you brought luck. I'm not sure this is going to be easy, but I'm positive it will be worth it." In seconds, she was out of earshot, climbing past the floors. I felt the ladder go slack and looked up. She was gone. I began the climb myself, wondering what the hell she was talking about. Chapter 18. I reached the sill of the ancient window, the glass open wide, strong seams of iron between the opaque panes. A foot-long hunk of granite extended out, giving me purchase. I pulled myself up and swung inside, dropping lightly to the ground. We were in a room with velvet ropes on the doors, the interior full of archaic Renaissance furniture and massive murals on the walls. I saw Jennifer crouched to the left of the window, her job pretty much done. All she had to do was wait. Then, after all of us had escaped, she dropped the ladder and free-climbed back down. The two Israelis were near the door, listening and looking like bank robbers with the balaclavas over their heads. Jennifer smiled at me, pumped with adrenaline after the climb. I grinned back and patted her like-recovered thigh, whispering, "Hero of the day again." She said, "It was easy." I turned serious. "This goes south, you get the hell out of here. Don't wait on me or anyone else. Get out and down." Her smile faded, and I said, "Shoshana's not nearly as confident as you thought. I don't know what they know, but they've lied to us from the start. Just get out." She nodded, then said, "What about you? I'll pull my security position, but trust me, if this thing goes sideways, I'm right behind you." She nodded again, saying, "See you in a few. Don't do anything stupid." This time I was the one who leaned in. I pecked her on the cheek and said, "Too fucking late for that." I ducked-walked toward the door, sliding my balaclava over my head and seeing Shoshana staring at me again. I reached her and whispered, "What now? You kissed her." "No, I didn't. I was whispering in her ear about what a pain in the ass you are. I didn't want you to hear." Aaron chuckled and said, "Okay, we're going down one floor. Everyone remembers the floor plan, right?" Shoshana and I nodded. He said, "We get down there and Pike provides security to our rear. Shoshana and I will access the door. There are 4 security guards on this floor, but only 1 on the trunks in the admin area. We reduce him as a threat, then pop the locks to the door and get the Torah. We come right back to you and we're out of here." I said, "Sounds good. Let's get it done." He nodded and slipped out the door, Shoshana right behind him, moving down a wide hallway lined with portraits of old dead guys. I brought up the rear feeling naked without a firearm, but understanding the fact that if I had it, I'd probably use it, and I could handle anyone who showed up. We kept to the wall, sliding against it to a large staircase. Aaron slipped down it, the carpet muffling his steps, reaching the next floor. We paused at the base and Aaron whispered, "Left." He pointed at the wall across from the staircase, a point where I could dominate anyone coming and going, and said, "You, there, Shoshana on me." I slipped across the hall, taking up a position in the shadows, the winding staircase in front, the opening to the castle lobby on my left. I watched them slink down the same hallway we'd entered earlier in the day, then pulled out my lead-filled sap. Anyone entered, and I had to take them out, but not permanently harm them, which wasn't exactly a perfect science. And because we had luggage that had been x-rayed every step of the way, Aaron hadn't even brought a taser. I only had my hands and a lead-filled weapon from a bad mafia movie. I sat still, breathing through my nose and constantly scanning left and right, waiting on their return. I expected to hear shuffling footsteps. What I got was a gunshot, loud and echoing down the hallway, then 2 more. Shit! What happened to no guards being armed? I slid down the hallway, my head swiveling behind me, keeping the entrance in sight, keeping my ability to provide security for any follow-on force. I ducked around the edge and saw 6 men in castle security uniforms dragging 2 trunks, 2 other men on the floor, both with their necks bent at unnatural angles. Behind a pillar next to the wall were the Israelis, trapped in the hallway. A man advanced, pistol held with both hands, blasting away at the pillar they were hiding behind, closing in close enough to ensure no escape. I reacted without thought, springing up and racing into the hall. The man saw me coming and rotated his weapon toward me, causing me to instinctively slide low on the marble, regretting my choice. Before he could squeeze the trigger, Aaron leapt from behind his cover, snatching the man's gun arm and rotating in a circle like a pretzel. The bone snapped, causing the man to scream, and Aaron flipped him on his back and hammered his face with a straight punch. The other men started firing, and Aaron flopped back behind the pillar. I scrambled in beside him and said, "What the hell's going on? There's a damn army here." He said, "I don't know. We saw the dead guys in the hallway. Then the door burst open before we could retreat, and those assholes came out firing. They're getting away with the Torah." I peeked around the pillar, drawing fire from the remaining men, and snapped back. I said, "It's gone. Let's get the fuck out of here." Shoshana said, "That isn't happening. No way." I heard a guy shouting orders, and it wasn't in Polish. It was some weird language that I didn't immediately recognize. Shoshana did, though. She listened to the commands being given and glared at Aaron with fire. She said, "We are not leaving without the Torah." Before I could reason with her, she sprang up, running toward the men in a zigzag pattern, the hallway stretching out in a funnel of death. One trunk was being dragged into an elevator, the other right behind it. Aaron shouted at her to stop, and the men began shooting. Shoshana was miraculously missed with the first salvo. She realized her stupidity and slammed behind the next pillar in the hallway, this one much closer to the enemy, the angle leaving her dangerously exposed. Aaron grabbed the pistol from the man he'd killed and rolled into the open on his chest, blazing away at the group and drawing their fire off Shoshana. Aaron got off 4 rounds, dropping one man, and then he was hit, causing a sharp scream. I leapt out and grabbed his leg, pulling him back behind the cover of the pillar and seeing blood on his shoulder. Jesus Christ, this entire mission had gone to complete shit. I grabbed the pistol from his hand, checked the chamber for a round, then rotated around the pillar. I shouted, "Shoshana, back here, I'll cover." I pumped 2 rounds down the hallway, hitting one man in the gut, and then my weapon locked open, the magazine empty. The man I'd hit fell into the elevator, and the other men slapped against the wall, then realized I was empty. I dove back behind the pillar as they returned fire my way. The elevator doors closed, and 2 men remained. They saw their opening and charged Shoshana, trying to get an angle around her pillar. I heard a noise behind me and whirled, ready to kill. Jennifer appeared, sliding down the wall at a rapid pace, ignoring my order to get the hell out at the first sign of trouble. I locked eyes with her and shouted, "You got Aaron!" Nothing more. The 2 men down the hall closed within striking distance, and Shoshana had a choice: die curled in a ball or attack. She chose the latter. She leapt on the closest man like a lion on a gazelle. As weak as his firearms skills were, his hand-to-hand ability was far worse. He was no match for her. The second man danced around the 2, frantically looking for a shot, but unsure if he could hit whom he needed to, giving me time enough to reach him. Chapter 19. He heard me coming at the last second and rotated with his weapon. I'd never had the chance to use a Superman punch, feeling such a thing was ridiculous, but it worked here. I launched myself in the air and cocked my arm. I saw the barrel turn, and my fist exploded out with over 200 pounds of muscle and pure adrenaline behind it. His head snapped back like it had been hit with a cinder block, and he dropped. I landed on his body, got my footing, then turned to the other fight. Shoshana had her man on the ground, legs wrapped around his waist and his head trapped in her arms. I leapt up to help her, and she jerked harshly. I heard the snap, his body going limp, giving up everything in a final tribute to her prowess. I grabbed her shoulder and she whirled, swinging a fist. I slapped it aside and said, "It's me! Stop it! It's me!" At that point, Shoshana did something weird. She pulled up the dead man's sleeve, exposing a tattoo, then cursed. She stood enraged and said, "We need to get the Torah from those fucks." I said, "Aaron's hit. Let's get out of here." The words were like dropping ice in boiling water, cutting her anger. She sprang upright and said, "What? Where?" I turned back to the hallway, pointing at Jennifer putting pressure on Aaron's wound. Shoshana gasped, then started to move toward them, when the second elevator dinged. The doors opened and 2 men spilled out, within a foot of us, both hesitant and confused. Shoshana went into combat mode, snatching the pistol from the unconscious man at her feet and smashing the closest guy in the skull with the barrel. He staggered into the wall, holding his head, and she sprang back for a shot. The second man jumped like he'd been hit with an electric current, and she began to squeeze. In the span of a microsecond, I realized they held no weapons. They're the real castle security. I slapped her gun arm, and the round went harmlessly over their heads. I spun her away, then lashed out with my boot, catching the first guy full on in the face as he was crouched over in pain, snapping his head back into the wall and laying him out. The second had his radio up, screaming into it. I swept his legs out from under him, then hammered his temple. His body went limp. I checked that they were both breathing, then turned to Shoshana. "Get a hold of yourself. These men aren't the bad guys, no killing." She looked like she wanted to gut me, and I saw the third elevator rising 1 floor away. Holy shit. Jennifer had Aaron on his feet, and he appeared okay. I shouted, "Jennifer, can you get him down?" Aaron's arm around her shoulders, staggering the way we'd come, she said, "Yeah, if you keep them off me." I heard the elevator ding and looked at Shoshana. There was only one way Jennifer could get him out, and that was if we were the ones being chased. I said, "We need to be the rabbit." She understood and nodded. The doors opened and 2 more unarmed men spilled out. I waved my arms and shouted, then took off running, Shoshana right behind me. They followed, yelling into a radio. We fled down the hallway, then hit the staircase, sprinting upward. We took 2 turns, then exploded out onto another ornate floor, the men trying hard to reach us. Thank God they were old and out of shape. I started to go right, and Shoshana grabbed my arm, saying, "Left, we go left." I followed her, hearing the men pounding up the stairs. I said, "What are we doing now?" She said, "Follow me. We need to do some cat and mouse, but I know how to get out of here." We ran down yet another huge hallway, then darted into a small room with a shallow stairwell. Literally a closet with a 3-foot-wide stairwell leading up. She started climbing, and I said, "How did you know about this?" "I memorized the floor plan. Shush and follow." I did. We entered a balcony overlooking some sort of amphitheater, and she cut right, opening a small door that looked more like an access panel. We crawled through, and I found we'd returned to the main hallways of the castle. But I'll be damned if I knew on what floor. She ran down the marble until she reached a bookshelf, then stopped, breathing heavily. She said, "If they catch Aaron because you made me flee, I'll kill you." I said, "If they put Jennifer in jail because we helped you with this stupid plan, I'll beat you to it." She looked up at me, and I felt the weird glow. She pulled the bookshelf out, exposing an unfinished shaft leading down. Ironworks and studs from years ago threaded into the rock. I was astounded. I said, "Where does this go?" "It's an old elevator shaft built by the Nazis, never finished. It goes into the tunnels of Project Riza. We'll escape below the castle." I said, "That's pure magic. I'll never question you again." She looked at me with a mixture of sadness and pride and said, "You should have questioned. I was wrong about this one, completely wrong." I said, "We don't have time for self-pity. Get your ass in there." She shimmied onto the iron and began climbing down. I followed, pulling the bookshelf back as far as I could, but forced to leave a gap. I heard men shouting in the hallway and continued down, turning on my headlamp to see, but afraid they'd catch the glow. We sank lower and lower, slowly picking our way down and hearing the shouting from above, but nobody checked behind the bookshelf. After 10 minutes of climbing, we hit the bottom, a rough square with a placard outside it, describing how the shaft had been built. Shoshana held a finger to her lips, then exited, going left into a tunnel underneath the castle. We walked for about 40 meters, then hit a junction with an unlocked iron gate. She opened it, and we were now in a much bigger tunnel, with placards every 10 feet and pictures hanging on the wall. She said, "We're back in the museum. This exit's on the south side." I said, "You're a damn genius." She said, "Not yet. We aren't out." Chapter 20. She jogged down the tunnel, her headlamp bouncing, and I followed. We reached an oaken door, and she hesitated, putting her ear to it. Then she opened it. I felt a breeze and a spattering of rain, and we were out. We exited into a courtyard of groomed landscaping and fountains, 2 floors below the entrance. The bracing rain hit us, and I realized we were on the opposite side of the castle. We'd entered on the north side, but were now on the south side. Above, we saw flashlights bouncing back and forth in the entrance courtyard. I pulled off my balaclava, enjoying the rain against my face. She did the same. I said, "Where do we go from here?" "On this path. We can cut underneath the main courtyard and get out." She started to move, but I pulled her up short, saying, "You sure? You're not just guessing? We're about to expose ourselves." She said, "I'm sure, mission prep. You didn't get the same, but we've been planning for months. In the end, it did no good." I said, "Yeah, it did. Don't worry about the damn Torah. You were right. They were coming for it. Nothing we could do about that." She started moving, saying, "I'm not worried about the Torah." Flinching at every shout we heard, we jogged up the path, the castle courtyard above us. The path turned north, running into a tunnel that stretched underneath. We went through it and found ourselves back on the north side, on the same road that led to the hotel. I paused, staring down the blacktop. The van that had been there before was gone, and I held no illusions as to why. We took a quick look around, then sprinted up the road, entering the sweet embrace of the lights of our hotel. We went to the parking area, and I saw that our car was gone. Shoshana cursed, and I said, "That's good news. Jennifer will take care of him." She said, "If she didn't leave him for dead and run to save herself." I said nothing, standing in the drizzle, waiting on the apology. It came. She sighed, then leaned into me and said, "Sorry. I know Jennifer would never do that. I'm just worried about him. He's someone that... Having never seen her express emotion, I was unsure what to do with the little demon. I wrapped my arms around her and said, "Yeah, you talk about as well as I do. Look, he can't be hurt too badly, or he couldn't have gotten down the ladder. And we know he did, because the car is gone. Thank God you guys kept a room. Let's get off the street and give them a call." It was a risk, but not much of one. They'd never think that whoever had hit the castle would be staying in the hotel connected to it. The comment brought her up short, giving her a shot of confidence. She broke from my embrace and raced up the stairs, jamming her hand in a pocket for the key, and I realized she'd read into what I'd said. She exploded in, finding the room empty. She threw the key to the ground and looked at me. I said, "I told you to give them a call, not expect to find them here. Come on, I taught Jennifer. I'm sure she's getting him Medcare right now." She dialed, and Aaron's phone went to voicemail. I tried Jennifer and got the same. I said, "Look, maybe they're at a hospital. They'll call back. The car's gone. Someone with a key took it, which means Aaron. I'm not worried about Jennifer. I trained her. I know she's okay." She looked at me with venom, thinking my only concern was Jennifer's welfare. I said, "That's not what I meant, and you know it. Jesus. I can't sleep here wondering if you're going to kill me. And I'm really tired." She sat still for a moment, then said, "You're sure he's okay?" "You're asking me with your psychic mumbo-jumbo?" She flopped onto the bed, the mattress sagging under her. I went to the minibar and pulled out a beer. I said, "Yeah, he's okay. My ESP is telling me. He's with Jennifer." I saw her anger rising at my sarcasm. She said, "My actions got Aaron shot. Stop that. You were trying to accomplish the mission. Although I'll say you might want to take a hard look at doing things that are suicidal, regardless of what your spidey sense or Hanukkah sense or whatever you call it is telling you." I changed the subject. "What was up with the guy you slammed, the one with the tattoo?" She evaded, saying, "Nothing. I just recognized the tattoo from Israel. I was surprised to see it." I said, "They were speaking Hebrew, weren't they? And you recognized who was giving the orders. I saw you. Tell me I'm making that up." She said, "No, he was speaking Yiddish." "I'm not going to talk about it." I let it go. She glanced around the room and said, "There's only a queen-size mattress. You sleeping on the couch?" I chuckled and said, "Hell no. You can squeeze your ass over as far as you want, but I'm sleeping in a bed after all this." A scary little grin slipped out, and she said, "I knew you were sweet on me." She stretched out and slapped the mattress, saying, "Come on, let's sleep." Then gave me a look straight from Linda Blair in The Exorcist. I said, "That's okay, I see your point. I'll take the couch."
Chapter 21. Kurt Hale threw his parking pass on the dash, then saw the President's National Security Advisor and the Vice President leave the West Wing of the White House and speedwalk toward the old Executive Office building, followed by a scrum of advisors all working a BlackBerry or other electronic device. He looked at George Wolfe and said, "I don't think we're on the agenda anymore." "What's your guess? The attack in Belarus?" "Yeah, unless we've had another Benghazi somewhere that we haven't heard about." With the task force on stand down, it had been deemed unnecessary to bring the entire Oversight Council together for simple updates that had no operational ramifications. Kurt had taken to providing President Warren with a weekly update on the ongoing fallout in Greece and the potential exposure from the investigation of Secretary Billings' death. This week, President Warren was overseas at a G8 conference, so the reporting had been delegated to Alexander Palmer, the National Security Advisor, and Kurt had good news. Only now it looked like he wouldn't get to deliver it. Kurt said, "Come on, let's hit him up before they get inside." They broke into a jog and caught up with the back of the pack, then circled around to the front. Palmer saw the arrival and smiled. "I tried to catch you before you left to come over here. Sorry. Our meeting's been postponed." Kurt said, "Yeah, I gathered that, sir. It would have been an easy one anyway." Out of formality, Kurt nodded at Vice President Hannister, saying, "Sir?" Hannister said, "Good to see you, Kurt. I hope it was a positive development." Kurt glanced at the trailing advisors, none of whom were read onto Project Prometheus, and was pleased to see them all self-absorbed in digital land. He said, "Yes, it is. The Greeks have busted up a mafia cell responsible for forging the passport the suicide bomber had on him. They are wrapping up their investigation, leaving all the loose threads alone. They want to put it past them, and have tied it up in a neat bow of Greek anti-government jerks leveraging an Islamic lunatic. As long as we don't push, it's over." Palmer said, "Billings was the Secretary of State. How can we not push without looking like we're hiding something?" Kurt said, "Come on, sir. There's pushing, and then there's pushing, with threats behind it for enforcement. Sure, have State proclaim the relentless search for the truth or whatever they want, but follow it with BS about trust in the Greek government. Then let it die." They reached the steps of the old Executive Office building, and Palmer said, "It does sound good, but we'll have talk about this later. Sorry. I'm available at any time." Vice President Hannister said, "Why don't you two come on up, sit in the back? I might want your opinion off the record when it's over." Kurt looked at George, then said, "By all means. What's this about?" "Video teleconference with President Warren. There was a terrorist attack in Belarus last night against Russian aircraft stationed there, and Putin is going nuts. He didn't show at the GH conference because of it." They trotted up the stairs, then continued speed-walking down the marble hallway until they reached an NSC conference room. A line of people trying to get in, but held up by the fact that they each had to surrender all electronic devices. Kurt looked at the size of the group and whispered to George, "As much as I bitch about the Oversight Council, can you imagine trying to get anything done with this giant beast?" George chuckled and said, "Stick behind Hannister. He's not waiting." Sure enough, like Moses parting the Red Sea, the lower-level staffers stepped left and right, and the royalty of the National Security Advisor and Vice President strode right up. Kurt and George followed, blending in with the other ass-kissers and coffee-grabbers of the personal staff. They entered a conference room dominated by a long oval table, each seat taken by a member of the President's National Security Team: Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Director of National Intelligence, Attorney General, and a host of others. And the Secretary of State's position was some unknown place-sitter. In the back were rows of standard metal chairs, filled with numerous aides and lesser individuals. Kurt and George filed through to the back, Kurt saying, "No wonder nobody can keep a secret in this town. Might as well let everyone in with their cell phones on speaker, dialed into the Washington Post." They sat for about 15 minutes, staring at the blank screen in front of the room, everyone buzzing in small group discussions. Eventually the screen flickered, then cleared, showing President Warren in another room full of people, making Kurt chuckle. Alexander Palmer said, "You have us, sir?" "Yes. Everyone there?" "Everyone I could get on short notice. The Deputy Secretary of State is in Honduras on that global engagement deal. We have the Undersecretary for Political Affairs on this end in her place." "Well, bring me up to speed. Is this a crisis or just a tempest in a teapot?" "Yes, sir. I'm turning it over to General Durham." The chairman of the Joint Chiefs stood up and said, "Sir, as you know, Russia is in a start-and-stop phase of building an air base in Belarus. In between, they've placed Su-27 flanker squadrons at 2 locations in Belarus." The screen split and a map appeared next to the president's face, showing the country of Belarus marked with 2 blue marbles, one southwest of Minsk, the capital, and one northeast. "These aircraft are comparable to our own F-15s, and the deployments are a direct result of our reaction to the crisis in Ukraine. Last night at around 0200 local time, 1900 East Coast time, the squadron in Baranovichi was attacked." The marble to the southwest turned red. "We cannot confirm casualties, but from satellite imagery we know that at least 2 aircraft were destroyed. Russia is proclaiming it a terrorist attack and has mobilized forces on the border, demanding that Belarus let them in. Basically, they're saying that Belarus can't or won't protect the airfields, and that Russia will do so with or without permission." President Warren said, "From what I'm hearing, Putin is claiming Chechen terrorists." General Durham turned to the Director of National Intelligence and said, "John?" The DNI said, "Sir, I'll be honest. Given the closed nature of Belarus and our lack of penetration, everything I'm about to say is extremely rough." "Have we talked to the embassy, the station there?" "Yes, sir. But calling it an embassy is stretching things. It's really only a consulate. The Belarusians forced us to chop the embassy by more than half nearly a decade ago, and since then they've whittled away at the numbers we could station there. We don't even have an ambassador, which is to say the station can talk a lot about the politics of the next Belarusian presidential election and the dynamics of their relationship with Russia, but has no ability to penetrate a tactical attack on the spur of the moment. We have little real-world intelligence. The DNI waited on admonishment, but all the President said was, "Go on." "You are correct that Russia is blaming Chechen terrorism, and to back that up, there was a message claiming credit on an Islamic website coming out of Dagestan. In addition, they say they found weapons with biometrics, fingerprints, of known Chechen insurgent figures. But, well, the claim of credit was removed within hours and followed up explicitly with a denouncement of the claim. They're now saying they didn't do it, and they're saying it through a recording of the man whose fingerprints are allegedly on the firearms found at the base." Jesus. Can I get a simple answer here?
Chapter 22. Jennifer and I came back to Aaron's room, bringing a present of beef jerky from a market in Wrocław. She didn't think Aaron would want it, but that was ridiculous. Any man on earth would appreciate beef jerky. She'd wanted to bring him some candy-ass pastry. I opened the door and saw Shoshana tending to Aaron like a child taking care of a puppy. Never mind that Aaron was pretty much good to go. I said, "How's Iron Man doing?" He grinned sheepishly and said, "I can't complain." He flicked his head to Shoshana and said, "She's working hard for something." I said, "Yeah, something. Stay away from that. Still waiting on the mighty Mossad for a report?" He said, "I spoke with them. I'd like to talk alone. Can we do that?" I expected that answer, given what had transpired. I held up my bag and said, "Yeah, we brought some jerky. I'm sure that's wolfsbane to females." Shoshana stood up and said, "Jennifer, you want to go shop the old town?" Standing by the door, Jennifer said, "Shop for what? I don't think they sell silenced weapons here." Shoshana bounced up and said, No, I really want to shop. Let's go look at wigs." "Wigs? Are you serious?" Shoshana's face faltered, and I realized she had no idea what shopping with women meant. Whenever she needed something, she just went out and bought it. She'd never gone shopping solely for the experience, and she was just guessing, probably from watching reruns of I Love Lucy. She glanced at me like I had an answer for her. But then Jennifer pulled us all out of the well. She said, "Come on, Carrie, I'll take you out. Let the menfolk do what they do." Shoshana beamed and said, "I'd like that. Let's go buy stuff, just like you do with Pike." Jennifer actually laughed at that, and Shoshana looked confused again, like some Vulcan trying hard to fit in with the humans. Jennifer said, "If you want to go shopping with me like I do with Pike, that'll be a short trip." She said, "You guys don't go shopping together, like I see in American movies?" Jennifer looked at me for help. I said, "Yes, we do. I just don't enjoy it. You'll be shopping with her exactly like me." Shoshana slid her gaze to me, and I saw she was really trying. I said, "Jesus, woman, I get it. You want me to have some secret talk with Aaron. Get out of here. I don't need ESP to see that." Shoshana said, "Nephilim, you were right about Aaron last night. Again, I'm glad you were there." I said, "I'm happy I was, but don't put some mystical stock in it. We were just lucky he was okay." She said, "It wasn't luck. When my phone rang this morning, I knew why." We'd woken up at the crack of dawn with both phones buzzing at the same time. Shoshana had answered hers, and I'd answered mine. Both said the same thing. Aaron was okay, and in the hands of a veterinarian in Wrocław. I'd laughed at that. The best the Mossad can do is a vet? He had an in-and-out wound to his trapezius, nothing but tissue damage. 1 inch to the right, he'd have been missing some lung. He'd coordinated his own treatment, talking to some handler in Mossad, then giving Jennifer instructions to a safe house. We'd learned that he'd made Jennifer turn off their cell phones, unsure what our status was, and knowing that if we were captured, their phones were capable of being tracked due to our association. Smart tradecraft, even if it had driven Shoshana nuts. We checked out of the hotel like anyone else, and Jennifer had picked us up amid a bunch of flashing police lights. We'd acted astounded at the activity, and then left. On the way, Jennifer told us of her trials getting Aaron down the ladder. She'd left it in place, and was worried about that. I laughed and said it would only lead to more confusion. She asked us about our own escape, and, after some back-and-forth war stories, we ended up at my major question. What the hell exactly had happened? I knew we'd been suckered beginning with the first invitation. We'd done what they'd asked, and had been met with subterfuge at every turn. Yeah, Shoshana had predicted that someone was going to steal the goods, but she never said a damn thing about them speaking Yiddish. And then she'd recognized a tattoo from Israel. It stunk to high heaven. Shoshana remained mute in the car, refusing to answer my questions. I became irate, but she only doubled down, ignoring me completely. I gave up waiting on Aaron. It had been an uncomfortable 40 minutes. We met Aaron at the same hotel we'd left the day before, wearing a bandage and a hotel bathrobe. He opened the door like a bank robber, peeking behind us as if we were hiding a SWAT team. I barged in and demanded answers. And he gave them, holding nothing back. It turned out I was only half right. Yeah, they tricked us into coming over. But that was the extent of it. And I already knew that. They truly had no idea someone was hunting the plunder until Shoshana had seen the man in the room. Or that the person doing the hunting was a former Mossad agent. Unlike Shoshana, Aaron had opened up completely. The men who'd taken the artifacts were, in fact, from Israel. The individual shouting the orders had once been a Mossad agent named Mikhail, and he'd been let go in a manner that was less than civil. Apparently, he'd used his Mossad title to fleece the organization at every turn, padding travel vouchers and using his overseas posting to funnel back electronics and other goods for profit on the black market. Not unlike some bad apples in our own defense and intelligence architecture. Shoshana had recognized his voice because she'd worked with him on an operation and had been the one to turn him in. She was, to say the least, not his favorite person, and the feeling was returned in spades, which explained her lunatic stunt in the castle. After being let go, Mikhail had been rumored to have started selling his skills to the highest bidder, and had fallen in with a cabal of Russian Jews, earning money off the skin of others, regardless of their affiliation with Israel. The tattoo Shoshana had seen was for an organized crime faction affiliated with a much bigger Russian group, one of the largest in the world. The totality of the information had caused Aaron to send in a flash message to Mossad, something completely unwarranted given the lack of lives in the balance, but Aaron felt it was necessary. He asked us to remain for another day, and, given that we had nothing else going on, Jennifer and I agreed. In the interest of privacy, we left them alone in the room to wait on a Mossad response. Jennifer and I wandered around the old town, where I found out that Wrocław had better beef jerky than Texas, which was no mean feat. We'd eventually ran out of things to look at and returned. Since Shoshana's insistence that she go shopping with Jennifer, I knew we were about to be asked another favor. I just wasn't sure I wanted to hear what it was.
Chapter 23. After the president's outburst, Kurt Hale was glad to be in the cheap seats instead of at the adult table. The room remained silent for a couple of ticks until President Warren said, "Well, is everything really 50-50, or do we have any analysis that matters?" Finally, the Director of National Intelligence said, "Sir, there is no clear-cut answer in this thing on who is responsible for the attack. I hate to say this, but it's a coin toss. There's no way to verify that the recording denouncing the attack is actually from the warlord in question, but it's equally impossible to verify the fingerprints on the weapons in the first place. It's a he said, she said situation right now. Except there was an attack, we know that, right? Yes, there most definitely was an attack. The Russians are claiming 12 dead and 4 aircraft destroyed. We have no idea about the dead and can only confirm 2 aircraft. General Durham said, "Sir, it's my opinion that it's staged. It's a way for Putin to take over Belarus." At the words, Kurt snapped his head to the chairman. Everyone shuffled in their seats, shocked at the conjecture. President Warren said, "You're telling me that Putin blew up his own aircraft so he'd have an excuse to invade Belarus?" Durham said, "I know that sounds outlandish, but there is precedent for this kind of behavior, starting with the little green men who took over the Crimean Peninsula. He claimed forever that the Russian military had nothing to do with Ukraine, and it was a spontaneous uprising, but now admits he had boots on the ground. There is also strong suspicion that his own internal security organization blew up the apartment buildings in '94 as a way to invade Chechnya." The DNI said, "We could never conclusively prove those assertions one way or the other." The Secretary of Defense said, "But there's more. Right now, we're tracking major movement to the border with Belarus, movement that would have been impossible if they hadn't had pre-warning to go. At best, they'd be rolling in 2 or 3 days." President Warren said, "But why? Belarus is dependent on Russia for energy. If Putin turned off the tap, their entire economy would collapse. He wouldn't need to go to the trouble. Besides, they're allies." "They are allies, but Russia has always looked at Belarus as a part of itself. Belarus has always been leery of the relationship because of it. The new Russian airbase is a good example. One minute they've agreed to have it built, the next minute Belarus tells them to pack sand. As for the energy, yes, you're correct, but if Putin did that, he would be the bad guy. He would be seen on the world stage as a bully causing suffering, and it would be a slow process with the world interfering at every step. This allows him to act in self-defense, responding to an act of terrorism, and he'll point to our actions as precedent." General Durham said, "There's one other thing. 3 years ago, Russia and Belarus engaged in a massive war game called Zapad 2013. The scenario revolved around Russia helping Belarus oust an illegal military formation on Belarusian soil. Terrorists. The exercise involved 150,000 troops and trained everywhere from Kaliningrad on the Baltic Sea through Belarus and into Russia. Those same troops are the ones being mobilized." "So you're saying that they're running a play that's already been rehearsed? That the exercise was just a warm-up?" "Yes, sir. If you look at the military bases they need to protect, they surround Minsk. Take into account they'll also want to protect their radar station on the border with Lithuania, and they'll have the country." President Warren rubbed his face and said, "Okay. Big question. Why do we care?" General Durham said, "Sir, Belarus isn't the only issue. We have to consider the Baltic states. Putin is taking advantage of our focus on Syria and the Middle East. He's trying to rebuild his empire one piece at a time. This sounds like the old domino theory from Vietnam. I should intervene in Belarus to prevent the rest of the states from falling. Sir, first things first. We can't prevent the others from falling. We've withdrawn almost all of our forces from Europe, and most of the new countries joined NATO not because they could help the alliance, but because NATO could protect them. If Putin wants the Baltic states, he's going to get them. Hell, if he wants Poland, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, he's getting them too. They don't have the forces to prevent it, and we'll be too slow to stop it." President Warren leaned back in his chair and said, I'm assuming you're saying this from some statistical viewpoint, and not just from personal emotion about Putin's intentions. General Durham glanced at the SecDef and got a nod. He said, "Yes, sir. Unfortunately, I am. We've run close to a dozen tabletop war games with a bunch of different variables, and it doesn't matter how we slice it, we can't defeat simple time and distance. The same oceans that protect us prevent us from getting there with enough combat power to stop him. If he's emboldened, if we let him walk into Belarus, we might live to regret it. We might be left with the choice of a hard fight to evict him from NATO member countries, or letting it stand in a new world order." The president took that in and said, "State, what do you think?" Kurt watched the poor Undersecretary for Political Affairs squirm in her seat. When she spoke, it was absolutely Orwellian. "Sir, we believe that such fears may be unfounded at this stage, but may be proven correct at a later date with further evidence. It's too early to tell if Putin is simply responding to a terrorist attack, much like we would, or if he has a more ambitious agenda." President Warren took a breath and said, "Thank you for that." Kurt realized, as much as he had despised Secretary Billings, the lack of a Secretary of State with experience was hurting the discussion. President Warren said, "Mark, what's your call?" The Secretary of Defense said, "Waiting on the evidence means waiting on him to invade. Make no mistake, he wants a new world order." The Undersecretary for Political Affairs blushed at the slap. The SecDef continued, "He actually wants an old world order, and our next steps will either enhance his ability to get it or give him pause. That's my call." President Warren nodded and said, Okay. Looks like the G8 summit's a bust. Ms. Undersecretary for Political Affairs, what's your name?" "Elizabeth, sir, or just Beth." "Okay, Beth. I need you to engage the State Department. Not sure how you ended up in the hot seat, but you now have the full weight and confidence of the President of the United States." Showing absolutely none of the confidence he professed, she said, "Yes, sir. What would you like?" "I'd like you to get me to Russia. I'd like a meeting with President Putin, so I can personally tell him to back off before we go to guns."
Chapter 24. Shoshana grabbed the purse she'd purchased in Georgetown and slung it over her shoulder, attempting to mimic Jennifer. Honestly, it was humorous watching her trying so hard to act normal, when I knew as soon as she left the room, she'd be scanning for threats. She was incapable of leaving the red zone of awareness. Jennifer said, "Let's go see if we can find a wig, or maybe an apron for working in the kitchen." Shoshana nodded, not even getting the joke. Jennifer shook her head and I said, "You've got your work cut out for you." The door closed and I turned to Aaron saying, "Okay, secret agent man, what's up?" Behind him, the television was tuned to a breaking news story from BBC. Before he could answer, I pointed and said, "What's going on?" He glanced at the TV and said, "Terrorist strike in Belarus. They hit Russian assets, and Putin's starting to rattle sabers." I watched for a second, then lost interest. If it were like every other news story on terrorism, whatever they were reporting right now would be proven false later. Better to just wait until the smoke cleared. I sat down and said, "Let's have it." Aaron rotated to me, flinching a little bit from his wound. I said, "You sure you're okay?" "Yes, it'll hurt for a while, but I'm fine. I've been shot before, but this does bring up an interesting dilemma for me." "What?" "My employer wants me to pursue. They want the Torah. Unfortunately, I would be less than the ideal candidate because of my injuries. and Shoshana is burned. We had on balaclavas last night. Nobody recognized us. I was a bit circumspect with regard to Mikhail and Shoshana, out of deference to her. Their relationship is, to put it mildly, a little bit more than a work disagreement. Which means, he said, can I trust you to be discreet? Yes, of course. Come on. This isn't the 60s with me sipping martinis and playing baccarat. Your spies are the ones that always steal from us. What? First, you need to know I will not put Shoshana in a position where her, shall we say, less stellar emotions come into play. That happened last night, and I don't want it to happen again. He paused. Then, as if it was the greatest reveal, he said, she is special to me. I laughed and said, I got that, I know. He looked at me, and I realized I'd missed his point. He said, you told me a story about Bosnia once, where Jennifer risked all to save you when she was but a neophyte. My story is different. Shoshana was used by our intelligence services to kill, and she was good at her trade. She was given to me as a castaway. We did a mission once in South America. We were tracking a suspected Nazi camp guard from Auschwitz, and she was a handful. He shook his head and said, long story short, she didn't care about anything but the mission. We got into some serious trouble and I should be dead. But I wasn't because of her. She dragged me through miles of jungle because, in her words, she saw something in me. And now I'm alive. I owe her my life, and I will protect her because of it. I nodded, realizing I was hearing something that had never been spoken. I said, okay, I'm with you. I like her too. He laughed and said, you and she are connected in a way that I can't explain, and neither can she. Did I tell you it was her idea to bring you in? I shook my head. He said, well, she did. But I held something back about the man in the castle. She wasn't on a single mission with him. He was her team leader, and he was a devil. His chosen form of catching terrorists was setting them up with her. She slept with them, and he killed them at their most vulnerable. You know about her ability to read people, right? I leaned back and held up a hand, saying, yeah, she's psychic. He chuckled and said, I won't push because I know you believe. Yes, she can read a person's heart, and Mikhail killed a man that she was convinced was innocent. He covered it up, and it was easy to do. The target was Palestinian. The same problem happened again on a different target, and she refused. She broke up the operation, and then, when he tried to burn her for it, calling her a traitor, she spilled everything she knew about his side income. It ended badly for both of them. He was booted from the Mossad, and she was permanently twisted, losing the ability to trust. He shook his head and said, honestly, she was probably twisted before then, after the way they used her. I didn't know what to say to that, so I let it ride, waiting. He said, she's damaged. But she's come far from those days. She used to be an absolute killer, devoid of emotion. He chuckled and said, now she's still a killer, but she's looking for something else, beginning to believe she can have something else. I don't want her to backslide, and Mikhail will cause it. She hates him to the core of her being. I cannot have her involved in the operation I've been directed to do. She simply can't accomplish it. I took that in, then said, which is what exactly? I told you, they want us to retrieve the Torah, and I could use your help to do that. I snapped the leg out, kicking the table. Bullshit, that fucking Torah may have been something to send you to contractors after, in a backwater way, but no way are they pursuing it that strongly. If it's so big, why not send in an active duty team? Why keep you guys on a string? Quit fucking with me or I'm done. Aaron remained still at my outburst. I knew him to be an honest man and I trusted him. so I waited instead of storming out of the room. He said, "Okay, I'm not exactly sure what they want. They're using the Torah as an excuse for my mission, but it is odd. My opinion? They want to keep tabs on Mikhail without devoting resources, without risking anyone." "You mean without risking anyone from Israel? Because risking Grolier Recovery Services is perfectly fine." He smiled and said, "Yes, that's what I mean. But there's something else that might interest the United States. The man in charge of the operation is a Russian Jew named Semyon Migunov, and he's very, very powerful. He's one of the most powerful organized crime bosses in the entire world, and he's on your FBI's 10 most wanted list." "I'm not in the FBI. I don't do arrests." He stood and went to the minibar, pulling out a water bottle. He said, "I very well know your skills. Making arrests certainly isn't one of them, but manhunting is. And if I'm to continue with my employer, I have to accept this mission. I can't accept without help. I'm asking you for that, warts and all." "Warts and all? Really? You're asking me to act on behalf of the Israeli government as an American citizen? Christ, I'm not even Jewish. I'm not asking you out of religion or nationality. I'm asking out of friendship. Isn't that deeper than the other two?" "Friendship? Bullshit. You're asking me because you can't do it without my help. You've played me from the beginning." He took a sip of water, then locked eyes with me. "Yes, I did, because I knew you wouldn't do it otherwise. But I also knew you wanted to. We are not that different. We live for the mission. But we want to believe. Want to sleep at night knowing that what we did was for the greater good. Yes, I tricked you, but I did so with your full knowledge." He set the bottle on the counter, and with his back to me he said, "Look, if I don't do this, I'll lose future contracts, and unlike you, I can't go flitting off to some archaeological dig to pay the bills. But it's about more than money." He turned and said, "You love Jennifer, do you not?" The question was abrupt and rude, like a shot of water thrown in my face. Truthfully, while I had an answer, I wasn't willing to voice it. He saw the emotion crawl across my face and, with a look of understanding, said, "I don't expect a response. Your partner, Jennifer, knows right from wrong. Shoshana is still learning. She studies you and Jennifer not as a joke. She really thinks it's helping. I won't disclose our conversations, but rest assured, I'm not asking for my business. I'm asking for her. She looks up to you two unlike anything I've ever seen." I didn't want to hear those words. It was unfair. I said, okay. Even if I said yes, we don't have enough men. You don't even have a start point." He became energized at my half-hearted pushback. "Yes, I do. Simone is in the capital of Slovakia right now. We have his address. We believe he's planning on selling the artifacts within a week. All we need to do is interdict the shipment. The gold is a side note. They want the Torah, and yes, they probably want to know what the hell Mikhail and Simone are up to. The two together are not good for the Israeli image, so to speak. We get the Torah back and report what we've heard. That's all. An expendable operation at the end of the day." Expendable, man. I love hearing that word. "Look, we'll have full support of the Mossad. I can get technical kit, weapons, and intelligence support. We won't be alone." I said, "No, we won't, because I'm not doing this without sanction from my higher. Let me get permission to get Knuckles over here, get him in the game." He held up a hand and said, "Wait. I talk to you with discretion. No way can I have you bring this up to your command." I said, "My command no longer exists. Let me talk to my boss. He's a good man. I won't give out specifics. I'll just ask for Knuckles. Tell him I'm working with you. He knows you. He's the one that gave you the medals for Brazil. And tell him I'm working something important. Let me get a blessing from him, and I'll be a go." "How on earth are you going to get his blessing without telling him what you're doing?" I said, "The guy is on the FBI's 10 most wanted list. That'll hold some weight. Aaron shook his head and said, "No, it won't. If it did, they'd have dedicated assets to him much earlier. He's not hard to find." I smiled and said, "You're exactly right. But we have one other ace in hand." I pointed at the television, the newscaster talking about mobilizing Russian forces. If I were to guess, Kurt's probably begging for a way to get someone close to that shit.
Chapter 25. Simone took a sip of wine and said, "Fabulous view, don't you agree?" Never wanting to put his back to a door, Mikhail had to crane his neck around, catching the sparkling lights of the Bratislava castle, reflecting off the Danube River 5 stories below. The restaurant was situated in the middle of a bridge that spanned the river. Slapped high above on iron girders like the Seattle Space Needle, the eating area was a saucer-shaped capsule with 360-degree glass views. It was called, appropriately enough, the UFO restaurant. Mikhail said, "Yes, it's beautiful, but I'd rather not discuss the view." Simone grinned and said, "So it wasn't the easy operation you envisioned?" "Someone else came for the gold, and it can only be the Israelis." "How do you know?" "I don't. They got away and they were wearing hoods. I never heard them speak. But the coincidence with the visit earlier for the Torah is too stark." "What's the fallout from the police?" Mikhail shrugged and said, "They're treating it like a break-in for art. They don't want anyone to know that they lied about the train, so it's not even being mentioned. The official story is the robbery was interrupted and nothing was taken." Simone laughed and said, "You really have to love the duplicity of governments. Makes it easy. You have the trunks here?" "Yes, although I'm not sure why you chose Bratislava. The Albanians run things here. I couldn't go anywhere connected to my old haunts. I'd last 5 seconds. You saw the news. Belarus is in play, which means I am no longer needed. No, it's safer here than Moscow." "You don't think Putin can find you here?" "Oh, he can find me. I'm sure he's already looking, but it's a reach, and he has his hands full right now. Once he's committed to a full-fledged war, I'll be safe forever." "Where are the goods?" "I have a contact here. Runs a diamond wholesaler. Right down this bridge in the pedestrian shopping area. He's got enough safe capacity to ensure protection." "Pedestrian area? The part of town locked down for vehicles? Can you get a car in there? I don't want to walk up the street dragging a suitcase." "Don't worry about it. He's got an armored truck that he uses. He has passes to enter the area. You just tell me where it needs to go and when. I'll do the rest." Simone did so, passing him a card with an address and saying, "I'm sure the content will be complete, correct? Not that I'm questioning." Mikhail said, "Yeah, it's complete, with the exception of the Torah. I've taken that as payment." "Good enough. But I can get that brokered as well if you'd like. I can get you a great price. I told you I have a buyer in Austria. I've already shipped it there. It's waiting on me and my buyer." "Fine. But I have a few more tasks for you to earn the right to sell it." "What now?" "Your Russian lunatics from the Night Wolves are already in Ukraine. Fire and forget." "I need to guarantee NATO loses their minds, swiftly. This strike may be enough, but I need to be sure. I'm in contact with a man from Russia. He's been trying to sell radioactive material in Moldova to various Islamic groups, and had his little operation broken up by the authorities. He escaped, and now he's desperate. He knows he's holding something that's hot as hell, pardon the pun, and growing more and more worthless. I want you to buy it from him." "Plutonium? Is that it? What crazy idea do you have now? A dirty bomb?" Simon smiled and said, "Yes, well, it's actually a small bit of uranium, and it will cause enough panic to overcome any restraint from NATO, especially when we leave evidence that a former security agent from Russia sold it to the Night Wolves. Of course, Kirill doesn't need to be privy to that little bit of information." The waiter arrived, and Mikhail waved him away, leaning over the table when the man had moved beyond earshot. "Simon, you've lost your fucking mind if you think I'm going to be involved in setting off a dirty bomb on the European continent." Simon glanced around at the outburst, then leaned forward with some heat of his own. "Sit back. Now. You forget where you come from. I'm the one who picked you up when nobody wanted you. I'm the one who made you in this business. I'm the reason that you aren't eating out of a garbage can when everyone else said you were a thief. Nobody would hire you after you were let go. I did." Simon sat back, his expression relaxing, and took a sip of wine. He glanced around the room. Nobody was paying any attention to them. He said, "This purchase isn't a real dirty bomb. I'm not asking you to kill massive amounts of people. He's got so little of it, it won't do anything but trigger the radiac meters and cause massive panic. Something to guarantee I won't have to worry about President Putin tracking me down. I need you to get it from him and deliver it to the Night Wolves. And then we'll be done." Mikhail took that in, understanding the power Simon held and the veiled threats of pushing back. Even as a hunted man, he was still the alpha wolf. Mikhail said, "What will they do with it?" "They'll take it to Poland, a final attack against NATO interests. It'll pollute nothing more than some American aircraft, but it'll be enough. You don't need to do this. The next attack will be enough. Maybe, maybe not. I want to be prepared. You still have contact with Kirill?" "Yes, I still have his number, if he isn't dead." "He's not. He's a survivor and has been forever. Where is he?" "Shit. Who knows? If I had to guess, just watch the television. The next big news story will be a Western tornado or falcon blown out of the sky." Chapter 26. Kirill snatched the binoculars and said, "Christ, man. Is it a Buk launcher or not? That's the only question." Alyek said, "It's a Buk, but it doesn't have the snowdrift radar array vehicle. I can't shoot a plane without the radar assembly that controls it. It's just a missile launcher. We can't identify and hit what we want without the radar." Kirill said, "Bullshit. How was that plane shot down earlier, the civilian aircraft?" Alyek sighed and said, "Each launcher has an internal radar that can be used for targeting. But it's imprecise. It can guide the missile, but can't identify the target. You want to blow another civilian aircraft out of the air? We need to find a group of launchers with the control vehicle, the snowdrift radar. It's something that can precisely define friend or foe, something that will prevent us from killing another damn plane full of civilians." Kirill dropped the binoculars and said, "We can't keep driving around the countryside. We have to kill a NATO aircraft, period. Is there some other way to do it?" Alyek, looking a little sick, said, "Maybe. They fly overhead all the time, but they don't fly alone. If the radar shows a group of planes, odds are it's a NATO flight. Civilian aircraft don't fly in formation. Kirill said, "Perfect. Boys, get your coats on." The men put on the trappings of the Russian Air Force, and Oleg said, "What are we going to do if they don't believe we're Russian military? How are we going to get them to allow us in the book?" Kirill pressed the gas pedal and said, "They aren't going to question anything, because they'll be dead." They bounced down the rutted dirt road, clearing the tree line and entering the field. The Buk M1 launcher system sitting idle. 4 missiles aimed at the sky. The cab pointed at a gap in the trees for rapid escape once the missiles had been fired. They closed within 100 meters and saw no sign of life. Oleg said, "Maybe it's empty." No sooner had the words come out of his mouth when a bearded man wearing a ragtag uniform exited the Buk with an AK-47. He held it at the ready, not threatening, but definitely not slung. Kirill stopped the vehicle 20 feet away, then exited. Speaking Russian, he said, "Evening, comrade. How goes it?" The man said, "Fine." He pointed the AK and said, "Who the fuck are you?" "Nobody of consequence." Kirill held his own AKM in a non-threatening manner as the rest of his men exited the vehicle. He continued, "We, of course, were never here. We're simply checking the maintenance of the launchers in your area." The man smiled and said, "We haven't had anyone in this sector in weeks, and even then I've never seen anyone wearing Russian uniforms." Having fought inside Crimea as a volunteer, Kirill knew all too well how the Russians operated. So much so that he suspected some of his Night Wolves compatriots during that time were in fact Spetsnaz, Russian Special Forces. He'd fought with the men whom the press would later label the Little Green Men, Russian specialists in the dark arts who eschewed wearing a uniform to project the image of a spontaneous uprising. In this case, wearing a uniform was necessary to defuse the rebels manning the Buk, even if it looked odd. Kirill said, "Times are changing, especially here, where the revolution is complete." The launcher was parked in the Donetsk Oblast, the heart of the so-called spontaneous uprising, and Kirill knew the man would believe what he said. There was no longer any fighting here, the terrain solidly held by pro-Russian separatists. The man turned to the vehicle and shouted. 2 other men exited, one wearing a leather helmet and headset, both looking at the crew of Russian Air Force in confusion. Kirill said, "What are your mission parameters?" The man with the helmet said, "We wait. We've been waiting forever since the ceasefire. If they bomb us, we'll get a call and we'll defend against it." "How do you know the launcher will work? You have no radar array." "It works. We track aircraft all day long." Kirill said, "Good. Good. All for the motherland, right?" The helmet smiled, and Kirill shot all 3, stitching them from the hip. His AKM held low, emptying an entire magazine. The men with him were startled by the fire, jerking back at the explosion of rounds. As quickly as it had started, it was over. The silence stretched out, Kirill's weapon smoking. Oleg was the first to recover. He said, "What the fuck are you thinking?" "Get inside. Start working the launcher. Find us a target." Oleg stomped in front of him, waving his arms at the carnage. "Was this necessary? Did you have to kill them? They're us, for God's sake. They're with us." Kirill changed magazines and raised the barrel. He said, "Get inside." Oleg stood still for a moment, then turned toward the launcher. Misha went to the dead men and began going through their pockets, looking for loot. He was followed by the other two until Kirill said, "Leave them alone. This wasn't for profit." They backed off, like puppies scolded for chewing a shoe. From inside the launcher, Alyek shouted, "I have something!" Kirill rushed forward, looked into the cramped cockpit of the Buk. He saw nothing but green screens and switches. He said, "What?" Alyek pointed at a round radar display, saying, "3 aircraft flying together. They have to be a NATO patrol." "Are you sure?" "Well, they're flying much higher than a civilian aircraft. They're at 41,000 feet, and they're flying together." "Can you reach them?" "Oh, yeah. This system was designed with the SR-71 in mind, the American spy plane. It can go as high as 70,000 feet, to the edge of space at twice the speed of sound." Kirill nodded, seeing the small blips on the screen, realizing each represented a human flying an aircraft that was about to be obliterated. He said, "Can they defeat the missiles?" Maybe they can defeat one, but they can't defeat all 4. The missiles don't have to hit. All they have to do is get close. They explode when in proximity, throwing out shrapnel. And those planes don't have enough defenses to defeat all 4 if we fire them in sequence. Kirill said, "And we only need to hit one. Fire." "I have to have help. Swiftly, because they're moving at top speed. Once I painted them, they knew they were being tracked." Kirill yelled outside for Misha, and within 2 minutes, Alyek had instructed him on the sequence required. Both looked at Kirill. He said again, "Fire! Kill those bastards!" Alyek initiated the warm-up of the missiles, selecting the middle dash and locking the target. He shouted at Misha, and the man began flipping switches and punching buttons, synchronizing the radar with the missiles. Alyek heard a beep, telling him that the missiles had the information, and his hand hovered for 1 second before stabbing a large red button. The tractor shook with sound and fury, and a scream pierced the air. Kirill turned to leap out, and Alyek grabbed his arm, saying, "No! Whoever it is was caught in the blast of the missile. Wait!" 3 seconds later, the second missile left. 3 more, and another one launched. 12 seconds after Alyek had pressed the button, the final missile shot into space. Kirill jumped outside and saw one of his men at the rear of the vehicle, burned beyond recognition, his arms locked in a rictus crucifixion. Another, Alyek, was farther away, in the front of the vehicle, crouched down with his hands on his ears. Kirill looked upward, seeing the contrails of the 4 missiles stretching out into the bright blue sky, like the most expensive fireworks on Earth. He saw a pulse of light, then 2 more. He whispered, "For the motherland." Chapter 27. Kurt Hale watched Vice President Hannister go through his document line by line. He glanced at George Wolfe, who only shrugged. Too late now. It was the official roll-up of the Greece investigation, encapsulating the fact that the task force was in the clear and could begin operating again, along with a little bit of information he'd hoped would be overlooked, back when it was only the National Security Advisor reading it. With the flashpoint of Belarus, he'd known that Alexander Palmer would be preoccupied, and that he'd take the report and file it with 100 others from 1,000 different feeds that just weren't that important right now. Information he had to take in, but that really belonged in yesterday's news cycle. Because of the classification of Project Prometheus, all reports were delivered on hard copy, so Kurt had delivered the final one himself. He expected to drop it off, maybe have a word or two, and be on his way. And that would have happened if Vice President Hannister hadn't appeared in Palmer's office, just down the corridor from the Oval Office. He'd popped in, getting halfway through a question before he'd noticed Kurt and had paused. He'd asked what they were doing in the White House, as if Kurt and George were supposed to be operational somewhere. Kurt told him, and he'd asked for the report. Palmer had given it to him, and the vice president had asked all in the room to follow him to his office down the hall. Now Kurt and George waited on him to finish, with Alexander Palmer fidgeting on the opposite couch, wanting to get back to work. Kurt understood why. Palmer was President Warren's right-hand man. Every president had a different take on who was influential in their administration, with some leaning on their chief of staff and others looking to their vice president. President Warren listened to Alexander Palmer, and with Russia threatening to upset the current world order, Palmer had little time to waste. As much as he wanted to tell Hannister he had to leave, he couldn't. Hannister was, at the end of the day, the vice president, even if he was completely out of his depth. Hannister had been put on the ticket for domestic reasons. A former professor of economics at Brown, he was an expert at a plethora of things that mattered little when the guns began to fire. An analytical man who would be happy studying unemployment figures and taxation rates for decades, when it came to national security, he was lost. And he would be the first to say so. But the man was scary smart, and could digest prodigious amounts of information, which meant he'd probably find the hidden Easter egg Kurt had hoped Palmer would miss. But then again, maybe he'd get lucky. He did not. He looked up from the report and said, "You sent a task force member over to Slovakia?" Palmer quit fidgeting, looking at Kurt. "Shit, here we go." Kurt said, "Well, yes and no. Currently there is no task force, and Knuckles, the man you're seeing there, was asked to help out Pike on a Grolier Recovery Services operation. He just asked if he could take some leave and help, because I require the men to get permission for accountability purposes. I put it in the report because, yes, he's gone, but it's not Project Prometheus. I was just covering the bases, making sure everyone is informed." Palmer said, Wait, what the hell is Pike doing? That's never been reported." Kurt said, "Pike's a civilian. When you put the task force on ice, I couldn't tell him not to make a living. What he's doing is completely outside the scope of Prometheus. Knuckles is active duty. I felt it prudent to inform you." Hannister said, "Does it have anything to do with Belarus?" Kurt said, "Of course not. Jesus, come on, sir. I wouldn't do something like that." Palmer said, "Why Slovakia? What's going on?" "We were hired to recover an ancient Torah taken by the Nazis in World War II. It's right up the GRS playbook. They've got a handle on it, but needed some extra eyes. That's all. Knuckles was sitting around here waiting on you guys to make a decision. He asked if he could go help, and I said yes." Hannister said, "Because you feel so strongly about recovering this Torah?" Kurt said nothing, looking at George, trying to find an answer that made sense in the room. George provided it. "No, sir, because Kurt feels strongly about the problems occurring overseas." George turned from the vice president to Palmer and said, "You've frozen the task force out of everything, and yet the world continues turning. Kurt just wanted to place some eyes in the region, in case." "In case of what?" "In case they can be useful. You can't do that without Oversight Council approval. Jesus, you're freelancing task force assets?" Kurt said, "Freelancing assets? Listen to what you're saying. Knuckles is a man. Pike is a man. They aren't assets, and they aren't doing anything on behalf of the task force. They're doing their own thing, but they may be useful over there." Palmer started to say something else, but was cut off by Hannister raising a hand. He said, "You sent them, and I trust that. That's not why I asked you to come in here. Can I ask you a question away from my position as vice president, man to man?" Nobody said a word. Kurt wondered where the line of questioning was going. He nodded. Hannister said, "President Warren bounces things off you from time to time, doesn't he? Outside the Oversight Council? I've seen you and him alone." The statement was true, but it had never been formally articulated by anyone. Kurt had a unique relationship with President Warren, having come up with the idea of the task force to begin with, and convincing the then presidential candidate that it was a necessary thing. Outside the political system, even outside the politics of the military, President Warren had taken to asking Kurt for his unvarnished views. In truth, Kurt had never been comfortable with the relationship. Not sure what to say, Kurt simply responded, "He's asked my opinion once or twice, yes, just as I'm sure you ask others who aren't officially part of your staff. President Warren is flying to Moscow as we speak. Is something going on that I need to be aware of?" "No, absolutely not. Please. We live in a world of secrets, but let's not make this into something it's not. I'm not running any operations off the books away from the Oversight Council." Hannister took that in and said, "Okay, can I ask your opinion, get your unbiased view away from the politics?" Kurt looked at George, now in unfamiliar territory and not liking the terrain. He said, "Sure. Of course, sir." Before the question could be asked, the vice president's phone rang. He looked at the digital display, and Kurt saw his eyes widen slightly. He picked it up. After saying hello, Kurt heard two sentences. "What? Are you sure?" The vice president listened for close to a minute, then said, "Who did it?" He hung up the phone, staring at the wall in disbelief. After a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, Alexander Palmer said, "Sir?" The words snapped Hannister out of his daze. He looked at the men on the couch and said, "Air Force One was just blown out of the sky." He took a breath and said, "President Warren is dead."
Chapter 28. I heard Knuckles' brake squelch and stopped talking, hoping we were now in play. We were not. "No change. I say again, no change." I clicked the little micro receiver of my radio, courtesy of the Mossad, and said, "Roger all." It was a dinky thing that looked to me like it had been made by a division of Kenner Toys using easy-bake oven parts, but it seemed to work. I would have preferred Task Force kit, but beggars can't be choosers, and I certainly wasn't going to complain with Shoshana in my car. When she'd given the equipment to my team, she seemed to think it was the equivalent of a Maxwell smart shoe phone. Knuckles said, "Are we sure this information is accurate? I mean, I've been out here all morning. Maybe I should be getting back home." Shoshana scowled at the words, a little bit of the Dark Angel coming out. She didn't take criticism very well. She started to click onto the net, and I held up a finger saying, "Mossad says it's accurate, and you heard Kurt, we stay." Between the time Knuckles had taken off from the United States and the time he landed in Europe, the world had become a different place. While he was in the air, the leader of the most powerful country on Earth had been killed, and the fragile status quo between East and West was on the verge of crumbling completely, leaving crushed bones and scorched earth in its wake. As Archduke Ferdinand could tell you, war has a logic all its own, and it was rarely sane. Jennifer and I naturally had been rocked by the news story, spending 3 hours in front of the television, but very little was publicly known other than the fact that Air Force One had crashed while flying to Moscow. Conspiracy theories abounded, with leaked stories supposedly from F-16 pilots saying missiles had been fired. Ukrainian nationalists blamed Russia, and Russia itself spewed forth a spasm of propaganda denouncing such statements. The crash site was near Luhansk, Ukraine, close to the Russian border and firmly in rebel-held territory. For its part, the rebel command had immediately cordoned off the area, but were refusing admittance to anyone, Russia, Ukraine, United States, or NATO. The decision seemed to stem out of confusion more than anything else, and it wasn't being perceived that way by the media. It had taken some effort, and a million redials, until I eventually got Kurt on the line and asked if I needed to come home. I was spoiling for a fight, asking for what wasn't being said in the open press. What was the task force seeing? He had very little time to give me any inside skinny. All he did was tell me to stay. I argued with him, but the task force was still on stand-down. He had no way to get any forces into the European continent, and I was conveniently located right near the epicenter. It would do him no good to fly me home only to fly me back. He wanted me as a hedge, so much so that he'd ordered Knuckles to remain with me as well. Against orders, he'd established a task force duty desk manned 24/7, and had directed me to check in with them daily, in his words, just in case. I'd asked him if creating the cell was smart, given the stand-down, and he'd cryptically replied, "I have the ear of those who matter, it'll be okay." Knuckles had landed, and in between taxiing to the gate and exiting the aircraft, he'd learned what had happened. He had immediately set about buying a ticket back home, convinced he was going to miss out on a deployment somewhere, until I'd relayed Kurt's orders. He obeyed, but sure didn't like it. He came over the radio again, saying, "How do we know these pictures are accurate? Who's vetting this stuff?" Shoshana scowled again, saying off the radio, "I need to finish showing you how to use the camera. Tell him to shut up." I chuckled and clicked the microphone. "Shoshana says shut up and continue the mission. I have to learn to work some tech kit. Tell that devil she can get her own ass down here. Oh wait, she's worthless for this mission, I forgot." That was enough. She clicked on and said, "The information is straight from Mossad. It is more accurate than anything you would get from your government, and much better than the stick-figure pictures you had me use in Jordan." I waited on a response, but didn't hear one. Knuckles wouldn't admit it, but he was afraid of her, and honestly, she was right. While Jennifer and I had been glued to the television in Poland, Aaron had met a contact somewhere secret, and had been given the location of the safe house, blueprints, and very clear photos of Mikhail Yolson and Simon Migunov. Both were Israeli citizens, and Simon having dual citizenship in Russia, and one had worked with the Mossad, so it was an easy task to get biometric data. Knuckles' comment about the photos was a little harsh, because they were exponentially better than the ones we usually had for positive ID. Some grainy picture of a terrorist with a beard, half turned away from the camera, and the photo looking like it had been taken in 1960. When Aaron returned with the information, he'd seemed surprised we were still in Wrocław. I told him we were his for the time being, but we might be called away at any moment. He'd known that was the best assurance he'd get, and we'd set out for Bratislava, passing through the Czech Republic, then swinging through Vienna, Austria to pick up Knuckles. The total trip took a little over 6 hours, once again mildly surprising that we could travel through so many different countries in less time than it took to drive across the state of Texas. We'd arrived in the early evening and immediately conducted a reconnaissance of the safe house Simone was supposedly using, formulating a surveillance plan for the following day. I wasn't sure what to expect, but while the opulence of the place wasn't a surprise, the location sure was. A 3-story building made of modern steel and glass set on the side of a hill overlooking the city. It fit the profile of a man who supposedly ran one of the largest organized crime syndicates in the world. But the neighbors next door were not who I would have expected from a master criminal. He had plopped himself right in the middle of some of the tightest security in Slovakia. The house was situated in rich man's land, so to speak, and sprinkled in among the neighborhood were the mansions of diplomats and elites of other countries, all bristling with cameras. About a half a mile away was the home of the U.S. Chief of Mission, right where I wanted to set up, located just around a bend on the winding road that led past the target. It would have been the perfect spot for me to wait, but the surveillance cameras on the building bulged out like warts on a frog and forced me to edge closer than I wanted. Jennifer and Aaron were parked on the same road, but on the other side of the target house, effectively preventing anyone from leaving without getting picked up by one of us. We had 2 cars each, depending on who left first. If it were Simone, then Aaron and Shoshana would take the follow. If it were Mikhail, it would be Jennifer and me. Knuckles was in the center, acting as the trigger for any activity. In our haste to complete the reconnaissance and get established, we hadn't had time to learn the special tech kit the Mossad had provided, so Aaron was in the car with Jennifer showing her the ropes, and I had the little demon with me. Shoshana was getting antsy to get back to her car, and wanted to finish my instructions before someone began stirring in the house. When Knuckles didn't come back on with a witty retort to her comment about the photo, she said, "Okay, look here, Nephilim. The key thing is to make sure the autofocus is on the face. It's got to be clear. If the lens focuses on bricks or trees behind or in front, we get nothing." In truth, while we had a box built on the target, we weren't sure if we were going to penetrate the house or some other establishment, so we'd opted to develop the situation by following either Mikhail or Simone. To help, the Mossad had provided something I'd never seen before, and I had to admit it was pretty ingenious. A remote lip reader. Something that really was straight out of Get Smart. Basically, it was nothing more than a very small, very powerful lens that could be hidden in clothing. A cable from the lens went to a small tablet with a 7-inch screen, where the camera software resided. You manipulated the zoom of the lens through the tablet, focusing on the faces of whoever was having a conversation, and then hit record. Software in the tablet translated the movements of the lips into words, or so the Israelis said. Internally, I figured it would work, since teaching someone to read lips couldn't be any more difficult than programming a computer to do the same. It was a pretty unique twist on facial recognition software, and eliminated the problems of distance or ambient noise encountered with acoustic microphones, like being separated from the target through glass. But it did have the one drawback that you did have to see the subject's face. I said, "Can this thing recognize different languages?" "Lip reading is going to be based on the language they're speaking." "No. Well, yes, but not mobile. You have to set it to a language. It's set for Yiddish right now, for a real-time read. If it encounters another language, we just need to ship the digits back to headquarters, and they can manipulate the algorithm." "What does Mikhail speak?" "Hebrew, English, Yiddish, Russian, Spanish, and German." "Jesus. He speaks all those languages?" "Yes, he is very smart." She spat the words out as if they were causing her mouth to burn. I didn't want her to get all fired up, so I changed the subject. "Seems simple enough. How much memory?" "Enough for 30 minutes of filming. But don't try stopping and starting to conserve space. It'll just screw up the algorithm as the computer tries to make sense of what is being said." "What's the other box for?" At her feet was a small pelican case of about 10 inches. She said, "It's part of the system, but it's not something we'll use here. I don't have time to train you on that." I didn't press. Instead, I said, "Let me test it on you. I don't speak Yiddish." My mouth dropped and she laughed, saying, "You are so gullible. We're too close together for it to work, I think." "Let's try." I pulled back as far as I could, then got a focus on her lips. I said, "Okay," and hit record. She spoke a couple of sentences, then quit. I stopped the recording, letting the computer do its little dance, and then, like magic, the video played with what looked like closed captioning from a television sports show. "I'm sorry about what happened to your president. I hope you and Jexixer can stay and help, but I suppose that is selfish. You'll be called to fight, but I wish you wouldn't. Too much death. I don't want to fight anymore." I noticed that it hadn't recognized Jennifer's name as a word, then saw what she'd said. I glanced up a little embarrassed, as if I'd heard a secret I wasn't supposed to. She said, "Did it work?" Yes." She had a bemused smile on her face and said, "It's true. We aren't going anywhere anytime soon. If I had to bet, my government's probably too busy fighting themselves right now."
Chapter 29. It was closing in on 3 in the morning, and Philip Hannister still had not taken a seat behind the resolute desk inside the Oval Office, preferring to pace or use the couches as he had as vice president. In a hurried ceremony reminiscent of President Johnson's in 1963, Hannister had been sworn in to the highest office in the land with zero pomp and circumstance. Unlike President Johnson, he was immediately confronted with debilitating decisions that could lead to total war. An analogy with Johnson would only be accurate if JFK had been assassinated during the middle of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Kurt Hale had been with him since that first awful phone call, and Hannister seemed to want it that way, using him as a touchstone to President Warren, as if Kurt was the only man he trusted in the room. At first, Kurt had tried to break contact and return to his comfortable world of covert action, but Hannister had insisted that he remain, and so he'd sat in the back while the initial investigation occurred, barely uttering a word. Now, after hearing some of the crazy ideas being spouted by the supposed experts in world affairs, he was more than willing to provide advice and assistance. Hannister was preparing to address his national security team for the first time, and he seemed lost. Kurt wanted to provide what strength he could, feeling an oppressing, unwarranted responsibility for the future of the country. He couldn't imagine what was going through President Hannister's mind. Looking out the window at the darkness, Hannister said, "They're going to tell me to go to war. Sir, if Putin did this even by omission, it's unavoidable. War was his choice, and he needs to be crushed for that." Kurt let his voice trail off, not finishing the other side of the coin, not wanting to be the advisor Hannister believed he was, craving the safe lane he'd been in for his entire military career, where he simply executed policy, not determined it. Hannister turned and said, "But?" Kurt took a breath and let it out, taking the first step into terrain he despised, a world of spin and half-statements designed to make the masses happy, but having little to do with true security. He was now in the game, whether he wished it or not. He said, "But we don't know Putin did it. You don't want to start World War III based on faulty assumptions. You don't want President Warren to be the catalyst for a war that could have been avoided. I also don't want to be the president who did nothing while Putin rolls into Belarus, Poland, and the Baltic states. And the drumbeat for war in Congress is going to be almost unstoppable. Fuck the politics." Hannister's head whipped around at the curse word. "Sorry, sir, but having the legacy of possibly destroying the Earth as we know it is what you're looking at. Ignore what the damn politicians say. You're the president now, not a member of a political party." Hannister took in the words and nodded. He put on his coat, saying, "Let's go see the National Security Team." Surprised, Kurt said, "You want me in there?" "Yes, if you don't mind." No, that's fine. Nobody's going to listen to me. So before we go in, remember that every action has consequences, and what we do could be a self-fulfilling prophecy." "What do you mean?" "You worry about Russia and the Baltic states, and rightly so, but play it from both sides. If Putin didn't have anything to do with this assassination, but he assumes that we believe he did, He'll be watching our response. Right now, he's not in Belarus. But if we react like we're going to war, he'll do what he thinks he must to protect himself. In other words, we might drive him into Belarus and then into the Baltic states. This game isn't one-sided. Hannister sighed, the weight of his decisions hitting home. He said, "Let's go see what they have to say." The White House Situation Room was in chaos. Empty coffee mugs, trays of half-eaten finger sandwiches, and reams of reports that nobody was reading were scattered around. Instead, Kurt could hear the President's National Security Team shouting at each other from the open door. Spittle flying from his face, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said, "Christ almighty! I cannot believe you people at State are still holding out for more evidence. We have the reports from the escort pilots. They were attacked by a Russian missile system. You think we're really going to find a broken ball bearing at the crash site that led to the downing?" Beth, the beleaguered placeholder for the deceased Secretary of State, held her ground. "I don't know what we're going to find, and neither do you. Putin wanted into Belarus, and President Warren was going to tell him to back off. He was the only thing stopping that maniac. Now he's dealing with President Hannister. Which one works out best for him?" President Hannister entered the room at those words, staring full on at General Durham. The CJCS, caught short, stammered, "Sir, that's not how I meant it." Hannister waited a beat, not uttering a word. When he was sure that the rest of the room was focused on him, he said, "Well, how did you mean it?" "Putin's trying to retake what the Soviets lost back when he was a nobody KGB agent. And killing President Warren helps him in that goal precisely because of the chaos left behind." Hannister turned to the Director of National Intelligence. "What are we seeing in Belarus?" "He hasn't entered yet. Russia has stopped all movement to the border, but they're still saying they're going in, and all intercepts we have point in that direction." General Durham said, "He's going to cover this up as some sort of misfire, then he's rolling in. If we don't get on war footing right now, we'll be too late. But if I do, I might push him into undertaking exactly what we don't want." General Durham took a controlled breath and said, "Sir, you can what-if this to death, looking for the easy out. But the bottom line is that we're an ocean away. We have to start mobilizing now. We've already wasted the entire day." Alexander Palmer said, "What about options short of full-scale war?" Hannister said, "Such as?" Palmer turned to the Secretary of Defense and said, "Can't we surgically retaliate?" "You mean kill Putin with a missile?" "Well, yeah, tit for tat. Yes, we could do that. It won't be a drone strike. It'll be more like a dozen Tomahawk cruise missiles, but it can be done." General Durham looked at Hannister and said, "Sir, you'd have to rescind Executive Order 12333 because it forbids assassinations." Kurt finally spoke. "Have you people lost your minds? You're actually talking about assassinating a head of state? And you think that'll stop a war?" General Durham said, "Who the hell are you?" The few in the room who were read on to the task force shifted uncomfortably. Hannister spoke. "He's my advisor, and he asked a good question." Palmer said, "Well, maybe we don't kill him, but react with enough force to show him we mean business." Hannister said, "So we shower him with cruise missiles, and you think he'll simply back off? Or will he be driven to go to war by a population that's incensed we just attacked them?" General Durham said, "Christ, sir, he murdered our president. That's the attack we should be talking about. Our entire country is screaming for blood. We have to do something. Hannister said, I agree. But that something had better not end with him or us crossing a nuclear threshold. I've found that pride is viewed as much more important before an action than after. After, it's usually seen as a mistake. He tapped his fingers on the table, then said, Go ahead and mobilize. Do whatever you need to prepare to defend NATO. Durham said, Yes, sir. But only mobilize. Nobody crosses the Rubicon until I give the word. Is that understood? The Secretary of Defense nodded, saying, Yes, sir, of course. What about the crash site? Right now, they're still saying we can't get in. With a steel Kurt hadn't heard before, Hannister said, We're moving to the crash site whether they like it or not, immediately. Who can do that? And don't tell me it'll take 48 hours to figure it out. Sir, we have units deployed to the Black Sea Rotation Force in Bulgaria. Right now we have a contingent of the 2nd Marine Division training in Latvia. They have armor, they can do it. Get them rolling, and this is from me. Nobody will stand in the way of us getting to the crash site. Nobody. For the first time, General Durham smiled. President Hannister caught the look and said, But that is the only offensive action right now. Is that understood? Chastened, General Durham said, Yes, sir. Hannister took a slow look around the table, then said, Do not forget who the Commander-in-Chief is in this room. I will defend this nation if warranted. But I'm not going to war just to do something. He left the room without another word, Kurt stepping quickly to catch up. Kurt said, That was pretty good, sir. Retracing his steps to his office, Hannister said, You really think so? Because I felt completely out of my depth. Kurt chuckled and said, Yeah. You laid down enough priorities, but more important, you took control. That'll be crucial in the future. They passed the Oval Office, and Kurt did a double-take. Sir? Hannister saw what he'd done and smiled. I guess I still want to be vice president. He stopped and said, You should go home and get some sleep. I might need you tomorrow. I appreciate you stepping in back there. It seems we're not as smart at the executive level as we appear. Kurt smiled and said, It's not that hard, sir. When I was a brand new second lieutenant, my commander told me something that served me well in many ambiguous situations. He said, I know you don't have a clue what you're doing, and you'll have to listen to others for advice, but remember, at the end of the day, if you don't think it's right, it's probably not. Sure as shit, he was correct. Many a time I've been in a room where the smartest guy was advocating something stupid. They mean well, but that's why you have the hat that says Commander-in-Chief, and they don't. Hannister nodded and said, Unfortunately, being right might not matter here. Forget proving Russia was behind it. I fear we must prove they positively weren't involved. Anything less than that, any ambivalence or loose threads, and we're going to war. Chapter 30. With one phone call from the Situation Room, an invisible tidal wave was set in motion. A massive beast built for the Cold War, but rusting from continuous deployment to hotspots around the world, the U.S. Department of Defense began the impossible task of preparing for World War III. In the Pentagon, poor colonels and majors flailed about trying to reorient on a threat they hadn't studied in 20 years. And for some of the up-and-comers who'd been promoted below the zone, never. Raised on combat in Afghanistan and Iraq, they began studying op plans that hadn't been dusted off since 1989. The Fulda Gap of Old West Germany was switched for the Suwałki Gap of Poland, a small sliver of terrain that connected Belarus to the Russian enclave of Kaliningrad. Orders were sent, some that made no sense, and the beast began to awaken. Nobody inside the puzzle palace knew where it would lead, but all knew it was serious business. At Fort Bragg, home of the acclaimed 82nd Airborne, the duty officer of the 18th Airborne Corps received a flash message, the first real-world one he'd ever seen. He had the duty NCO read it to make sure he wasn't about to make a mistake in waking up the entire chain of command. He was not. He immediately pulled down his duty book and began working the specific instructions included within. Down the road, the duty officer for the DRF Alert Battalion of the 82nd Airborne picked up the phone, sure the message was a mistake. They had no emergency deployment readiness exercises planned, he was positive, as it was a special requirement for young duty officers to penetrate the higher headquarters like Soviet spies. Any lieutenant taking on the mantle of duty officer immediately leveraged what was known as the E4 Mafia, enlisted drivers, cooks, aides, and anyone else to determine what was in store on his watch. No lieutenant wanted to be caught short with an EDRE while acting as the duty officer, and any EDRE that came down, supposedly a complete surprise, never were to the men filling the billet. This one was. He initiated the procedures, noticing that it wasn't just the DRF-1 battalion, but the entire brigade. In fact, the DRB-2 brigade was being alerted as well, and it sank home. This wasn't an exercise. There was very little in Minot, North Dakota that would interest any enemy of the United States, with the exception of the two legs of the nuclear triad that were located on the windswept prairie. One, the 5th Bomb Wing, was comprised of the anachronistic B-52 Stratofortress, anachronistic in name only. Since its creation, the mighty B-52 had been written off time and time again, and yet it was still the most potent weapon in the U.S. Air Force. Used in both Afghanistan and Iraq, the aging airframes had outlived just about any other aircraft, with the last B-52 rolling off the line in the 1960s. At the heart of their creation was the unimaginable, nuclear war. When the missiles began to fly, one of the enemy goals was to prevent the 5th from leaving the ground with their deadly payload. And because of it, the Air Force had developed minimum interval takeoff procedures, or MITO, where the entire trundling beast would elephant walk to the flight line and take off at intervals that were so close they were nearly suicidal, all in an effort to get the fleet into the air before Armageddon struck. At the height of the Cold War, the wing had been tested over and over again, proving that if the worst occurred, they could be airborne with their payload before the Holocaust destroyed the base. But it had never happened for real. Until tonight. In one of the many miscommunications from a system decayed from constant small wars, the 5th Bomb Wing duty officer read the worst message he had ever seen. Missiles were inbound, and he had to initiate a real-world MITO for a unit that had long ago forgotten about the nuclear threat. At Fort Hood, Texas, the alert went a different way. It wasn't the warfighter jerked out of bed at 4 a.m. It was the logistician and mechanic. Home of the 1st Cavalry Division, its heart was armor. Its soul was heavy steel and uncompromising firepower. something that couldn't be deployed in the amount of time necessary, but having foreseen that very dilemma during the Cold War, giant stockpiles of equipment had been stored in what was then West Germany and other countries, waiting, as they said back in the day, for the balloon to go up. For the first time in history it now had, and the first into the fight would be the men and women who would break out the stockpiles of the weapons of war. M1A1 Abrams tanks and M2 Bradley fighting vehicles that had been stored for decades. The initial deployment would be spent clearing out the dry rot and getting them mission capable from a warehouse that nobody thought would be utilized after the wall fell. At Fort Hood, the command would spend its brief amount of time perfecting the skills on the combat systems they owned, using the sprawling terrain of Texas, preparing for a war in Europe with equipment they had never seen. They would fall in on war stocks that had rarely been used, and most certainly not to the extent that was being contemplated here. The Reforger exercises were a thing of the past, the last having taken place in 1993, when NATO habitually tested its muscle against the Warsaw Pact. When the Warsaw Pact disintegrated, so did the exercises, except now Reforger was happening for real. In any mobilization of this size, the scope itself took on a special meaning. President Hannister may have ordered nobody to cross the Rubicon, but there has always been a critical mass in war. Whenever enough forces were deployed, regardless of the reason, the question of defense or offense became moot. The units themselves, commanded by well-meaning men and women who only wanted to ensure survival in a fight, became a driving force on the fight itself. The planning and training for the eventual clash became a precursor, like leading a racehorse to the stall, with everyone from the lowest lieutenant to the division commander pressing for the order to attack, all knowing what happens when the gate opens. President Hannister didn't understand the complexities of the deployment, but Colonel Kurt Hale should have realized that the Rubicon had been crossed when the President issued the order for mobilization. It would be very, very hard to put the horse back in the barn after it had been primed for a race. When fully formed on the European continent, it would want to run, as it had been trained to do, and the men in the saddles would advocate for the gate to open, begging to be let go. The opposition understood this, watching warily and matching the mobilization step for step. Sitting in his estate in Slovakia, Simon Migunov saw none of this, but he was about to accomplish his end goal, slaughtering untold hundreds of thousands, so he could walk free.
Chapter 31. I looked at the screen again, seeing the words from the translation on the small tablet, and wondering if I was about to step onto thin ice. I decided it was worth it. I said, "What do you mean you don't want to fight anymore? Are you talking about not fighting with me? Because I'd love that, trust me." Shoshana floated her weird glow on me, and I realized I didn't want to go where we were headed, but it was too late. She said, "No, I don't want to fight, period. I want what you have. I want to do something like you do with Jennifer, where I can use my skills for something else." "With who?" She dropped her eyes and put her hand on the door handle, saying, "I need to get out of here before you guys get committed." I grabbed her arm, preventing the door from swinging open. I said, "Hey, come on. Nobody's here with us. You want to start a business doing something else, away from Aaron? Does he know?" She looked up at me, and I saw I'd missed the entire thing. She wanted Aaron to leave their life. With her. And she had no idea how to make that happen. She quit pushing the door and said, "You and Jennifer have found something together. I yearn for the same thing. I don't want to kill people anymore. I crave a normal life." I wanted to tell her the truth, because I knew who she was, but I couldn't. I settled for reality. Do you even know what normal is? Trust me, for people like you and me, it's not that great. You'll be sick of it in a month. She closed the door and sat for a second, not saying a word. And I realized she'd picked me for the camera instruction for a reason. She wanted to talk, and of all the people she'd ever met, I was the one most like her. She thought for a moment, then shook her head violently, saying, No, I don't want to hear that. I've watched you two. You and Jennifer are connected like Aaron and me. I see it. I feel it. I want to do something like that. I want to be happy. I said, You're not now? She leaned her head back and said, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I even know what happiness is. She looked at me and said, Am I happy? Is this it? I chose my words carefully. At the end of the day, I really did care for her, and I didn't want her to feel the pain I had felt in the past. Look, you have a particular set of skills, and they're useful. But you don't need to toss them away because of what happened to you. You can still use them for good with Aaron. She said, This mission is good, but good missions are few and far between. That asshole we're chasing, Mikhail, is an example of that. He and all the others wanted my skill at killing, but not my skill at preventing death. Aaron is the only one who saw beyond what I had become. I know what I am, and it's evil. Shoshana was about the most lethal killing machine I'd ever met. Yet she was analyzing herself in a way I never could have. And she did deserve happiness. But she'd never have it, as long as she didn't understand the skills she owned were God-given, and were neither good nor bad. They were just skills. Some people could sink a basketball from 40 feet time after time. Some could survive in chaos, completing the mission no matter the obstacles. Different abilities, but still just skills. The conversation triggered a realization for me. Something from a ridiculous movie I'd watched as a young man. I said, You're the Pumpkin King. I can't believe I haven't seen that before. She looked at me with suspicion and said, What is that, some American insult? No. It's from an American animated film called The Nightmare Before Christmas. The Pumpkin King is in charge of Halloween, but wants to be Santa Claus. He wants to be in charge of Christmas, but he's a badass. That's you. Confused, she said, So what's that mean? I can't change? I realized I was saying exactly that. No, wait. In the movie, the Pumpkin King is a good person. He's just trapped in his world. He realizes he can change his world without taking someone else's. That's all I meant. She looked at me with slitted eyes, and I said, Shit, I don't know what I meant. I do know that you have skills that are good, that you use for good. You shouldn't toss them aside. Using them doesn't make you evil. Only the outcome is potentially bad, and you determine that. Like what we're doing here. I don't want to kill anymore, and I'm not. No matter what this mission brings, I'm done killing. I said, You can't call that. We might get into a situation where it's inevitable. You know that. She looked at me with conviction and said, No, I'm not the Pumpkin King. I want to be something else. I won't use my skills for death anymore. I had no idea where the little demon was going with this. It was the strangest epiphany I'd ever witnessed, and I was wondering why she was telling me and not Aaron. She shifted tack yet again and said, Do you love Jennifer? That caused a small explosion of air from my lungs. What the fuck? Are you kidding me with this? Why do you Israelis always ask that? It's a serious question. Do you love Aaron? She said, Yes, I do. He doesn't know it, but I do. And I want to be his Jennifer. I leaned my skull on the headrest, buying time, then said, Well, maybe you should tell him, dumbass. You can't be Jennifer and keep that shit bottled up. She said, I don't want to be the Pumpkin King. The words were so sad I had no answer. Like a handicapped child dreaming of playing in the NFL. She would never be Jennifer. Ever. Our earpieces squelched, and I heard Knuckles say, "Got movement in the foyer, it's Mikhail." Shoshana opened the door to leave and said, "Maybe you should tell Jennifer how you feel. She would appreciate it as well." She exited the car slowly, then turned and looked at me in her weird way. I felt the spear of her gaze and wondered how much of the exchange had been me helping her. The conversation left two competing thought streams going through my mind, but only one required my immediate attention. "What do you have?" "Mikhail's talking to Simone. Got 'em both, and Mikhail's about to leave. Looks like they're shouting at each other." The call made me wish we'd equipped Knuckles with a lip-reading camera. But he was hidden on a bench in some sort of memorial park and couldn't get close enough for it to matter. Hearing the call, half out of the vehicle, Shoshana turned around, now all business. She said, "You good?" "Yeah, get staged in your car. Bet you dinner it'll be me leaving." She said, "Nope, I got a feeling I'll be doing the surveillance on this one." She exited the vehicle, and I tossed the Pelican case housing the extra equipment in the rear, under a blanket. Knuckles came back. "We got a problem. Mikhail just left the house, but he didn't go to a car. He's crossing the street and headed right at me, on foot. Shit. Intentions. He's walking into the memorial, Pike. It's wide open in here. If he gets up top and conducts a meeting, you aren't getting close." I knew what he meant from my recce the day before. Just across the street from the target house was a memorial park for the fallen Russian soldiers who had liberated Bratislava during World War II. Built on a hill, it was crisscrossed with paths and benches, with a monument at the crest, a 40-foot obelisk on top of a pillared square of granite. All told, the park was probably 10 acres of wide-open terrain, a perfect spot to conduct a meeting, because it would require absolutely no counter-surveillance. Anybody trying to penetrate would be spotted. Jennifer and I could wander through once or twice, since there were others in the park. But no way would we be able to focus on a meeting for any length of time. I said, "What's your recommendation?" "Forget it. I'll remain in place and pick him up again when he leaves. You won't get any useful intel if you attempt a penetration, and if you get burned here, you're no good for anything else." I started to respond when my door swung open, and Shoshana climbed in like she was being chased. She frantically looked around and said, "Where is the Pelican case?" I pointed to the back seat. She grabbed the case and ripped it open. She pulled out a tan box connected to a thick computer tablet by a wire. She opened the box. Inside were what looked like a toy helicopter, maybe 6 or 7 inches long, and a folding joystick. "What the hell is that?" "Something from Get Smart." She grinned at me, and I thought, how in the hell did she know? Chapter 32. Shoshana began breaking out the separate components, saying, "Give me your computer quickly." I handed her the tablet we had tested earlier, asking, "What is it?" She said, "It's the other part of the system," and she called Aaron, speaking in rushed Hebrew. She took the tablet, then manipulated it until it was slaved to the control unit. I asked, "Bluetooth?" She handed me the toy copter and said, "Yes, hold this out of the window in the palm of your hand." I did so, and its rotors began turning, startling me with a little hurricane force of wind. It took off, a giant bumblebee flying into the air. In seconds, it was out of sight. I turned to her, watching her manipulate the joystick, and saw what the bird saw, the land being eaten up as it flew toward the memorial park. The detail was impressive for such a small drone. Embarrassingly enough, I'd seen nothing like it in all my time working with James Bond stuff. Task Force R&D guys are getting an ass chewing over this. "Did your command invent that?" "No, it's called a Black Hornet, and it's made in Norway. We just modified it to work with the lip reader software. The original has both a thermal camera and a normal one. We ditched those because we needed a better lens and had no need for thermal." Knuckles came on. What's the call? Stand by. Shoshana is working some magic. What's that mean? I glanced at the screen and saw a bird's-eye view of Knuckles sitting on a bench. I said, "Looking at you now. Which way did he go?" He glanced around, seeing nothing, then said, "Straight up the stairs. He didn't deviate. I think he's headed to the monument on the top." To Shoshana, I said, "Will you break link? How much distance can you get?" "Over a kilometer. We're good on that. Time is the killer. I have only 25 minutes of flight time." Knuckles fell from view as the drone went higher into the air, focusing on the monument. Shoshana did a slow circle around it, then said, "There he is, and he's with someone." She zoomed the lens, and I recognized Mikhail, standing just inside the overhang of the monument. A pillar stood between the drone and whomever he was talking with. Shoshana slid the drone sideways, and the second man came into view. A burly guy with a two-toned face, the upper tanned, the lower white. It took a second to realize why. He just shaved off a beard. Shoshana said, "Are you getting feed?" I looked at my tablet and said, "Yes." "Hit record." I did so, and the computer began working its algorithms as it took in what the two men were saying. I could see the gestures the men made, but wouldn't get a readout until we were through. The burly guy looked agitated, and Mikhail was matching his temper. Whatever was going on, with Knuckles' report about an argument with Simone, and now this, something clearly wasn't going right for them. The meeting lasted a little less than 10 minutes, and ended with Mikhail handing the other man a slip of paper, then clapping him on the back. When they separated, Mikhail retraced his steps, and the other man went in the opposite direction, leaving the park from another exit. We stayed on Mikhail. I stopped the recording and keyed the radio. "Knuckles, Coco, meeting's over. Mikhail's headed back your way." "How are you seeing that?" "I told you, Shoshana magic." Jennifer came on, apparently not appreciating my jokes. "Knuckles, this is Coco. The Israelis have a drone." Knuckles said, "So I'm free to go? I prefer he didn't see me twice." "No, we'll track him. But we only have about 10 minutes of flying time left. I don't want to lose eyes on because our technology failed." Jennifer said, "Aaron has one over here as well. We can launch it when you run low." I thought about that for a second, and then decided against it. Good idea, but Knuckles stays. We have no way to recharge these things in the car, and we might need yours later. I got a Roger from the team, and said to Shoshana, "Where is he?" "Coming down the steps now. He'll be in view of Knuckles in seconds." And sure enough, Knuckles said, "I have eyes on. He's walking back to the house." Then, "Break, break! Simone just exited the building, moving to the beamer parked out front." Shoshana worked the drone and, off the net, said, "Get ready to record. They're going to talk." Sure enough, Mikhail shouted from across the street, then jogged toward Simone. Shoshana waited until Mikhail linked up before zooming in on their faces. She said, "Hit it," and I did. The conversation was brief, but the image was crystal clear. If we didn't get a recording out of this, it was the software's fault, not the camera angle. The two men shook hands. Then Simone opened his car door. I punched the tablet to stop the recording and initiated the translation software, saying, "Get that drone back here. You've got Simone when he leaves." Looking at her tablet, she said, "Mikhail is moving to a car as well. We're both going into motion." I called it out to the other teams, telling Knuckles the bird was off, and to give a time and direction when the two targets departed. I said, "We need to get that drone back. We're about to move." I saw something hit the hood, and she said, "It's here." My tablet vibrated, telling me the computer had done its work, and the meeting on the hill began to play on the screen. Unfortunately, it was absolute gobbledygook, like the tablet was giving us what Charlie Brown's cartoon teacher said. "What the hell is this thing doing?" She took it and said, "Wrong language. They weren't speaking Yiddish." "That's just great. What good was any of that then?" She began to fast forward the video, saying, "We send it back if we need to. We have a whole day of surveillance in front of us. Might not have anything to do with the Torah anyway." She reached the meeting with Simone and hit play. Miraculously, the short conversation appeared correctly. Shoshana said, "Speaking Yiddish now." Mikhail. He wasn't too happy with the additional mission. He seems to think the last one is clearly enough. He's shook up about what he did. Simone. He fucking should be. I couldn't have asked for a better target, but he's a dead man walking now. He just doesn't realize it. Will he continue? What do you think? Mikhail. I gave him instructions for a meeting in Poland. I think he'll be there. I gave him a lot of cheering about how proud the motherland was of him. I'll do your meet first. Get the stuff, then go meet him. After that, we're done, no offense. Simone. I understand. But we still have the business here, yes? Mikhail. Headed to meet my diamond guy now. I'll set up the transfer of the gold for tomorrow. You should have it by tomorrow afternoon, minus my payment, of course. Simone. Of course. And now I'll get to spend my earnings. Mikhail. I don't know about that. The firestorm you're stirring up may protect you from Putin, but it won't from the devastation of another world war. You should take a look at the pictures of Warsaw from the 40s, then try to figure out where you'd spend your gold in that destruction. Simone. Let me worry about that. The Americans will quit if there is a coup. I know them. They aren't the Nazis. Mikhail. You sure? You see the news? They aren't fucking around, and both of those guys have nukes. Simone turned to his car and the conversation on the video ended. I said, "What the hell was that about? What's the U.S. doing?" Shoshana opened the door to go to her car and said, "I don't know, but that first meeting is irrelevant. Mikhail just said he's going to discuss the transfer of the gold. The next one is key, and that's you. Don't worry about the United States right now. They aren't going to start World War III in the next few hours." I tapped the screen and said, "I don't know about that. People seem to forget that kindly Uncle Sam also has brass knuckles." Knuckles came on saying, "Simone to the north. Aaron, that's you. Mikhail to the south. Pike, you'll have him in 2 minutes." Shoshana said, "We'll talk about it at the hotel tonight." Then closed the door, starting her coordination with Aaron for their follow, and leaving me wondering what was occurring one country away.
Chapter 33. The rolling metal coffin hit a particularly nasty pothole, and Felix Bird slammed his head against the steel. Ordinarily, this would have caused serious pain, but this time his skull was protected by an old-school Kevlar helmet. He glanced around to see if anyone else in the LAV had noticed, but if they had, they gave no indication that it was something to laugh at. Bouncing around inside the armored LAV, Felix desperately tried to make his body movements match the rhythms of the vehicle, feeling nothing like the calm of the young men to his left and right. Some were actually sleeping, a feat he would later describe as surreal. A senior member of the United States National Transportation Safety Board, he and 2 others had been flown over to Europe to inspect the crash of Air Force One. At first, Felix had been incensed that there would only be 3 inspectors, knowing that many, many more would be required. He had demanded a full team, complete with forensic capability, and had been rebuffed. He had assumed it was because of some idiot budget thing right up until he had met his ride to the site. A platoon of armored vehicles from the Marine Corps 2nd Light Armored Reconnaissance Battalion, detailed to the Black Sea Rotational Force. They'd been training security forces in Latvia when they'd gotten the call, and Felix began to understand the reason for the size of his team. Security of the force had taken a back seat to the inspection itself. Felix had been to many, many different crash sites, but never wearing body armor. And he should have known that no budget restrictions on Earth would prevent a full investigation of the murder of the President of the United States and the destruction of the United States flagship aircraft. He was dealing with restrictions that no money could overcome. Only the young men to his left and right could do that, and the thought scared Felix to death. The Ukrainian government had given them permission to travel to the crash, but all understood that the proclamation was nothing but hollow words once they reached the east. The initial penetration across the border had been fine, but the rebels held the east, and they maintained that nobody was to enter their area. Kiev and its western puppets be damned. A test was coming one way or another. First Lieutenant Dane Raintree understood this better than the three NTSB members in the back. Unlike most of the junior officers in his battalion, he had experience in combat, and knew that this had a chance of becoming a shooting war, something different from Afghanistan and Iraq. A real holy shit slugfest. He was the executive officer for his company and had heard the deliberations during the wargaming sessions. When the mission had come down, the brass had worried extensively about a show of force that would cause the very thing they didn't want, a fight to the death. They'd settled on a single platoon for the mission, but in so doing they were placing the future of national security in the hands of a second lieutenant who had no experience at all. Luckily, the commander of 1st Platoon had just rotated home for a death in the family, leaving a slot open. A command billet that needed to be filled, and Raintree was chosen, both because of his proven intellect and because he'd been the last platoon leader of that unit and had served with them in combat. He knew the men, and he had the experience to, in the words of his battalion commander, not do something stupid. He'd been told that he was to reach the crash site and secure it, period. The unspoken command was that he would fight his way through if necessary, which caused him no small amount of angst. He had over 30 men's lives in his hands, and only the assurances from his commander that whatever he did would be justified. He'd seen how that played out in Afghanistan, but his commander had provided ample firepower for a fight nonetheless. In addition to the 4 LAVs with their Bushmaster 25mm chain guns, weapons that could shred anything short of a tank, he was being tracked by not one but 2 armed Predators and a flight of A-10 Thunderbolt II aircraft. He knew he could handle anything the rebels had. He just wasn't sure he could handle the fallout if push came to shove. He wondered if his commander had the clout to protect him. They bounced down the highway, running straight east, now deep into the Luhansk Oblast, rebel-controlled territory, when he received a call from his platoon sergeant, the same one he'd served with before he'd become the executive officer, a man he trusted explicitly. Riding in the lead LAV, running point into Ukraine against established doctrine, his gunny knew how dangerous the mission was. Not in individual gunfights per se, but in how those gunfights could escalate into a lot of dead Marines who had yet to deploy to Europe. Wolfpack 1-6, this is Wolfpack 1-7. I got a checkpoint ahead. The entire convoy slowed at the call. Raintree started working the video feeds from the Predators overhead and saw a makeshift barricade with men left and right, all holding small arms. No anti-armor capability. The convoy jagged to a stop, a bull looking at the cape, wondering. Raintree said, "I see no anti-armor. What do you have?" "Same, but they don't need it. We pull up, Lord knows what'll happen. We can't talk to them without exposing ourselves." Meaning some backwoods asshole from Ukraine could take it upon himself to shoot. They were secure inside the steel of the LAV, but they couldn't get past the checkpoint without talking. They had the permission of the Ukrainian government to be here, but that mattered little in Luhansk. Raintree felt the pressure, felt the same debilitating choices of many Marines before him, about to make a decision that could alter the course of his nation. But he had his orders, and he had a dead president beyond. Truthfully, he was sick of being pushed around, tired of cowering to a bunch of inbred rebels just because they believed America wouldn't unleash its power. Fuck that. Wolfpack 1-7, Ignore them. Continue forward. Sir, I can't ignore them. They've blocked the road. Are you saying you can't get through the roadblock with a LAV? Well, no. Just that it's going to make a statement. Raintree smiled and said, Then let's make a statement. And so 30 tons of steel blew through the first checkpoint as if it didn't exist, ripping across the raggedy-ass barricade like a chainsaw. All inside hearing the desultory fire of the small arms pinging off the vehicle's armor, as if that had a hope of stopping the juggernaut that was America. They rolled forward for another 30 kilometers before they reached the next checkpoint, this one apparently positioned specifically to prevent their advance. The Predator feed showed an anti-armor ambush, with defense in depth using weapons designed to puncture the steel of the LAV. Someone had been calling ahead. Raintree slowed the convoy to a stop. It was decision time for a person higher than him. He called on the satellite radio, explaining what he had to his front to a man monitoring the command net, honestly believing he would be told to turn around. He waited and waited, then heard the voice of his commander saying the last thing he expected. This is Wolfpack 6 Actual. Eliminate the threat. Continue the mission. His mouth dropped open. He looked back at the men in the LAV, and they saw on his face that something different was happening here. No questions from higher about collateral damage. No discussions regarding civilians or other blowback. No back and forth like they'd experienced in Afghanistan, even as the rounds were firing. He said, Sir? Say again? Wolfpack 1-6, this is straight from the Commander-in-Chief. Eliminate the threat. A savage smile spread across his face at the words. The most powerful man in the United States had his back, allowing him to be a Marine. Roger all. High above them, floating like bloated cast-offs from an experiment, were 2 A-10 close air support aircraft. Built during the Cold War, they were created for one purpose: killing Soviet tanks. Neither sleek fighter nor long-range nuclear bomber, they were bastard children for a fight that had never happened. The Air Force had tried repeatedly to kill them, preferring to spend the money on more expensive next-generation fighters and bombers. But outcry from the men on the ground had stymied them at every turn. A titanium bathtub built around a 30-millimeter rotary cannon that fired depleted uranium shells, it could shred any armor in existence. And it was built to fly low and slow, slugging it out right above the ground, and survive. Affectionately called the Warthog, it lived up to its nickname, both in appearance and in capability. It was ugly and ferocious. Designed for tank battles on the plains of Europe, it had proven just as adept at close air support in Afghanistan and Iraq. Every other airframe in the U.S. Air Force was dedicated to a mission that defined that service's reason for existence, be it air superiority or counterforce nuclear targeting. No other platform was dedicated to the man on the ground, and no other was as loved by the grunt. The 2 aircraft circled lazily in a cloudless sky, as if they were executing a waiting maneuver for an air show. Tracking back and forth, they showed no indication of the death they held. For the first time since their initial radio check, Raintree called them. Joker, this is Wolfpack 1-6. Got a problem in front of me. Wolfpack, this is Joker, I got him. What do you want me to do? Eliminate the threat. Raintree expected some questions, or at least an exclamation of surprise. What he got was a voice with all the emotion of a man talking about taking out the garbage. Roger that. Understand, take out the threat. Hold your position, coming in north to south. Raintree said, Roger all. Smoke those assholes. The 2 birds rolled out into an attack run perpendicular to the travel of the convoy, lining up their targets in a neat row. Less than 100 meters off the deck, they unleashed the guns, Sounding like God was ripping a giant piece of canvas, the rotating cannon devastated the earth, shredding man and machine alike. The screams lost in the noise of the destruction. The men on the ground, of course, couldn't pinpoint the difference when the aircraft went from lazily tracing arcs in the sky to turning into a killing machine. They couldn't be faulted for that. They had no way of knowing that American policy had had a seismic shift from just a day before. Having learned from past U.S. actions, they believed that the threat of violence alone was enough to stop the convoy from advancing. They didn't understand they were in danger until the awful sound of the guns ripped them apart, teaching a final lesson in global politics. The convoy began rolling again, and after that display, nobody came close to them. The word spread swiftly: try to stop the Americans, and you will be slaughtered. For once, the United States was serious. Further checkpoints were dismantled, with rebel formations fading into the woodline, none wanting to face the firepower that the small platoon held in the palm of their hand. Lieutenant Raintree reached the crash site an hour later. A desolate gouge in the earth 2 football fields long, the terrain littered with rubble from the aircraft, brightly colored bits of cloth flapping amid burned steel. He positioned his men into a security formation around the site as best he could, telling Felix his team had 6 hours. He called a sit-rep to his hire, then sagged in his seat, happy they'd had no fight he couldn't handle. He glanced in the rear and saw the empty body bags, reminding him of the reason he'd come. The crash investigation was important, but it wasn't the primary mission. He keyed the radio and deployed the body recovery team. Their task was to retrieve the mortal remains of the President of the United States. He remained in constant contact with the other LAVs and the air power overhead, thinking of nothing but the security of his men, spending a nerve-wracking 6 hours on the ground deep in hostile territory. He was but a small fish in a big pond, and he didn't realize that Russia had taken notice of his actions, had seen the willingness to use force.
Chapter 34. I watched Jennifer crunch through the peanuts on the table, patiently waiting for the Israelis to show up. She caught me looking and said, "What? They're part of the room package. You can get a sandwich if you want." I smiled and said, "You getting points off this room too?" We were currently in the business lounge of our hotel, chowing down on free peanuts and beer. After our horrendous flight over, with both of us stuck in the middle of the airplane for what seemed like an eternity, Jennifer had become obsessed with frequent flyer miles, continually locating any hotel that would give her points toward her elusive goal of having enough to get upgraded on our next flight, which was why we were staying at the Grand River Hotel on River Park, right next to the Danube. She grinned and said, "You won't think it's funny when I go home in style." I saw the door to the lounge open, and Knuckles came in, freshly scrubbed from a shower. He went straight to the bar and pulled a Stella, then sauntered over. "Nice lounge. How much extra did this cost?" I just shook my head. Jennifer said, "It's not extra, it's part of the package I found." "Are the Israelis fronting the cost for this?" She slid her eyes sideways, reaching for more peanuts. "Well, no, I had to upgrade, but it's going to be worth it." He looked at me and I rolled my eyes. Knuckles said, "You have your own room?" She nodded. "You spent the night in it yet?" I saw a tiny tinge of red in her face and knew why. Outside of storing her suitcase, her room hadn't been used at all. He said, "That's what I figured. If you're going to sleep in Pike's room, why don't you cancel yours and then get the Israelis to pay for the upgrade? It'll probably be cheaper for them." Surprised that he hadn't used the revelation to poke fun at her, she considered the suggestion and said, "That's a great idea. Pike, you'll need to cancel your reservation. If I do, I'll lose all my points." "No way, not doing it." "Why? We aren't on a task force operation. We don't need to worry about the fraternization issue. Who cares what the Israelis think?" She was getting really fired up about the idea. running through her head how she was going to get points and come in cheaper. I said, "So I have to sacrifice to get you upgraded to business class?" She popped a peanut in her mouth and said, "That's not the way to look at it. We're saving Grow Your Recovery Services money. It's business." Knuckles laughed and said, "Sort of like saving money on a new pair of shoes you don't need because they're on sale." She ignored him, saying, "I'll cancel your damn reservation. Just move your stuff to my room." I said, "Or what?" She arched an eyebrow and said, "Or nothing. Just that's where I'll be sleeping from now on, by myself, if that's what your stubborn brain wishes." Knuckles gave a low whistle and said, "Game, set, match. Shoshana should have been here for that expert display of relationship manipulation." Sweet as can be, Jennifer said, "I don't know what you're talking about. As the financial person for GRS, I can't justify renting a room that's not being used." I waved my hand, cutting the conversation short and saying, "Where are Shoshana and Aaron anyway?" All they had to do was check out the delivery vehicle. "Don't know, maybe they ran into an issue. It is an armored car service after all." Aaron and Shoshana had tracked Simone all over town, where he did nothing of interest. He eventually ended up at a concert in the Slovak Radio Building, a monstrous inverted pyramid from the old Soviet days that now hosted symphony orchestras. They'd stayed there, eyes on Simone, until we'd called with our information, which caused a change of mission. I'd begun following Mikhail as soon as he'd passed. Jennifer fell in behind, picking up Knuckles on the way, and we'd begun a loose track. He'd driven down the winding roads, taking lefts and rights, and making me wonder if he was running a surveillance detection route. It was hard to tell, because the roads themselves were really just narrow lanes, and he could plausibly be using his knowledge of shortcuts to get down the hillside, which is exactly what a good surveillance detection route would look like. Forget about all that Hollywood stuff of running red lights or sharp U-turns. A good route looked normal, where the target could pick you out without you even realizing he'd done it. If he were running one here, he would be checking to see if any cars stuck with him over time and distance. As I had no idea one way or the other, I'd chosen discretion, and backed off after 2 turns, letting Jennifer pick up the follow. I'd paralleled on a side street, keeping track with Jennifer's calls, and Mikhail had finally entered a 4-lane main thoroughfare, with a tram for public transportation in the center. Jennifer pulled off him, and I intercepted, still having no idea if he was practicing tradecraft or just driving. He hit the Danube and went right, returning to the spaghetti streets. Jennifer and I flip-flopped back and forth, trying to remain inconspicuous, until he rolled up to a large outdoor promenade, making a sharp right and disappearing into an underground garage. Trouble. If he were smart, he'd just sit and watch for a few minutes, tagging everyone who entered. On the other hand, if we waited until we were sure he wasn't watching anymore, we'd lose him as he exited on foot. I quickly glanced around, seeing no parking whatsoever on the surface, which stood to reason, since they'd built the damn underground garage. Jennifer came on. "Pike, Knuckles is working his tablet. That garage is 100 meters from the U.S. Embassy." She said it like it was a threat, but that, I was sure, was a coincidence. I said, "Not worried about it. Can Knuckles see foot exits from the garage on the map?" Knuckles came on. "Yeah, I can. The entrance ramp is new construction. Apparently the U.S. government made them move the entire entrance to the garage after 9/11. It used to be directly in front of the embassy. Now all exits near the embassy are blocked. There's only the main auto entrance where you are, and a foot exit on the other side of the promenade." I glanced across, seeing restaurants and outdoor cafes with people out enjoying the sunshine. "Coco, stage up behind me, but don't enter the garage. Knuckles, go foxtrot and get eyes on that exit. If you see our target, give me a call. We'll park and meet you. Keep him in sight, but don't get too close. He might recognize you from the memorial." I heard, "Roger all," then saw Jennifer come up behind me in the small circle. I watched Knuckles exit and walk across the promenade, sticking close to a woman pushing a pram. I figured we had about 15 minutes before someone hassled us to park. He got in position, and Jennifer came through my radio. "You know why this park is famous?" Knuckles said, "I know someone is going to tell us." Yes, you could use the history. This is where the Velvet Revolution began in the Slovakian part of Czechoslovakia. Prague got all the news. But the same thing happened here. In fact, the first demonstration was right here, led by students in 1989. In just 15 days, the communist government of Czechoslovakia ceased to exist. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw Jennifer staring at me through the windshield, an impish grin on her face, always proud to teach us knuckle-draggers a thing or two about how small events can have big impacts. I winked at her in the mirror, and the grin turned into a smile. I was blessed with her as a partner, both professionally and personally, and it was a miracle she put up with my BS. Then again, Jennifer recognized that all my bluster was just that, BS. She knew where I stood with her. At least I thought she did. I remembered what Shoshana had said to me, and wondered if I should work harder to show Jennifer how much she meant to me. I mean, surely she could figure that out on her own. I didn't have to put it on a whiteboard or anything, did I? Knuckles interrupted my juvenile 8th grade thoughts, saying, "Got him. He's moving west, just strolling. You're free to park." I put the car in drive and rolled down into the garage, finding the first place I could. I watched Jennifer park behind me and waited on her. She reached me, and we began speed walking up the staircase that led to the exit Knuckles was watching. I said, "You think you're good for this?" "Yeah, I think we're both good. Knuckles is the risk. He was in the memorial, so there's a chance he'll be burned." We reached the top, and I said, "Let's get him out of play. Ready to go on a date?" She said, "Yeah, like that'll happen anytime soon." What's that mean? I thought. Chapter 35. She slid her hand into mine before I could respond, completely focused on the mission. Her comment just slipping out like a person bitching about their dog tearing up the lawn. Aggravating, but something that must be endured. She said, "Your camera ready to go?" I checked a pouch inside my knapsack, glad to be back on the mission, and said, "Yep, tablet's ready to record." We broke the plane at the door, and I called Knuckles. "Give us a lock on." "Headed into the pedestrian area. Go right from the exit, cross the promenade, and take your first left. He's walking straight up the street, like he's got a destination. Street name, Rybaska Brana, or something like that." "Got it. Headed that way." We walked down a narrow brick road with shops left and right, the buildings fronting the lane 3 stories tall. A really quaint area of town full of local craftsmen and cafes. Every so often it had metal sculptures of men going about their day, the most famous being a worker made of brass climbing out of a manhole cover. The lane was spotlessly clean, and possibly older than anything in our own country. It could have been a Disneyland set, if the actors at Disneyland were actually making a living instead of pretending. We walked up the street hand in hand, just a couple out enjoying the weather. Within 2 minutes, Knuckles came on. He just went into a pub called the Dubliner, straight up the street on the left side. If you're on the road, you got about 100 meters, maybe less. You'll pass a square on the right, and then it's just ahead. I'm off. I said, "Roger all, keep eyes on the front, we got it." We walked past the square, a church on the other side, then a couple of different pubs before seeing a green awning proclaiming an authentic Irish bar. Had to be it. I saw Knuckles on a bench down the way and said, "This it?" He said, "Yep." "He's been in for about a minute." "Got it. Keep your position. He leaves, and we're staying. Don't follow unless I call. Just track a direction." "Roger all. You look cute holding hands, by the way. Takes the edge off your Cro-Magnon ass." Jennifer opened the door, and I said, "Thanks, hippie. Sometimes I can pull off the date mission." Jennifer smirked and said, "No, you can't. But I'd rather pretend with you than him." She set it off the radio, but my microphone picked it up. Knuckles said, "What was that? What did she say? She's got to be kidding after the Caymans." I didn't respond, searching inside for our target. The pub was crowded even this early in the day, but I found him with his back against the wall by himself, staring at us. No doubt we were burned for any other surveillance today, but we were good to go here. For this one shot. Jennifer caught his glare and kissed me on the cheek, diffusing the situation. The bar was stacked with a rack of local men, no Euro trash among them. They saw us approach, but recognized immediately that we weren't from there. Something I'd seen the world over. Locals could smell strangers like they were farting propane. Even so, they were friendly. There was only one stool available, which I gave to Jennifer. She sat and ordered a couple of rum and cokes, getting a look of confusion at first, and I waited for the bartender to leave. Wasn't my fault he rarely served pirates. When it was clear, I leaned into Jennifer's ear as if I were whispering, which I suppose I was. How in the hell are we going to get a facial of that guy from here? She laughed like I was a witty guy and said, "Corner of the bar behind you, 2 stools with the patrons leaving. We should move. I take one side, you take the other. We'll have crossing fields of fire for the camera." She then pointed in an exaggerated way. I turned and looked, seeing the bar take a right angle right next to where the servers picked up drinks, the 2 people standing to leave. She was right. I nodded and we moved, studiously ignoring Mikhail. We sat down almost across from each other, and I said, "You got Mikhail. I'll get whoever shows." She said, "Yep," and surreptitiously manipulated the camera in her blouse, focusing on him. She pulled out the tablet like she was checking her mail, and we waited. But not for long. An older gentleman arrived, wearing a tie and a tweed coat, with a trimmed goatee that made him look more like a merchant than a gangster. He shook Mikhail's hand and sat across from him, his back to the door and his face looking straight at me. I glanced at Jennifer and she nodded. I reached into my backpack and hit record. Jennifer did the same, as if she were searching the web. The 2 men spoke for about 20 minutes, then shook hands and left. We made no attempt to follow, knowing we'd risked it all in this meeting. If Mikhail saw us on the street again today, he'd know he was under surveillance. We'd need to wait a few days to let the heat state die down before we could be used against him again. That didn't mean I couldn't employ Knuckles on the new man. I called him, giving a description and telling him to ignore Mikhail and pick up the new guy. He did so, and we let the computer's algorithm do its work. When it was done, I held my breath, hoping Mikhail was speaking Yiddish instead of one of the other 5 languages he knew. Jennifer's tablet cleared before mine, and she said, "It's coming in clean." 2 seconds later, my tablet began playing, and whole words scrolled across the bottom of the video instead of gobbledygook, causing me to smile. When both were complete, we had just about everything we needed for the transfer. It took a little back and forth, as each tablet only had one side of the conversation, but it was easy enough to decipher. The elderly gentleman was a diamond wholesaler, and the transfer was happening at his shop tomorrow morning. An armored car would pull up, the gold and presumably the Torah would be loaded. Then the armored transport would deliver the goods to a waiting 18-wheeler out of town, on the highway to Austria, which meant we had to hit the diamond place tonight. I called Knuckles and found out the man had walked straight back to his office. It was literally around the block, on a street called Venturska. We linked up with Knuckles and determined in 60 seconds that a hit here was out of the question. The diamond wholesaler was off the street, through a tunnel in a building that led into a courtyard, like a mini Paris-type thing. And it was definitely wired for defense, with cameras and alarms all over the place. To make matters worse, the entire area we were in was restricted to pedestrians. The only vehicles allowed in had special permits. We could probably get away with bringing a car, but the risks of getting pulled over far outweighed the usefulness. To make matters worse, some of the narrow roads had ornate wrought iron poles set into the cobblestones blocking entrances. We'd be trying to escape from a veritable bear trap, with very few ways in and out, and even if we did, the vehicle would be on 1,000 different surveillance cameras, which meant compromise after the fact. That left the armored car itself. The very thing that hampered us from using a vehicle actually enhanced our ability to interdict one. It would have the special permits, but would also have to follow the rules of the city, using only those narrow lanes that weren't blocked. In effect, it would be canalized, and we could be waiting, which is what caused Aaron and Shoshana's change of mission off Simone. I called them and redirected their effort to the armored car business, getting all the information we could on the vehicle to plan an assault. We'd completed a recce of the area, determining where the armored car would have to go, along with assault options, and had come back to the hotel with the waning light of the sun flickering off the Danube. I figured it would have taken us twice as long to do our side of the mission versus the one I'd given the Israelis, but apparently that wasn't so. Jennifer and I had been waiting for damn near 30 minutes, long enough for Knuckles to return to his room for a shower, and for Jennifer to order some finger foods. Chapter 36. Jennifer popped another peanut and looked at her phone. She said, "Text from Shoshana. They're on the way back. They got a complete dump and she ended with something for you." "What?" She says, "Tell Pike we emplaced some more Shoshana magic." Knuckles said, "What does that mean?" I said, "How the hell would I know? She's crazy. I just hope Aaron sent the other translation back to the Mossad." Knuckles said, "You mentioned that before. Why? We got the transfer information. That conversation with Mikhail and Simone was in Yiddish. We got the translation, and it was strange. They weren't talking about gold. They were talking about geopolitical stuff. I pointed at the TV, tuned to BBC, and discussing the ongoing tensions growing between East and West. The screen showing stock footage of U.S. Marines disembarking from a light armored vehicle. Mikhail and Simone were talking about what's going on in Ukraine. I don't know, I just got a feeling here. It's important. Much, much more important than this damn Torah." Jennifer started to give a smart aleck reply, then saw the look on my face. One she'd seen before, when the task force hadn't cooperated with what I wanted, and I'd been proven right in the end. She nodded and said, "He'll send it if you ask." As if on cue, her phone vibrated. She texted a message back while saying, "They're here, on the way up." I said, "About damn time." 3 minutes later, Aaron came through the door, Shoshana behind him, dressed in the clothes she'd purchased with Jennifer in Wrocław. She looked almost normal. Aaron said, "How are we allowed to use this place? I didn't think the lounge was included with the rooms." I said, "Jennifer did it. We're paying." Jennifer cut in saying, "No, that's not true. We need a place to plan, and I'm canceling Pike's room. He's moving in with me. All in all, it saves you guys money." Shoshana looked suspicious. She said, "Pike sleeps in your room so we can use this one?" "He is willing to sacrifice that way? Why?" I said, "I'm not sacrificing because I'm not sleeping in her room. Jennifer's trying to get a first-class upgrade, that's all. Talk to her about this." Jennifer slitted her eyes at me, and I started to backpedal. Shoshana, having no idea about anything between man and woman, said, "Wait, she sleeps in your room now, right? But you won't sleep in her room? Is this how your relationship works? You feel insulted by her demands, but it's okay if you do the same?" I felt like my head was going to explode. No, damn it, it's just stupid. I shouldn't have to move rooms. Jesus, forget about the rooms. Let's talk about the mission. I saw Jennifer glowering, but pressed ahead. "We've got a pretty good plan of attack tomorrow, with a way to isolate the car, but we'd need your intelligence to see if it's even worth it. What did you find?" We talked for the next few minutes, comparing notes. Knuckles asked specific questions about the car itself, which would be the hardest thing to penetrate. Cracking an armored car was analogous to cracking a safe, with each having a unique vulnerability, and we needed to know for sure that we were leveraging the right one. Armored cars were made precisely to prevent penetration, and standing on the street after stopping the vehicle, with our asses in the wind, wasn't the time to figure out that our plan had no chance of success. In the end, Knuckles was satisfied we could crack it, and he was the expert on that sort of thing, having done an actual armored car heist in Bulgaria for a task force operation that was dicey to say the least. He'd assaulted in the street much like we were going to do here, and this car had the same vulnerability that he'd leveraged before. His assault was a violent encounter that had looked random, with heads getting smacked and people screaming, but that was all just show for the cover. It had been executed with a precision few men could achieve, least of all a random criminal element, and all that had been predicated on Knuckles' research into the target. We kicked around a few isolation contingencies and different ways to stop the vehicle, eventually ending up with a plan. Although I thought it was a little Machiavellian. It would get the job done, provided the men inside decided to quit. If they didn't, we'd be left outside turning red in the face, because there was no way I was going through with the bluff. Our getaway after became the focus, and I detailed Jennifer to rent some mopeds first thing in the morning. Cars couldn't traverse willy-nilly, but mopeds sure as hell could, and we'd only be carrying the Torah. We looked one more time at the map, pulling up Street View, and I said, "This might actually work." Shoshana said, "Of course it will, with your help." I nodded and said, "I want something in return." "What?" "I want that recording we made this morning." I turned to Aaron. "Did you send it?" Aaron said, "No, I didn't. And now I don't have to. We have the mission. Whatever those guys were talking about, it's irrelevant." I said, "It's not irrelevant. It's important. What those two were discussing is much more important than some Torah, I'm sure of it. Pike, I don't own Mossad assets. We have what we need. The rest is just extraneous intel. Smoke and mirrors that has nothing to do with the mission. I can't ask them to use their cell to translate. They're busy with other more pressing taskings." "You mean you won't because you don't want to lose the next contract by being a pest?" He leaned back, looked at Shoshana, then said, "Yes, that's true. I'm not a member anymore. I have to make a living now. I can't order people, I can only beg, and that has to be tied to the mission. When the translation comes out, it won't be anything we don't already know, and it will hurt my company." I kicked the table and said, "I don't give a shit, I'm asking. Not as a friend in a company, but as a compatriot, regardless of where we're from. This is important." "Why?" I leaned back and said, "I don't know why, it just is." Shoshana was giving me her weird glow, only this time it was with a twist of understanding. She got it, and I was glad to have her on my side. She said, "He feels something. He sees what's going on." That wasn't what I expected. I didn't need all her goofy mind-reading shit. I said, "Hey, don't go all psychic on me. I just think it's critical because of what they said. They were talking about Putin, and they mentioned a target." She said nothing for a moment, and I looked at Aaron. He was waiting on her, waiting on a decision, which is something I'd never seen before. Shoshana said, "You ever wonder why you're so lucky? Why you're my lucky talisman?" Exasperated, I said, "It's not luck, it's planning. Jesus, all I'm asking is that you send the recording back to see what they said." Shoshana glanced at Jennifer, then gave me a little secret smile. "Yes, you are right. It's not luck. You are like me. You see things that others don't. You don't understand it, but it's true." Enough, I thought. No way I was going to pretend to be some psycho like her. I said, "What the hell are you talking about?" She turned to Aaron. "Do it. Send it to Mossad." Aaron looked conflicted, caught between us in the lounge and his masters at home. He said, "Shoshana, I would love to, but if I do, we'll be billed. They'll charge some stupid amount just to punish me when it proves unnecessary. They might even charge enough to cover the profit of this trip, absolving them from paying us." Knuckles said, "So I guess the Jewish stereotype is a little true." Aaron glared at him, and Shoshana said, "Aaron, if you want to sleep with me, you'll do it." The room went completely silent, each of us trying to ascertain if we'd heard her correctly. She felt the stillness, growing agitated. She finally said, "What? Isn't that what you do in a relationship?" She looked at Jennifer, her face blossoming red for the first time I'd ever seen. She was embarrassed and realized she'd made an enormous mistake. "Isn't that what you do with Pike?" Jennifer said, No. You and I need to talk, for real." She said, "But you wanted him to move rooms." Completely flustered, Aaron said, I'll send it. But it had better be worth the cost." Wanting to get out of the lounge, afraid of what the little demon would do if she thought we were making fun of her, I said, "It's worth it, trust me." Knuckles stood up and said, Well, this has got to be the strangest mission planning I've ever done. See you in the morning. He stood to exit, and Jennifer said, "Hang on, I'll go with you." The door swung closed, leaving me with the Israelis. I said, "Look, if they go all stupid on you, I'll pay for the translation." Aaron said, "Not necessary. If you feel it's that important, I'll send it. I'll worry about the fallout later." I said, "It is. But if I were you, I'd worry about what happens when I leave this room." He glanced at Shoshana. She'd recovered from her previous comment, but still looked chagrined. Like she'd farted on a first date. Which I suppose is pretty much what she'd done. I tossed her a bone. "We need to get some sleep. Long day tomorrow." I looked her in the eye and said, "And I've still got to move my luggage." She grinned at the words, understanding that in the end Jennifer had won, and therefore so could she. Not wanting to be left alone with her, Aaron said, "What makes you think that recording is anything other than another criminal act?" I said, "What Mikhail said about a target. I think he was talking about the president, and I have a feeling that my government is about to go to war for the wrong reasons." Shoshana nodded solemnly, as if she understood. Aaron simply stared at me, wishing me to remain. I pitied him.
Chapter 37. Looking in the distance, President Hannister could just make out the C-17 Globemaster, a small pinprick in the blue sky. He glanced at the honor guard to his right and saw them imperceptibly straighten. This was the one. The aircraft rapidly grew in size until Hannister could make out the windows of the cockpit and the landing gear underneath. It seemed to slow in the air, gracefully approaching the runway of Dover Air Force Base, then touched down with a puff of smoke off the tires. The plane rapidly taxied to their location. All other operations halted for this one flight, and wheeled around until its tail was facing the procession. The ramp began to lower, moving at a pace that lent dignity to the affair. Before it touched the ground, Hannister could see 5 flag-draped containers. He heard someone sniffle and saw Chelsea Warren, Peyton Warren's daughter, pushing a handkerchief to her face. Peyton's son, Chad, was stoic. There had been some consternation on how the return would be handled, with the staff discussing how best to depict the event for the press. But Libby Warren, President Warren's widow, had cut it short, saying the return would be handled exactly like every soldier who had come before. In her words, "He died in war, and he'll be treated with the same respect. No giant processional, no horses or bugles or 21-gun salutes, no parades or speeches. Whatever the soldier gets is what he gets." And so they stood at attention on the greasy Dover tarmac, the sky blindingly bright, the wind whipping the dress hems and pant legs of the procession, watching the ramp lower. When it was finished, Hannister could see 5 men in uniform, one behind each casket. The honor guard began to march, brightly colored in the uniforms of each service, trooping up the ramp in a platoon-sized formation. They broke ranks and positioned themselves in a practiced motion, 3 men to a side, one at the head of each casket. Hannister could faintly hear the commands in the wind, and all 5 caskets rose, then one by one began the train to the waiting transfer vans, passing by the families who had gathered to pay respect. The uniformed men to his left and right began to salute, and he followed suit, wishing he'd had the time for someone to show him how to do it correctly. President Warren came by first, followed by the remains of only 4 of his staff, the few who could be found and positively identified in the time allotted at the crash site. A second flight was scheduled later that day, bringing home the remains of between 12 and 18 people. Those remains would get the same dignified return, but they would be moved to the mortuary for forensic analysis to determine who they actually belonged to. The train of the dead passed by, The only noise the clicking of shoes on the asphalt. And one by one the caskets were loaded into a U.S. Air Force transport vehicle, just like every other soldier who had made this same sad trip. The salutes were dropped, and the vehicle drove away. The procession began to break up, the families of the staffers moving to the mortuary on foot, the presidential family standing still, unsure of what to do next. President Hannister went to Libby and said some words, then shook the hand of Chad and kissed Chelsea on the cheek. And that was it. Within 7 minutes, he was inside Marine One, flying back to the White House, flanked on all sides by members of his national security team, all of whom had been working nonstop. Hannister said, "Anything new?" Alexander Palmer said, "It was a rocket, positively confirmed by the NTSB team. Air Force One was attacked." Hannister looked out the window, the ground falling away as they rose, and muttered, "Christ," then said, "They found the black boxes?" "What do you mean, positively?" "Yes, sir, along with other evidence. What they found is irrefutable." "Where did the missile come from?" General Durham said, "We've gone over all the satellite footage and have a heat source inside Ukraine at the time of the incident." "So it didn't come from Russian soil?" "No, but it was most definitely a Russian-made missile system. We believe it was a Buk, the same system that brought down the Malaysian airliner." "So this could be a mistake, or do we believe it's deliberate?" The Director of National Intelligence said, "Sir, the heat signature is inside rebel-controlled territory, which is to say it's pretty much in Russian territory. They don't do anything without approval." Hannister turned to him and spoke slowly. "Be clear on what you're saying. Very, very clear. Is it your assessment that Russia deliberately attacked and killed the President of the United States?" "Sir, Russia has been on the leading edge of Ukraine and Crimea from the beginning. Every single event that has transpired there has been at the behest of Putin. Make no mistake, when he wanted a spontaneous uprising, he got it. The fact is that the rebels wouldn't even have the Buk system if it weren't for Russia. And they surely wouldn't have the training to use it by themselves." "You didn't answer my question. It's a simple yes or no. Is the intelligence community telling me this is a slam dunk? Because if they are, the end state is going to be the same as last time." The DNI paused, not wanting to use the words his predecessor had used in the run-up to invading Iraq, telling the administration that the existence of Saddam Hussein's WMD was a slam dunk. He finally said, "Nothing is 100%. But knowing what we do about the state of play in the rebel-held territories, it would be impossible for them to fire missiles without being ordered to by the Russians." "Then how did the Malaysian airliner get shot down? Are you saying Russia ordered that as well?" "No, not at all. But that is the exception that proves the rule. The Malaysian airline was a mistake that cost Russia and the rebels greatly on the world stage. And because of it, Russia gained complete control of all the systems they had given to the rebels, precisely to prevent another accidental shooting. If a shooting occurs now, it's deliberate." Hannister turned to the State Department's Undersecretary for Political Affairs, now a de facto Secretary of State, and said, "What's Putin saying? Have you talked to their foreign minister?" "Yes, sir. They are not disputing the missile launch, but are claiming a terrorist attack. They are blaming Ukrainian nationalists, a group called the Crimean Tartars. They were pushed out of the peninsula after the annexation and are the ones we believe exploded the power grid going into the Crimean Peninsula a year ago. Russia is actually using the attack as a way to leverage support against them." So you're with the DNI. You think Russia's behind the death of President Warren? No, not completely. She pulled out a tablet and said, "The foreign minister sent these photos. Of course, there's no way to tell if they're staged or when or where they were taken, but he is adamant that this is the Buk that launched the missiles." She flicked through a few applications, then brought up a stark picture. A Buk missile launcher with no missiles mounted. In the foreground were 3 dead men splayed on the ground as if they'd been executed, blood running over rebel uniforms. Beth said, "The foreign minister says these were the rebels manning the launcher, and that someone killed them and took it over." Hannister used his finger to tap the screen on a black blob, saying, "What's that?" "A human, someone who was caught in the backblast and literally cooked." Hannister said nothing, letting the picture sink in, truthfully wanting a solution to appear. Anything to tell him what to do next. General Durham said, "Sir, I told you this is exactly what Putin would do. Claim a misfire, then storm into Belarus. From there, he's one more false crisis away from the Baltic states. Make no mistake, he's going to play you. He doesn't want a war, and is convinced he doesn't need one. All he needs is plausible deniability in one crisis after another. He's going to walk all over us." "Where do we stand with deployments?" "Not nearly as good as we should be. I've got 1 brigade of the 82nd in Poland and another on the way. I have about 50% mission capable on war stocks for the 1st Cavalry Division to fall in on. They need a hell of a lot more work than we expected, so I can't do anything with that for at least another week. The problem is our ongoing commitments. Iraq and Afghanistan have sucked us dry. Both the 173rd Airborne out of Italy and the 2nd Cav out of Germany are committed in another theater. At this moment, I've got a battalion of Rangers, the Marine Corps Black Sea Rotational Force, and a Stryker Brigade out of Fort Carson. I can cobble together a fighting force, but it's nowhere near what the Russians can bring to bear. The one bright side is air power. We can absolutely annihilate anything that flies over Europe, which will give us an edge on the ground. Bottom line, I can fight right now, but if you want to seize terrain, I need another month." Hannister nodded at Alexander Palmer, wishing mightily he'd brought Kurt Hale with him. "What do you think?" "Well, I'm not as bullish as the chairman on culpability, but it does look pretty incriminating. Who's analyzed these pictures? I'm sure someone has." The DNI said, "We did, in fact, analyze them. The Buk in the picture has been seen before in Ukraine. It's included in some other images we have and has enough identifying characteristics that we can confirm the specific launcher. So we know it's an actual rebel Buk and not staged. The rebel uniforms are accurate, as is the terrain surrounding the Buk. It is most likely a complete charade for our benefit, but we can't prove it through the imagery. There's nothing we can find where we could say, 'Nice try. Why is X in this photo?' It's as real as we can prove, but that doesn't disprove the setup. Remember, the Russians are expert at this sort of thing." Hannister said, "Except for the burned guy. That's a bit much." Beth from State said, Yes, I was saying that exact same thing. Why put a burned guy in the picture? The dead rebels were enough to prove what they wanted. It's just random enough to be real." General Durham said, "Oh, bullshit. Look, sir, NATO is spinning up over this, and individual countries are starting to rattle individual sabers. We need to get on top of it, show leadership, or we're going to have leadership stripped from us, just like what happened in Libya. You can't lead from behind here, you have to lead." Chapter 38. Hannister bristled at the word, saying, "And just what does that mean? Is your sole view of leadership nothing more than wielding a hammer?" General Durham took a breath. With over 37 years of service, he'd seen the good and the bad, and he was convinced he was seeing the latter now. He said, "Sir, you're about to cause World War III because you're dithering. You want to fire me, then go ahead. But President Warren nominated me because I don't dance. I tell it like it is. If we don't take charge of this, mark my words, it will grow out of our control." When Hannister didn't respond, he said, "For Christ's sake, they killed our president. Surely on a personal level that means something." The outburst from General Durham was like a slap in the face. Hannister leaned forward, speaking so low that what he said was lost by the noise of the helicopter to those on the outer ring of seats. "General Durham, I appreciate your advice, and I realize I have never served in the military. But if you question my commitment to bringing President Warren's killers to justice again, I won't fire you. I'll rip out your fucking heart." Durham looked stunned, having never seen Hannister show any emotion whatsoever, least of all a penchant for violence.